ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. South East Queensland will go into its most restrictive lockdown yet at 4 o'clock this afternoon, with a cluster of cases at Brisbane's inner west confirmed to have the very infectious Delta strain of COVID-19. Emily Gramens reports.
There are 6 new community cases connected to an Indooroopilly State High School student, her parents, 2 siblings, a staffer at Ironside State School and a tutor. The tutor is also a medical student, and Dr Jeanette Young believes she may be the index case.
I expect there are going to be an enormous number of exposure sites.
The infection is the same as 2 returned travellers, but it's unclear how it was transmitted. During the lockdown, people will be limited to shopping and exercising within 10 kilometres of their home and won't be able to have visitors.
The Prime Minister Scott Morrison has told Nine Radio moving quickly is the way to deal with any outbreaks.
I'm not being critical, but we're living that experience in New South Wales. South Australia moved quick, they're out of it. Victoria moved quick, they're out of it. In New South Wales, we're living with a long lockdown.
Meanwhile, the weekend's AFL and NRL fixtures are in disarray following the Queensland lockdown. Jack Snape reports.
The Queensland Government has blocked professional sport as part of its snap 3-day COVID-19 lockdown. 3 AFL matches were to be played in Brisbane and the Gold Coast this weekend, as well as 4 NRL clashes. There was to be another NRL match in Rockhampton this afternoon between the Dragons and the Rabbitohs. Because the players only flew to Rockhampton this morning, Queensland Chief Health Officer Jeanette Young says that's off too.
The players have been in Brisbane this morning, then yes, it will be.
The Melbourne Demons had already flown to the Gold Coast for their match against the Suns, scheduled for this afternoon.
New South Wales has recorded 210 new locally acquired COVID cases. Authorities have confirmed a man in his 60s with the virus died in Sydney on Friday. It's the state's 70th death and will be included in Sunday's numbers. The source of 122 of the new cases is under investigation. The New South Wales Health Minister Brad Hazzard says most of the new cases are people under 40.
It definitely is circulating in the younger community. And I want to stress that of the 210 locally acquired cases, two-thirds, 138 cases, were people under the age of 40 years old.
Victoria's Health Minister is warning the latest COVID outbreaks are not over yet after 2 new local cases were recorded overnight. One is a traffic controller at the Moonee Valley testing site who caught the virus after sharing a car ride with another traffic controller who also tested positive. Officials say the man isolated as soon as he became aware of being a primary close contact, but one exposure site has been identified, a supermarket at Doncaster in Melbourne's east. The other case is related to the Newport apartment complex. Health Minister Martin Foley says there are now 180 active cases in the state and more than 6,500 primary close contacts isolating.
We're running it down, but as the Moonee Valley case shows, as continued exposure sites show, this is really something that all Victorians have to work collectively together to run these last few cases down.
Meanwhile, health authorities say from Monday, state-run vaccination centres will administer the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine at least 6 weeks after the first jab. The Chief Health Officer, Brett Sutton, says the change only applies at state-run centres and adheres to the recommended guidelines.
It allows more to receive that first dose of COVID-19 vaccine in coming weeks. We have seen other countries safely and effectively use that longer dosing interval with Pfizer, including in the United Kingdom and in Canada, to allow many more people to get that first dose at an earlier time.
To sport, and Australian swimmer Kaylee McEwen has won gold in the women's 200-metre backstroke final at the Tokyo Olympics. The 20-year-old finished ahead of Canadian Kylie Mass, with Australian Emily Seebohm claiming bronze. McEwen also won the 100-metre backstroke final earlier in the meet. And American swimmer Katie Ledecky has finally beaten Australian Ariane Titmus in Tokyo to win gold in the 800 metres freestyle final. Titmus finished with silver in a national record and was barely a second behind Ledecky. To the weather now, and there are strong to gale wind warnings for the bays and most Victorian coastal waters. For the state, isolated showers increasing from the west, tending to rain at times later in the day. For Melbourne, a medium chance of showers from late afternoon, tending to a very high chance of rain in the evening. Also the chance of a thunderstorm in the late afternoon with a top today of 19 degrees. It's currently 17 degrees. This is ABC News. Weekdays from 5:30.
There's antimony, arsenic, aluminum, selenium, and hydrogen and oxygen and nitrogen and rhenium, and nickel, neodymium, neptunium, germanium, and iron, nanoradium, ruthenium, uranium, europium, zirconium, lutetium, vanadium, and lanthanum, and osmium, and acetine, and radium, and golden protactinium, and indium, and gallium, and iodine, and thorium, and thulium, and thallium.
Breakfast with Sammy J. Weekdays from 5:30 on ABC Radio Melbourne.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Bailey Williams goes for Bruce. He couldn't, could he? He could!
The Lead.
It was one of those nights that you dream about as a little kid, and the reality's kind of sunk in this morning as I've woken up, and yeah, the phone's still blowing up.
He might have had 39 hit-outs, but it's not $1 million a season player at 39 hit-outs, but only 10 possessions and not much around the ground.
I think Sydney exposed something in Richmond that now other clubs are looking at very, very closely.
Given the magnitude of Alistair Clarkson's achievements, would you understand if Carlton made a phone call?
Oh, as long as they're transparent and clear with me, I'm comfortable. I understand it.
The Lead.
The best trick you've ever pulled, bike into a dam or anything that you've done over the years?
Oh, gee, have you guys heard of tree parachuting?
Tell us more. Please tell us more.
The players have said, right, it's time that we really need to have success and to start building something that's really sustainable, and I think there's a real selflessness that's been brought in by the playing group.
Bolton! Oh, wow. Off he goes! He's taking his game to ridiculous new heights.
This is The Lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The lead items this Saturday. COVID chaos. Queensland calls a snap lockdown from 4 p.m. today. What impact does that have on the AFL? Newsbreaker Alicia Mullins joins us. Hawks divided. The Alistair Clarkson era will finish at season's end. The club's succession plan spectacularly fell apart.
The purpose of our announcement today is to let you all know that I'm going to step aside from coaching the Hawthorn Footy Club at the end of this year.
Blues response. Carlton bounced back with a 31-point victory over St Kilda in Friday night footy.
Kick by Howard's an absolute shank. Pouncing on it is Owies. Gives it back to Charlie Curnow. Open goal, square backhand. Welcome back to the AFL, Charlie. He's booted it from 60 metres out from a standing start, and that was worth 2 years in the making.
And Geelong star Jeremy Cameron is our guest. He eyes a return before finals from his hamstring injury as Geelong take on North Melbourne today.
You're listening to The Lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Hello and welcome to Saturday afternoon footy. It's the day in which the AFL hope would never happen. A snap lockdown in Queensland from 4 p.m. today for the next 3 days, meaning 3 AFL games are now up in the air and looking likely to be postponed. Hello and welcome to The Lead. Matt Clinch with you on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. So the latest just coming through from the AFL in a press conference. The Gold Coast Suns against Melbourne, scheduled to be played on the Gold Coast, has today been postponed. The Melbourne Football Club departed Victoria this morning on a chartered flight. They'll now return to Melbourne later today. Essendon and Sydney scheduled to take place at the Gabba. That has been postponed. Hawthorn and Brisbane will proceed as planned from Launceston. That's on Sunday after the Brisbane Lions were able to get out on a flight this morning. And GWS and Port Adelaide scheduled for tomorrow to take place on the Gold Coast. That match has also been postponed. Adam Romanascus and Cameron Ling, welcome. It's a day and a morning unlike we've seen before.
Wow. It's crazy, isn't it?
I thought yesterday was a big day with Alistair Clarkson, but it just continues to move this game at a rapid speed. So, look, I think the AFL are very lucky they've kept that bye post-finals, because that just allows them a little bit of flexibility, Lingy, to maybe have those games then. If not, how do they rework the next 3 rounds?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? And credit to them, because I think a couple of weeks ago I was thinking, use it now. Just pause the season when there were Victoria was in lockdown, New South Wales was in lockdown, all of this was happening right across the country. Use it now. They kept it up their sleeve, and it's going to come in handy. They're going to scrap the pre-finals bye, then they're still going to get a bye into all of the teams for the remainder of the season. But obviously start playing games almost like we had during last year, the little footy frenzy, where there might be some games on random nights that we're not used to get it through to finals, and hopefully by then we end up with some clear air to have a really good final series.
Well, it's amazing because Melbourne are mid-air at the moment, so it's a bit of a Con Air style of situation that they've faced. They've had to refuel in Brisbane and then continue on and go to Perth now, and they're going to be locked down themselves in Perth for a week. So it's quite amazing what's going on at the minute.
Where was it in Connor? Was it Carson City?
It was somewhere near Vegas, wasn't it?
I'm sure one of our listeners will be able to fire through. There was some great fun being had on Instagram. There was photos on the Melbourne football website of Stephen May getting on a flight. All of a sudden, I think he responded to the Melbourne Footy Club one this age. Well, all of a sudden we're back on the plane and we're not arriving in Queensland. And I think it was Max Gorn who posted that Tom McDonald was asleep the whole flight on the way to Queensland. Don't tell him we're not landing here. We're heading elsewhere. So there are all the details as we know it. To fill us in on a little bit more context to how it's all taken, Alicia Muirling, one of the AFL's great news breakers, can join us as she does on the lead every Saturday. Alicia, welcome.
Oh, hello, guys. What a chaotic morning. I'm hardly getting my head around everything.
It's a little bit like that. Just ran through the details of the 3 games, which, as we understand, are currently going to be postponed. Is there any chance they might take place this weekend?
Look, there is, and the AFL is still working through that. So that official press release just came through from the AFL confirming that the 3 games scheduled in Queensland won't go ahead. Travis Auld is quoted as saying that these games will be rescheduled and played at a time to be confirmed. So that's the Suns and Melbourne today, Essendon and Sydney tonight, and the Giants and Port Adelaide tomorrow. So you've spoken about Melbourne. As you said, they landed in Brisbane in the last hour or so. They were preparing to fly straight to Perth to begin their 7 days of quarantine. They're now actually being told that they could head home to Melbourne and they may not play this weekend. So that's just come out in the last few minutes. But now the AFL is really scrambling to get every team in Queensland out of the state and into Victoria before the 4 p.m. snap lockdown. So that is Essendon, Sydney, Gold Coast and the Giants. I just got off the phone with a senior figure in the game this morning who said, we're getting so good at this that we'll be able to run our own airline soon. So the AFL's not ruling out double headers in what could be a really super Sunday of footy come tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, so Rammer and Ling, I guess we had this scenario with Melbourne and Essendon last year where the match was postponed. For the individuals and for the club, how much logistics has to take place for players that were preparing to play and all of a sudden they might now have the weekend off? What changes from an individual and a collective approach?
Oh, a lot.
A lot, except I would say if this was pre-2020, and this type of
reactions would have been a lot different.
Oh yeah, there would have been. Oh, I can't do this. This build up. No, we need this amount of time. This is not right. Everything like that. I think last year and times in this year has taught us they got to roll with it, and I think they're better at rolling with it. I was a lot more, and my teammates, and I'm sure you were the same. There was a structure. You knew when you were playing, and you played, and you built up to that mentally, physically. Now I think they're prepared to roll with the punches a little bit.
Yeah, they are, and I think they're a lot more flexible in the way they go about it. But at the same time, the games that have been or going to be rescheduled, they're very meaningful games.
Yes.
Like
Melbourne top 2, Essendon top 8, Port Adelaide GWS.
Sydney top 4.
Yep.
Like they're very, very important games.
Alicia, can I just ask you this, with when they're looking at where and logistics of how these games go ahead, is there any thought of it going further north into Queensland, given some of these teams are already there, and could they play games in Townsville or Cairns?
I don't know at this stage, Lee. I mean, it does seem from what I heard the Chief Health Officer, Jeanette Young, say this morning that they're quite concerned with some of the cases that have travelled far up north. I mean, I'm not sure whether it's further than the Sunshine Coast or not. So I think at this early stage, the AFL best position is to just try and get all of those teams out of Queensland at the moment and into Victoria. And then I guess the other complicating factor, which we may have forgotten, is that what about those Sydney families who are quarantining in Queensland who haven't seen their loved ones for over a month, and they're due out of quarantine in the next few days? So that's a really complicating factor for those two clubs as well.
Alicia, and this question without notice, but if those families are quarantining in Queensland and the two Sydney clubs come back to Melbourne, is that quarantine then good enough? Will they be able to fly from Queensland to Melbourne and be out of quarantine?
Well, I guess that's certainly an option, Rammer, because the AFL had established this sterile corridor between Queensland and Victoria. So that is something that's certainly on the cards, but you would think that's probably, a definite option.
Talking to my wife has been recently talking to one of my former teammates, Steve Johnson's wife, about the joys of being in that quarantine, and they were all excited to get out. I'm not sure a few of them are going to last too much longer in quarantine with the kids. A bit of a nightmare at the moment.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, Alicia, I guess finally from an AFL point of view, they've got the pre-finals bye there that they can move into action. The big debate has been around the 5-day break from the Players Association as to whether we could have another footy frenzy. Are all options back on the table, do you imagine?
I think they are. So there's some speculation this morning that every club will get a week off in the lead up to the final, so it won't just be the week before the final. So teams will experience a bye over the next 4 or so weeks. So there will be perhaps some games played in that pre-finals bye, and then I guess the last resort would be to push the grand final back a week, which the league certainly doesn't want to do. But all options are, on the table, I guess.
Alicia, and this is hard, we're just springing a lot of these questions on you. I'm thinking out loud. What about if there's a game, teams, call it North Melbourne versus Hawthorn? I don't even know if they play. I'm scrambling to look right now. But where they're not definitely going to play finals. We know for a fact they're not going to play finals. Do they even need to have a bye?
Yeah, that's an interesting point too, Lee. I mean, and you would think that those teams that were in finals would get priority, and I'm only just assuming. But, certainly that would be something that the AFL, I think, would consider.
It'd be a good idea.
It would be.
Yeah,
All right, good.
Very good idea.
Good on you, Alicia. Stay close if you hear anything else changing in the circumstances.
Thanks, guys. We'll do.
Alicia Muehling joining us, part of our Saturday AFL team. Of course, the match between the Western Bulldogs and Adelaide getting underway from Ballarat in around 13 minutes' time. So the season continues on despite all the madness. One of the other elements to this was a VFL match taking place between the Gold Coast and Southport. One of our own, Matthew Primus, who's part of our Grandstand AFL team, was coaching as a part of that match, and he can join us to give us an insight as to what took place. Matty, welcome to ABC Sport.
Yeah, good afternoon, boys. How are you?
Very well. Just paint the picture for our listeners. What was happening when all of a sudden you got the news?
Yeah, we were about 9 minutes into our first quarter, playing okay, goal down, and then a footy manager of the Suns came up and said they got the call from the AFL to call off the game because they were, the state was about to go into a lockdown, and Suns players may have had to try and get out of the state before it happened to continue their game tonight. So the siren sounded about 9 minutes into the first quarter, and as you can imagine, all the players looked around and what the hell was going on, and we had to tell them the game's off. So it's a unique morning for us, no doubt about that.
No doubt. Did you guys have any indication that Queensland might be heading down a lockdown path, or was this a complete surprise to you?
Yeah, well, we heard a few little rumours, but nothing much. But as the boys were going into their positions, our doctor said he heard on the grapevine that you were going to lockdown that afternoon. But then, we'll all mined straight onto the game. And when we saw the Suns officials start to walk up to us, we thought something was going on. So it's, we've been sort of by play the last month or so, and it's the first time we were able to get back-to-back games going, but it didn't last too long. So we'll see what unfolds in the next 4 days.
So Matty, why couldn't the game continue? Because the lockdown starts at 4 o'clock. Now, I get the Gold Coast and they had AFL players there listed, but to not finish the game sort of seems a little bit sort of strange.
It does, Lingy. I suppose it's the weird, I don't know what you call it, the rules or the way it works with COVID. I suppose the AFL, Suns officials there who are helping out in the twos maybe are then going to be involved in the senior footy this afternoon that was going to be on. And I guess it's too late because we've already been around each other. But I suppose it's all those sorts of things of the biosecurity around AFL clubs and officials and players. So I suppose they cut it short, just hoping that nothing can happen. But as you say, we've already mixed with them. We've in our warm-ups, the guys have sweated and breathed and run next to each other for 9 or 10 minutes. So it does seem a little bit weird that we couldn't continue the game. We would have been done by 12 o'clock. But in these weird times of looking after the top-end sport, which is not a criticism at all, but that's sort of what happens. But yeah, sort of does seem funny when we've been around each other, an hour in the warm-ups and then 10 minutes into a game. But anyhow, that were the rules and what was said, so we walked off. Make sure our players hopped in the ice bath and rehydrated and recovered well from the 10-minute spurt they had.
Well, that's what I was going. My next question. So, what have you done? Have you just stayed in the change rooms, or have you just said everyone go home because the lockdown doesn't begin to 4 o'clock? Now I know here in Victoria we're experts at lockdown. So, what people have done in the past is they get to the pub right till the death knell.
3:59.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, what have you done there? Have you kept them in the rooms, or are they just all gone now?
No, we got them out of there pretty quick. I suppose at our level, it's we'll train Tuesday night, but we got them out of there. We had a function on tonight, so the boys were asking if they could start their beers a little bit earlier and get it done till 4 o'clock. But it's a beautiful day too, so I dare say they'll get down to the beach and do a few other things, and hopefully we can get playing next week. But a really weird combination of it. And they had basketball going on at the stadium next door, so there was 1,000 public trying to get out at the same time. Crazy times.
Matthew Primus, assistant coach with Southport, is with us on ABC Sport. So just to give our listeners, a lot of them in Victoria are finally returning to community footy. So how many games have you played recently, Matty, for Southport?
I think we've played about 3 games in the last 6 weeks, mainly because we haven't been able to play any of the Melbourne teams, and we just can't keep playing, the Suns or Brisbane reserves up here. So, we've been a bit of play by, but we've been able to keep playing more so than the Melbourne team. So we're going to have 2 buys over the next 2 weeks after this weekend to allow the Melbourne teams to catch up. So I suppose a good thing out of that, we'll hopefully get to play next week and not have 2 weekends off. And hopefully it finishes quickly here and we can get our season finished in the next 4 weeks, and finals and all those sorts of things. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, absolutely. Matty, as always, thanks for joining us and bringing us the latest.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
Matthew Primus, assistant coach at Southport Footy Club, who's meant to be part of our commentary team tonight for Essendon taking on Sydney from the Gabba. So everyone's in a scramble at the moment as to what that might look like.
It's crazy times. Rama mentioned before that yesterday was crazy. Obviously, this has just added to it. I want to get, if it's all right, Clinchy, Rama's take on the Alistair Clarkson situation, because everything that's going on in the AFL, you've got the craziness of COVID, you've got this craziness of trying to get the season going. What happened yesterday completely blew my mind.
Yeah, let's get Rama's thoughts. Firstly, the best parts of Alistair Clarkson yesterday when he approached the media and brought the breaking news that he was parting ways with the club at season end.
Had ongoing discussions with some of our leaders around the club, in particular Ben McAvoy and Jager. Once the announcement was made in terms of not renewing my contract 3 or 4 weeks ago, and the decision was made, then all the emotion needs to go out of it. And it's just like, what is the best thing for you guys moving forward, and for our fellow coaches, for our football administration. And each time we had those discussions, then we all realised that the best thing was to get this bloke into the chair and get going as soon as we possibly could. We've had some difficult conversations over the last little while, just trying to work out just how we could make this work. And what it all came back to was making sure that both my relationship with the Mitchell family and the Mitchell relationship with the Clarkson family, that first and foremost was the most critical thing that we wanted to retain out of all of this. And so some fresh air to you, lad, to take the reins of this club in about 4 weeks' time. By and large, there's been so many discussions that have taken place over the last 2 or 3 weeks that we have come to this decision, not any one party. We've had ongoing discussions for 2 to 3 weeks, really, but they've really crystallised in the last week. That would all depend on obviously money and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I think if I went back to the club and said, listen, a fantastic offer's come up, would you allow me to take it? I think Jeff indicated that, a couple of weeks ago, would they stop me? I think the question came to him about would they stop me from coaching Collingwood? And it's just like, well, but yeah, I'm not in that headspace. No, I don't think I will. I want to take a breath and see what the next chapter is for me. And as I said, that might not even be in football.
So Alistair Clarkson yesterday with the news breaking that Hawthorn and he will part ways at the end of the season. Sam Mitchell will take over the role as the senior coach a year earlier. This is The Lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Matt Clinch alongside Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. So Rama, as you heard the news breaking, obviously Alistair Clarkson was scheduled to talk at around 10:30 a.m. Friday time. All of a sudden that got postponed, and then the media were waiting as the players were completing their training session. Everyone knew something was going on.
Yeah. Look, it was a horribly messy day for Hawthorn yesterday. Now, I think the whole thing has been horribly messy for Hawthorn. Now, Hawthorn have been historically a club where things don't leak out. They've been a strong club for a long period of time now, but you know what's been able to leak out of that football club over the past probably month or so has been ridiculous. I think the way Alistair spoke yesterday spoke with real dignity, but you can tell in the background it hurt him. It hurt him the way I think he was treated. I don't think a person.
So it should.
I don't think a person of that quality and what he's done for that football club. They were on the bones of their backside when he took over.
Yep.
They were in all sorts of trouble. And he's taken them to 4 premierships, to well and truly over 80,000 members, to assets of over $50 million, to building a new facility in the vicinity of $120 million. In 17 years.
In 17 years. And this
is the way he's treated.
Ruthless, cutthroat businesses going around, high-profile sport, all of that, where coaches get spat out left, right and centre.
Yep.
He's been a great coach. A coach that built it from, as you said, they had early draft picks because they were...
on the bones of their backside when he took over.
Bottom of the ladder and built them up, and they won those 4 premierships and plenty of finals, plenty of grand finals.
Yep.
Okay, take out the way they've handled it, because I agree completely with you about everything you just said. You said it perfectly. The pure decision to have Sam Mitchell coach for the future as opposed to continuing with Alistair Clarkson. Say they handled it perfectly, his exit, but just coach versus coach.
Nobody's got any issue with Sam Mitchell taking over the Hawthorn Football Club. Everybody thinks he's going to be a terrific coach.
But we don't know that.
Well, we think.
We think. Could be.
Yeah. Do you not go with someone... As soon as Collingwood came into the market, that's where Hawthorn got nervous.
But so they jumped into a maybe coach from a proven coach, a great coach.
We spoke to Rob McCartney on The Lead probably 3 months ago. And he specifically said to us that no succession plan.
There was no Kirribilli agreement.
No.
So this is all Jeff then?
It feels this way.
Well, the timeline's changed regardless.
Yep.
I just, even parking the handling of it, the decision to go with a maybe coach versus a proven, high-quality leader, great coach, the greatest coach of the modern era, it's fair, 4 premierships.
Yeah. So you can go back to when, years ago, Jeff speaking about Alistair Clarkson can't be at this club for too long. Jeff's been wanting to do this for a long period, years and years and years.
Well, do you remember the famous phone call into a rival radio station here in Melbourne after Geelong had beaten them again?
Yep.
And he rang, I think it was the start of 2013, I'm guessing, saying it's time, it's Alistair Clarkson's had his run, moves need to be made. This is straight after a game. As the season's progressing, they win the premiership that year, and they win the next 3 premierships. Jeff had him in the gun back then, but that doesn't make it the right decision.
Jeff Kennett's spoken about wastage of money. They're paying Alistair Clarkson every cent that he is owed on that contract.
So this is Jeff Kennett speaking yesterday.
No, I don't think we've misled the members. We've done what we thought was the best thing. We thought it would work. As it's turned out, it's caused a lot of confusion. No one's perfect. I accept responsibility for that. We adjust. I'm not going to talk about the term. That's irrelevant, right? All I can say is Clarko's getting every entitlement to which he is owed and which he deserves.
So Hawthorn President Jeff Kennett yesterday, so he'll be paid out the final year of his contract in the current climate. It's a lot of money to pay, and you wouldn't have to venture too far to chat to Hawthorn fans who are quite noticeably emotional
Of course they are.
about the way it's all played out, the way they've handled the
Alistair
legend.
Clarkson is 53 years old. He's still got a long...
He does.
He started coaching when he was 36, so relatively young, Lee.
And I made this point last night, remember, that Jeff's comments there that the payout to Clarkson is irrelevant is wrong.
That's wrong.
Because it comes under the soft cap.
Correct.
Whether spread across 2 years or 1 year or 3 years or whatever they negotiate, it's 1, 2, maybe 3 important roles within the football department that can't be utilised.
Correct.
So it's not irrelevant. It's a baffling decision.
So, of course, the man you sat alongside in the commentary box last night, Mick Moldhouse, he's a man who's experienced this with Collingwood. Here was his thoughts on the way it all played out.
It's so predictable. This has been written. So why is it a shock? It's only a shock because of what Clarkson said last week. And Jeff Kennett clearly thinks he walks on water and it would work for him. So it hasn't, and it was never going to. I have no doubt in my mind that Alistair Clarkson would have felt totally undermined by the Hawthorn Football Club.
Mick Moldhouse is part of our ABC commentary last night. It's hard to argue
You
with
can't
too
argue
much of that.
Yeah. But this is the thing. Right? We all support football clubs. We love our football club, okay? But in my other role that I do as a player manager, there's no loyalty in football clubs, Lingy. There's no easy exit. There's no nice exit. Like I've sat next to Mark McClure for years now doing this, and I look at the way he was treated when he was captain of the football club, and they said, you know what, ta-da, can't help you anymore, as he puts it. Like there's never been loyalty in football clubs, so we can't get upset at coaches and players when they go and do what's best for themselves, because ultimately, people that run football clubs are gonna do it anyway.
But you were a part of a club in Essendon who had Kevin Sheedy for such a long time.
I saw it there.
There's got to be a way which is better than how we've handled legends of our clubs.
Well, but you look at Essendon since Kevin Sheedy left. What's there been? It's been failure after failure.
So where does this leave Sam Mitchell?
I feel enormously sorry for Sam Mitchell, as I do right now for David Teague. And I've said this on this show a number of times. What David Teague's going through as a first-time coach early in his career, he shouldn't be going through a review. Sam Mitchell now, guess what monkey's sitting on his back now?
It's not Clarkson. Why'd you get rid of Clarkson? Why'd you go this early? I liked from David Teague last night, a few weeks back, the way he was talking a little bit around the review, they'll make the decision and whoever the best person for it is. I like the fact after the game last night he stood up and said, no, I'm the best person for it.
Absolutely.
I'm the right man. I'm going to lead this team. Yeah. That's what Carlton fans want. Whether they supporters of Teague or not supporters of Teague, they want him to stand up and say, no, forget about Alistair Clarkson. I'm the one who's going to do it. Whether he does or he doesn't, time will tell. But at least stand up and say, forget about Alistair Clarkson. I'm coaching this team. I like that. I don't mind that from David Teague.
So a couple of quick-fire questions to finish. Will Alistair Clarkson coach next year, do you think?
No.
Rammer?
Can I answer that in 2 weeks' time?
Sure. It's hard to know unless you know Alistair personally and his motivation as to whether he'd want to take a break or continue at a new club, which would feel like a fresh start.
Can I put to you, Rammer, why I think no? Senior coach. I said this to Mick last night. They are so focused on the games at hand. They're so focused on perhaps the best 25 to 30 on their list and how they're going to get them performing, who's ready. So they would focus on their entire list, but they might look at the best 25 to 30 of other teams' lists. I reckon he'll want to spend a year deep diving into how good the young talent is at other clubs, who still holds their draft picks or who's traded them away, who's got a couple of 19-year-old kids who are just going to take a little bit longer, but they're going to be rippers, who's got a glut of just list cloggers. I reckon he'll want to deep dive into that before he jumps at the opportunity. I don't think he would have all of that knowledge right now because he's so focused on his list and the best 25 of all the other lists. Would that be fair?
Yep. Yeah, I think that's... Now, Alistair's still at the top of his game. He's still at the top of his game tactically. You talk to players at Hawthorn, the relationships that he's had, particularly older players that he's been able to exit in the right way. Look, we can't afford not to have Alistair Clarkson in the game somewhere. Now, if it's 12 months' time, so be it. I hope it's sooner. That Alistair spoke yesterday about potentially going overseas and doing some coaching. Now, we don't want to lose these people to our game because they're too valuable. They're too. And I still look at Sheeds. Sheeds is still giving to the game right now.
Yeah. Do you, if you're the AFL, do you quickly get on the phone and say Steve Hocking stepped out of the role? The footy ops, and just even for 2 years.
A lot of people would assume Alistair's been doing that anyway.
We need to keep moving, so I've got one final question for you, Ramo.
Yeah.
The damage that has taken place around the miscommunication, the relationships with the players, how do Hawthorn recover that?
See, League's probably better qualified to answer this because he went through this 2005 or 6? 2006.
Yep.
He's probably better qualified to answer this question from a player's point of view. Now, Bomber stayed on and went and won premierships, but I'm sure through that little period of time, it would have been hairy.
Oh, absolutely. He and Bomber talks about this, and it happened. It was close, and there were a number of people on the Geelong board, I think, who wanted him gone. Brian Cook had the strength to say, no, we're going to go the distance, and we're going to put some support mechanisms in place and get back to what Bomber does really well. So he stood strong, Cookie. But it was close. It was dicey. As players, I know where we stood. We wanted Bomber to improve in certain areas, absolutely.
But you wanted Bomber.
But we wanted Bomber. Yeah. We absolutely wanted Bomber, and we also were at that point where, okay, he needs to get better in a couple of areas, but it's on us as well. We need to be better in a number of areas.
This is the thing, right? Okay, so that's the scenario where it plays out that the coach stays, okay? But the playing group there is mature enough to look each other in the eye and go, okay, you know what, Lingy, you need to get better at this, mate. Yep. If not, see you later. Go away. We don't want you to... So that's what I think needs to happen at the Hawthorn Football Club now. You know what? Get the playing group together, okay? And go, okay, Alistair's gone at the end of the season now. Sam Mitchell's coming in. We're going to give him our full respect and attention. But here we go. In the off-season, you need to work on A, B and C. If you don't come back and do that, you're not going to play.
Yeah.
But they've got to get ruthless again.
That's a united front. The alternative is the players go, you know what? I want to get out of here.
Get out, exactly. If that's the case, you know the club's completely broken.
Yeah, but also you know that if those players are just going to do that, do you really want them around? Like, seriously, if you're a Hawthorn person, you're buying into everything. If those players want to jump, well, do you want them? Day one of pre-season can make a big statement, I believe. If players turn up fit and healthy and hungry and have done the entire program but have done more and have hit day one in really good condition to explode into pre-season, they're all in. But if they turn up going, I needed a break and I didn't really do much of my program and, I'm a little bit sore and maybe 3 weeks in, a couple of players break down with injury, well...
And you know what some players do, Lingy? And you know this, and I know this, sellers know this, we all know this who have played the game. Some of them will use it as an excuse. Oh, there was so much change, you know. That's why my performance, that's why I've come back looking like this. The smart players look themselves in the mirror and go, you know what, I need to get better in these areas. And you put it on yourself.
I've never been fitter in my life for the day one of pre-season than the start of the 2007 pre-season. This is the end of 06, because we knew we had to finally front up and do the right thing.
Your career could be over.
Yeah.
The insights of Cameron Ling and Adam Romanascus with you on ABC Sport. I'm Matt Clinch. Opening quarter in Ballarat, the match between the Western Bulldogs and Adelaide. The Bulldogs 2-2-14. Trailing Adelaide 3-3-21. And if you just clicked on the radio, a snap lockdown in Queensland from 4 p.m. this afternoon, meaning 3 matches have been postponed. Gold Coast and Melbourne, Essendon and Sydney, and GWS and Port Adelaide.
Well, just those conditions up in Ballarat, it's blowing an absolute gale here in Melbourne. There'll be a cyclone up there, I imagine.
We'll keep an eye on that. Coming up next, we'll take you through the action of last night.
Was there a game?
Bullied the Saints.
No.
What do you think makes someone an Australian of the Year?
It's people who show courage, sacrifice and kindness.
Now's the time to reflect
on your community and who you admire.
Now's the time to respect.
By nominating and acknowledging them.
Now's the time to celebrate.
Their stories, their contribution, and their generosity.
I'm Hamish McDonald, and I'd love you to nominate your inspirational Australian by the 31st of July at australianoftheyear.org.au.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, you're listening to The Lead.
This is a good little move from Honey, a shake and bake off to Silvani, who snaps one, and the Blues with another snap and another goal. Okay, here he goes off a step and a half this time, and Harry Mackay back in the team and back having an impact. Pouncing on it is always, gives it back to Charlie Curnow, open goal, square backhand. Welcome back to the AFL, Charlie. He's booted it from 60 metres out from a standing start.
Gee, Mackay close to the man on the mark, kicks from just outside 50. What a finish. So after the bell for half-time, Tom Williamson pumps his fist. He threads it. 5 in the first term, 5 in the second. And Carlton are on tonight. They're rolling under the roof at the Docklands. Links up through Sardja. Walsh kicks inside 50 and Dow marks. So the fourth-year blue, high-tech, Paddy Dow loves it off the boot. And Carlton are absolutely giving it to the Saints.
So a big moment for the 19-year-old Josh Honey directly in front. He celebrates before it even crosses the line. And listen to the roar from the Blues teammates.
Connolly to Highmore. He's pushed off his kick. Invites Martin into the Blues. Hand pass to Walsh. Walsh is snapping. Walsh has 3. For the first time in his career, Sam Walsh with 3 on the same night.
Thumped down by Cripps, only as far down as Martin. Martin gives it to Mark Murphy, and Mark Murphy's going to kick a goal on the siren. It counts.
So last night it was Carlton prevailing over St Kilda. It was the response in which you expected after going down to North Melbourne the previous week. 18-4, 112 to the Saints, 12-9, 81. So for two sides that have been incredibly hard to read in season 2021. Another loss for the Saints, and for all of Carlton's work, they're a game and a half outside the top 8, as strange as that sounds.
Look, they're simple, Lingy. I look at one stat last night. One stat and one stat only, tackles. They had 45 tackles against North Melbourne last week, and they were witches at the time.
Yep.
Last night they had 79 tackles. They actually put some pressure on the opposition, and they were able to make St Kilda turn the ball over. And guess what happened?
They had 51 at half time. You didn't have to wait the whole game to see it.
But guess what happened? The ball goes down the other end really quickly, and guess who kicks 5 goals?
Yep.
He could have kicked 7.
Yep.
Your big key forward, because it's going in there between 1 and 1. Now, I know sometimes I look at football way too simple, but that stat of 79 tackles last night,
it's not way too simple though, because football is a simple game. You put that type of pressure on an opposition, and you win
the Docklands,
and you win the contest, and you're really efficient and strong in that contest, and you got the ball in your hands, or when they've got it, they're under extreme pressure. You know what? Some of the nice flow and beautiful ball use and lace-out hit of Harry Mackay, that happens off the back of all of that. Sometimes we need to simplify it, Rammer, and just break it down to little things like that. Yes, if you've got an evenly matched best versus the best, and they're both outstanding pressure teams, they're both outstanding contested ball teams, both highly skilled teams, okay, some tactical stuff comes in there, match-up base and all of that.
But if you're not good enough to do that, guess what the next phase of the game is? The pressure.
Exactly.
So some pieces of the puzzle back. Harry Mackay back, all of a sudden leading the Coleman by 11. It felt like Tom Hawkins might be able to close that gap against North Melbourne today.
Well, hang on.
Instead, Harry...
North have got a few out.
Hold. Okay. And obviously Charlie Curnow, who for Carlton fans, 2 and a bit years, they've wanted to see him back, and it was just the start last night.
All I needed to see was that one kick. So he's nailed that goal in the... I think it was the first quarter, wasn't it? Or second quarter?
First.
Yeah. He's nailed that goal from 55 metres out off one step, just gone whack, and it didn't dribble through. It comfortably cleared the goal line.
I look at that and go, okay, the power's still there. Because when you've had the injuries that he's had, the knee injuries, you start to lose power in your quads, in your glutes, in your core. But if he's able to still... He didn't have many possessions last night at all, but it wasn't about that.
No, and he needed the run, the confidence and that glimpse. I think as Carlton fans, I don't know if we built up or they built up expectations too much coming into this year. I still thought their best footy is a couple of years off. But we saw at the starting lineup, Harry Mackay at full forward, Charlie Curnow centre forward, Tom De Koning in the ruck,
Sam Walsh in the centre,
Paddy Dow in the middle of the ground as well, playing some of his best footy. Jacob Wiedering
at half back,
down back,
Liam Jones full back.
That type of skeleton of a team.
You can build around that.
You can go somewhere with that. I mean, yes, you've got to put all other elements into it, and they've got to be better for longer and all of that. But there's the skeleton's there. Now, Carlton fans will be frustrated saying, well, we've had a skeleton for a long time. Let's start putting some meat on the bones. But it's there. Those guys can play. Those kids can play.
It's the identity of who Carlton are. So what are you as a football team? Are you a highly skilled, quick, fast-running, fast transition team? Or are you a high-pressure, get the opposition to turn the ball over, go back the other way? What are you? Like, you can't be changing week to week when you're a team in the middle of the ladder. You've got to be consistent in your performance. Teams at the top, Geelong, for example, they're able to change because they're good enough and mature enough to do this. Carlton, they're not there yet. So they've got to be one or the other.
So the Blues obviously got smashed in the hit-outs with Tom De Koning going down by 59, but only lost the clearances by 3. What does it say about David Teague? You touched on it when we were talking about Alistair Clarkson, is that he came out and said, yep, previously on this program, the lead, I would understand if they wanted to reach out to Alistair Clarkson and see where the land lies. Last night, he said, I backed myself in and I backed this playing group in.
Look, he can't say much more than that. Like, of course, what is he going to say? No, I don't think I'm the right man for the job.
But I wanted to hear it.
Yeah.
Because he shouldn't have come out a few weeks ago and said, I'd understand if they reach out to Alistair Clarkson. No. Plant your flag in the ground and say, I'm the coach and I'm going to take this team to success, ultimate success. Believe it.
Yeah, but the beauty of last night is, because the second half against North Melbourne, it looked gone.
Yep.
But to be able to get a response from your team still means that it's the fire is still burning in the players to play for your coach.
And we'll get a chance to come back to the Saints because their season, even though they had a little spurt after the bye, unfortunately they had a chance in the last 3 weeks and they beat the Brisbane Lions back in round 17. They were 8-8, and then they've lost to Port Adelaide, West Coast and Carlton. So they had their chance to try and mount a second-half surge, but it just hasn't eventuated that way. Almost quarter time in Ballarat. It's the Western Bulldogs 5-2-32 to Adelaide 3-3-21. This is the lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Matt Clinch alongside Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. Our match for broadcast today is North Melbourne taking on Geelong, and a key forward who will be hoping to time his run nicely back in the Geelong lineup ahead of finals is Jeremy Cameron. He's been good enough to join us on ABC Sport. Jezza, welcome.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for being on.
Tell us how you're feeling in your Saturday. Obviously, the hamstring injury back in round 16 against the Bombers. How's it coming along?
Yeah, it's going really well. I just actually got back from the club after another good session, so I'm feeling really, really good and confident with my hamstring, which is the main thing, and looking forward to getting back into a bit more training over the next week and seeing how it feels.
Jez, thanks for joining us. First of all, have you put a circle around a week that you'll be due back?
Not really, no. I sort of don't really look into it too much because I tend to go on feel, and I don't really want to, put a circle around the game and then be disappointed because I do love playing and I can't wait to get back out there. I must be honest, rehab's not that much fun. It's pretty boring at times, but everything is going nicely and it shouldn't be too far away at all.
So, Jez, what's the actual injury? Is it just a stock standard strain of the hamstring, or is it something a little bit more or different that you have to really work on? You have to really strengthen other parts of the leg.
It's pretty much a stock standard hamstring. It's just in the same region as what I had early in the year. So I think that's the biggest thing. We need to make sure we improve things as we go, as the season rolls on. And I've been putting in a lot of strength work in the gym this time round, last time, I'm not saying we didn't put in any strength stuff. We worked hard, but we've gone over and beyond right now. And in the last few weeks, it's been really good to get in the gym and really nail it. And then now my running's coming along a lot better than what it was, and I'm feeling really confident, like I mentioned.
Jez, I talked to a few of the guys down there, and they talk about just how much they're blown away by your athletic ability and engine and everything like that. That's not to embarrass you, to pump you up like that. But just with the reoccurring hamstring, is it a case of the pre-season just being interrupted that much when you don't get that base and that foundation of aerobic work, that you're really chasing your tail throughout the season? The pre-seasons are so important now for players.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, Lingy. I think it's something that I've basically got every year of my career. Every pre-season, I've sort of got through pretty much unscathed and done 90-95%. And this year was a little bit different for me because I got held back with my first hamstring. And then from then on in, you can, you managed a little bit more than the other players, and you've got to look after yourself. So I think it definitely is key. It's a hard game to play, and to roll out there and just play after a couple of weeks off is a hard thing to do at times. And, right now, if I had to, I have no doubt about it that I could play. Like, whether that's today or tomorrow, I could play if I had to. It's more about long term and making sure that this doesn't happen again before the season ends.
Jeremy Cameron's joined us on ABC Sport. So, Jez, there was a lot of dialogue after your injury against the Bombers as to who made the final call. Was it you? Was it the doctors? There was comments that you were feeling tight in the hamstring before the game. Ultimately, did you make the final call, and did you wish you had pulled yourself out?
Oh, in hindsight, you just wouldn't play, wouldn't you? But it doesn't work like that. And I've gone to many games over my career tight in my hamstrings, in my back, everywhere, and every player does that every week. It's not an uncommon thing, and we all sort of discussed it as time went on, and as a group made a decision, and I went out there and played, and in hindsight, you just don't play, but. The competitive side of me wants to play, and sometimes, I do need to hold myself back and make the decision, but I felt like I could get through the game, and unfortunately I didn't that night.
So just changing speed a little bit. Obviously you agonised over the move from GWS coming to Geelong. Moving to Geelong, and I know it's still a bit of a hike to where you grew up. Have you found what you're looking for in terms of why you came to Geelong to play your football? You wanted, obviously, one, to be closer to family, but two, was there any more than that? Was it, you can fish and hunt up in New South Wales, but are you still able to do that down in Geelong? Have you actually found what you're looking for in the move?
Oh, definitely. One of the major reasons was my family. It's unfortunate that with COVID and what's happening, it's hard to sort of catch up all the time. But in the first half of the year, that was great to have them back close. But in terms of the things I like to do away from football, I find that much easier down here for sure. In Sydney, you're 2 hours, 3 hours before you get out of the city and to go camping or fishing and that sort of thing. And I still did that, believe it or not, midweek. I would head off on a Wednesday night, 2 days before a game, and stay in the swag in Sydney. But it was hard work, and here it's 10 minutes out the road and you're in the bush. So it is a big difference for me, and I just like the laid-back style of Geelong, and I really do love the place.
Paradise, Rama. That's where he's moved to.
God's country.
Exactly right. Hey, Jez, before we let you go, just with today's game, the 4 changes the Cats have made, but one player making his debut, Nathan Kruger. Can you tell the listeners a little? He's had an interesting story and a long build-up to his debut. Is he likely to start as a key back, taking over from Lockie Henderson?
Yeah, he's an exciting young fella, and I think he's a real vibe around the club. He's always up and about. He's a left footer, Lingy, so he knows how to play the game, and you'll see that he plays with a lot of pace. For a big guy, he loves to take it on, and he will run and carry the ball. He's got a booming left foot, and he's going to be exciting to watch. I can't wait. So I'm going to be, unfortunately, on the couch watching, but it's definitely going to be exciting to watch him, and also Sean Higgins plays 250th today. So hopefully the boys can have a good showing.
Quarter time in Ballarat. It's the Western Bulldogs leading Adelaide by 12 points. Jeremy Cameron's with us. He's up for hospital hand passes, so Jezza, Rammer and Ling are going to fire their best questions at you. Here we go.
No.
It's a hand pass away to Gawn, and then a heavy bump. Sydney State bouncing straight off Viney. Fraser has been completely flattened. That is the definition of a hospital hand pass.
All right, Jez, you've already alluded to it, the fact that you love to get out and fish and get away and camp and all that sort of thing. Can you just clear one thing up? Your teammates dobbed you in over the pre-season, said that you've been known to have a little snooze on the boats in the middle of Corio Bay in the tinny. Is that correct? How many nights over pre-season did you end up sleeping out under the stars in the boat?
Yeah, I slept out there a couple of nights. Obviously in pre-season it's a little bit more flexible, and I take the boat out and anchor her up right in the middle of Port Phillip, and caught a fair few whiting that night, but only took an apple and a bottle of water, so I had to catch myself a feed, otherwise I was going hungry.
I'm interested, Jez, when you spoke about when you're up in Sydney, you said, it took about 2 hours to get out of town to get where you wanted to with the swag. Did you ever just ring Leon and say, oh, look, I'm just stuck out here now. I'll see you in a couple of days' time?
I used to go with Ryan Griffin all the time, and we made a pact, actually, that if we were going to do this 2 days before a game, we need to play well. And we played well for about 4 or 5 games in a row. But I tell you what, one thing never changed, and that was when Leon called us and we were out on the farm. We'd get so nervous because we thought he was onto us, but we never tried to pinch an extra night. No.
The two country boys up forward for the Cats, Hawkins and Jeremy Cameron. Who calls the shots down there? Have you just come in and said, Hawkie, you've had your time, you've done well, congratulations, you finally won a Coleman medal, but my time now?
Oh, I wouldn't say it works like that. There's probably not too many words said. It's more of a look and clash of eyes. I quite often turn around to lead back and see Big Tommy looking at me, and I know exactly what he means, so I get out of the way.
When GWS were trying to keep you up there, they employed a man by the name of Steve Johnson. Now, Steve Johnson thought he was going to be the saviour and keep you in Western Sydney. What was his best recruiting spiel or to you to get you to stay in Sydney with him, Jez?
Oh no, he promised a bit. He He said that the forward line was going to function really well now he was coming back as coach. So he actually told me a number of years ago when I first met Steve that the one place that if you ever were to move would be Geelong. So I found that quite funny, because in when he was trying to keep me up there last year, it was sort of he'd already burnt that bridge.
Don't you know we sent him up there as a double agent for exactly that, Jez?
Is that right? He's a good man, though, Stevie.
Does Paddy Dangerfield have the pick of the forts out of the Geelong boys? It seems like he's settled a very nice property down there.
Yeah, I think, he definitely, he's got a great spot down there on the way to Lawn, down in Moggs, and I've gone past it a couple of times. I tell you what, it's not a bad setup. Never been around there just yet. I think he's still finishing it off, but lovely pad. Jolly's got a nice one down in Barwon Heads too. He has a great setup down there as well. So the boys set up. I need to find somewhere.
Who's the better fisherman, you or Patrick?
No, well, we haven't had a fish off. We haven't had a fish off yet, but he's got the new boat coming. I think he's got the big boat. It's pretty much a ship about to rock up. It's been tangled up with COVID, as everything else has as well, but I think that's due to rock up in around November, so I might have to ask him for a night out in Corio in that one.
Beautiful, Jeremy. Thanks as always for joining us. Good. Look forward to seeing you back on the park.
No worries, guys. Appreciate it. Can't wait.
Jeremy Cameron joining us from the Cats. Thank you, Lee. There is a late change for both sides. Tom Atkins has been replaced by Zach Guthrie. Sean Atley is the sub and Jordan Clark for the Cats. So just on one side, late change there with Tom Atkins replaced by Zach Guthrie. The full call coming up next, Geelong and North Melbourne.
Hi, it's Virginia Trioli.
And David Astle.
We want you to tell us a story.
It must be true, and it must include the line, I have been meaning to tell you.
Yes, our homespun storytelling competition is back. This time, it's part of the Melbourne Writers' Festival.
The best storytellers will work with us to polish their yarn and then perform on stage in the Theaterette at State Library of Victoria.
For details, look for Homespun on the ABC Radio Melbourne website.
Hurry, entries close Sunday, August 1.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow. Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season. Grandstand AFL.
We got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football.
Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today, actually. It's a spectacular contest.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all.
And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
A new day beginning. Breaks the pace. Has a shot. Makes no mistake.
Sends it for home. A sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary. That's a classy finish. That is sensational. Can he slot it through for the finish? Yes, he can.
Right angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuffed an incredible goal.
Tries the bend off. Got him. Takes him to ground.
Backs it out to his second zone argue.
Go to your best players. Go to your match winners.
Plays on Mo down from behind. Holding the ball.
Perfect tackle. It might be a game saver.
Ricochets to Martin. You know the rest. The razzle dazzle has arrived. That is spectacular.
It's a new day. New day. New day. Beginning. On the first kick to goal. Welcome to the big time.
Oh, a great mark. Outside of the boot, Eddie.
Oh, he has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back.
Straightens up towards the goal and brings it back superbly. Here's that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap. He'll go. A ripper from Gripper. That's off a single step and stands to prove.
Grandstand AFL. The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Saturday afternoon footy takes place from Bellerive Oval in Hobart as Geelong look to continue their charge towards finals off the back of 4 straight wins and their first trip to Hobart ever for premiership points, and just their second game in Tassie, their previous trip to Launceston back in 2007. And while North Melbourne may be sitting on the bottom of the ladder with just 4 wins and a draw, the Roos appear to have turned the corner since the bye, having not tasted success since round 9 under David Noble. Their depth again will be tested this afternoon with no Ben Cunnington, Cam Zurhaar or Taron Thomas. The Cats get back in Sean Higgins, who finally gets to celebrate his 250th match, and a sold-out crowd in a reduced capacity of around 10,000 in for this afternoon's match. Also keep you across the action from Ballarat, where the Western Bulldogs 6-3-39 lead the Adelaide Crows 4-3-27. I'm Matt Clinch alongside Joel Peterson to call the action this afternoon. Joel, welcome.
G'day, Clinchy. I called the first match-up between these two sides earlier in the year, and North Melbourne really took it up to Geelong. They were probably outclassed a little bit later in that game, but certainly in the early stages, they took it right up to the Cats. They're undermanned today, the Roos. You've mentioned that they've got a few big outs, including Zurhaar, but coming off such a spirited performance last week against Carlton, they get Geelong down at Hobart, a venue the Cats have never played at. That is going to be a big test for them this afternoon, but at the same time, for this young side that's been pretty encouraging in recent weeks, it's a big opportunity all the same, and looking forward to seeing what they can produce this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Joel. Adam Ramanauskas, welcome again. All of a sudden, North Melbourne's form over the last 4 weeks has been pretty solid.
Well, last 10 weeks. I think they're 4 wins, 5 losses and a draw over the past 10. That's the same as Melbourne, which is quite remarkable when you consider that. So, look, I was really impressed with North last week. They've got... I think they're starting to become a club now with some sort of an identity. I'm really disappointed with the outs. Taron Thomas with that delayed concussion, he was outstanding last week. Outstanding the way he went about his football. So again, I said this last week, I'm looking for the young players and what consistency can we get out of their performance. Luke Davies-Uniacke, can we see another consistent performance out of him? Ben Mackay playing on probably Tom Hawkins. Is he, is he able to handle a matchup like that? He's now, he's into game. What's his 34 games now into his career? So, is he able to handle that matchup? Geelong, on the other hand, they're at that point of the season now where one, they want momentum. But last week against Richmond was a rubbish game. It was a rubbish game. Let's be honest. They did what they had to do and got out of there. But they still need to go in with some level of high performance into a final series. 4 weeks to go, things are going to change. We know the fixture's going to change with everything that's gone on in Queensland. They've got a reasonably healthy list. They'll get Jeremy Cameron back at some stage, but they need momentum.
The chair of our Saturday afternoon team is Mark McCleary's back on deck. Welcome back, sellers.
Hello, boys.
Sun-kissed, beautifully sun-kissed.
Did you miss us at all?
No, not at all. Not at all. Seriously?
A little bit?
No, didn't even think about it.
Not even on a Saturday when you found out we're out of the quaddie?
Well, I was out. I had no range on my phone. I was at a place where a very remote part of the world, and in Australia, of course.
You think about staying there?
Where? At Kimberley?
Where you were, yeah.
No, it's a bit hard. There's no houses. There's nothing there, But it's raw and it's real and it's beautiful. And one of the great trips of my life, I think, so far. So if you ever get a chance, have a crack, because it is a beautiful thing, but it's rugged, it's rough, it's desert. It's just a desert, and there's an oasis on the end of it. So to me, I had a great couple of weeks and really enjoyed it, and was on a fishing boat, and gee whiz, we caught some fish and barramundi, and gee whiz, just magnificent. Tuna, you throw back the ones that you don't want. Only when we just, self-preserve a bit, you know what I mean? You don't have to put them all in the bucket. So it was great. Loved it. If you've ever had barramundi cooked, fresh from the ocean, put it in ice, and then put it in an oven, you've never eaten barramundi before. Seriously.
I think you had a good time, Ramon.
Oh, I did, no doubt. No doubt.
And I washed a couple down too.
Oh,
beautiful.
Good. That's amazing.
Mark McClure alongside Adam Remanascus this afternoon. Matt Clinch and Joel Peterson to call the action. Of course, it's the first Saturday of the Tokyo Olympic Games. Hasn't there been some great storylines from an Australian point of view? Ned Hall has been keeping us updated throughout our weekend coverage. Ned, welcome back.
Thanks, Clinchy. Another gold medal from the pool today. Kaylee McKeown doing the double in the 100 and 200 metre backstroke earlier on today. Terrific performance by her. Emily Seebohm picked up a bronze medal in the same event as well. So terrific performance by them. They've also picked up another bronze in the 4x100 mixed medley relay. Coming in third place there. Both Kaylee McKeown and Emma McKeown competed in that. Emma McKeown is also through to the final of the 50-metre freestyle, setting an Olympic record along the way, beating her own Olympic record that she'd set in the previous round. Kate Campbell also through to that final. She finished 6th fastest to progress. And the final also of the men's 100-metre butterfly, Matthew Temple came 7th in that one. It means Australia, by the way, is now up to 11 gold medals overall for the Games. Still waiting on Matt Wern, who will be picking up his medal tomorrow in the laser class sailing. He's got an unassailable position there, so he's definitely going to get gold. So 11 for the Games already is shaping as one of Australia's best ever. Elsewhere in the athletics this morning, Peter Boll set an Australian record in the 800 metres heats. He's through to the semi-final. He qualified second fastest in his heat with a time of 1:44.13, but Charlie Hunter and Jeff Risley unfortunately do not progress from that one. We've also got some team sports underway at the moment. The Hockey Roos are taking on Argentina in the second period there. It is still scoreless. Unfortunately, the Aussie Sharks taking on Spain, and they're trailing 10 goals to 3 at the moment in that one. And just finally, in the rugby sevens from earlier on today, Australia beat the Russian Olympic Committee team 35-7. They'll play the US in the final match that they'll play at the tournament to decide whether they finish 5th or 6th. In fact, just before throwback, I'll let you know that Cam Smith is on a bit of a surge today in the golf. He's 3 under par for the day. 7 under par overall. That's 4 shots off the overall leader, Xander Schauffele of the United States. He's currently tied for 9th place, Clinchy.
Thanks very much, Ned. Ned Hall there, keeping us across all the action from Tokyo. We'll check in again at half-time. Now, match of broadcast today. North Melbourne taking on Geelong. Midway through the second quarter, it's the Western Bulldogs 6-5-41 leading Adelaide 4-3-27. There is an ABC call of that available via the AFL app if you want to have a listen to that match down in Ballarat. Chris Rowbottom is on the boundary this afternoon for us. Chris, there's one late change with Zach Guthrie out for the Cats. Zach Guthrie coming in and Tom Atkins out. And the subs, Atley and Clark for the respective sides. So paint a bit of a picture as to what conditions are like today.
Yeah, that's right. Just the one late change with Atkins out, as you mentioned, and Guthrie in for the Cats. Atley the sub for North Melbourne, Clark for Geelong. Conditions are pretty good, Clinchy. A healthy portion of blue sky, a little bit overcast, and a couple of light showers predicted for later on this afternoon, but nothing that's going to cause too much chaos. There was some rain about this morning, making things a little bit wet, but everything's all dried out now and conditions are looking pretty good for football this afternoon. Both teams are out on the ground warming up, both wearing their traditional strips, and the crowd is building pretty nicely too. It is a sellout, of course, a capped capacity of 10,000 here at Bellerive, but the crowd is a sellout. Compulsory mask wearing here in Hobart this weekend as well, which is something that Tasmanians haven't really had to deal with during the course of the pandemic. So a little bit of a different feel to this afternoon's game. But all things are going well here in Hobart. Conditions are good. Both teams are warming up and we're awaiting the toss.
Thanks very much, Chris. Chris Rowbottom on the boundary for us this afternoon. North Melbourne and Geelong, so the full match preview. Adam Ramanauskas and Martin McClure. On paper, it feels like this seems a one-sided affair, but North Melbourne have shown in recent weeks that they're a side not to be taken lightly.
Certainly are. And what they're doing, they're both playing for something different. I mean, Geelong are playing for a premiership, and they're playing for some silverware, and they need it to verify what they've been doing in the last few years. They played in the grand final last year, and they got beaten by Richmond up in Brisbane, and they want to win this one. And they got an opportunity. They got plenty of talent around the place. They loaded up with Isaac Smith and a few others around the place to make them better. Cameron as well. You just spoke to Jeremy Cameron and those sorts of guys, and they want to win a premiership. North Melbourne in a different boat. They're looking for respect. They're looking to actually play and play in a game that, and I loved them when they played against Brisbane, and they were 5 goals to 6 at three-quarter time. They were difficult to play against, and they made themselves that. And then all of a sudden they start to spark up and score against some of the weaker sides, which is a really good growth for them. That's what they're after. So there's varying differences in these both sides. North, I don't know if North can win this, but it'd be a great feat if they did. You're not going to beat Tommy Hawkins up there, and you're not going to beat Rowan, and you're not going to beat Close. You're not going to beat all those guys in that area. Cam Guthrie's at his best. Zach Tui playing on a wing's tremendous. And then you've got Dangerfield and Joel Selwood. They've got an enormous midfield and a powerful midfield, and they should win this game. But I'm enjoying watching the young guys from North Melbourne work under David Noble. He's improved them. You can see the improvement coming through. You can see what they're talking about. They put in a young kid today called Ford. They've got a couple of Maloney's in there, Taylor. There's a whole lot of stuff in there that is young. Jai Sinkins has turned into a really good player. They've loaded up their defence with Zeeble, Aaron Hall, Tarrant, those sorts of guys, and also Turner, who can move the ball. So they've been more defensive than they wanted to go. Zeeble is a midfielder who's gone to half-back flank to steady the ship, make it work well. Josh Walker goes back there. Ben Mackay is going to be a player in the future. So they've got some riches, but they just need to get that respect level. And I think they're starting to get it, Rama.
Yeah, and I think that was a long way off halfway through the season with the Kangaroos. When they got to the bye, it was looking like a horrible season. Like North supporters were scratching their head thinking, oh no, what is this? What is this team? What is this football club becoming? But since the bye, they've been really, really good. They've been in games. They haven't been thrashed too often. They're young players. And I spent in the opener, I spoke about in the opener, sellers, about the young players. Jack Marnie, Stevenson, Curtis Taylor, Bailey Dale, Luke Davies-Uniacke, Jai Simpkin. He's still a young player.
But he's good.
R2, Nick Larkey, Ben Mackay, Will Phillips, Tristan Sherry, Eddie Ford. Mate, that's what I'm looking for again today. We know what we're going to get out of Zeeble, out of Luke McDonald, Tarrant, Josh Walker, Todd Goldson. We know what we're getting. So the improvement in North Melbourne's team comes from those young players. Geelong, I want to see a ruthless performance today. I don't want to see them get a lead for 20 or 30 minutes and then just hold it. I want to start seeing ruthlessness from them now and just really driving the foot on the throat and keeping it there for the entire game.
It's interesting that when we're down there and Cookie arced up because they played in so many preliminary finals. But it's not about preliminary finals.
It's about winning.
It's about winning a bit of a trophy.
Yeah.
And seriously, and I was very happy when he did arc up because I thought that was ordinary. You've got to win premierships, and that's what they're after, and they should be after this one.
So we're set to get underway, round 20, North Melbourne taking on Geelong in Hobart. Here's Joel Peterson.
For the first time, the Cats venture to Hobart. Sherry does the ruck work in the middle for North and takes the clearance. Defensive hand passes forward towards Stevenson. Smith there at half-back for the Cats has a go. North kicking to the river end to start us off after Jack Zeeble won the toss in the middle. Sean Higgins was in there playing game 250 against his former side this afternoon. A ball up at right half forward for North Melbourne. Sherry's up in ruck. Stanley controls it down, taken by Cam Guthrie, tumbles it along the boundary line looking for Dalehouse. It bounces over and out between the wing and half forward for the Roos.
The Ballarat, it's the Western Bulldogs 7-6-48, leading Adelaide 4-3-27. Thrown back in. Selwood tries to fight for it, and Dangerfield as it hits the ground. Got the hand pass to Parford, back to Selwood, to Cam Guthrie, lost it. Higgins tries to slide in for the Cats, slipped over on his backside, gets a hand pass back out to Dangerfield, hard against the boundary. Good pressure from North. Parford around the boundary line with a hand pass to Isaac Smith. Drives the long ball towards Hawkins. In front position, Mackay brought it to ground. Hawkins scraps for it at ground level. Jack Zeeble over the top. Knocked it out. Cam Guthrie couldn't take it cleanly on 50. Now a chance for Higgins. He's dragged down. And Walker with a hand pass to Anderson. Creative on the outside of the boot. Got it to Scott, who marks it right half back and got a bump into the shoulder from
50 metre. He got a 50 metre penalty too, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He's down on all fours and slow to rise after that bump to the shoulder.
Hurt him.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we take it from half back to half forward though.
And it was late.
But pretty robust customer as well. I wouldn't want to run into him. So Bailey Scott, career high 26 disposals last week for the Roos.
He was terrific last week, Bailey Scott. His best game for the club.
Getting his wind back just in front of the centre square. Kicks inside the 50 and the tall timber of Geelong intervenes. It's Tom Stewart, who as he so often does, marks defensively. Spreads it out wide to Tui on over the top for Selwood, who was subbed out of the game last week with the core quad, but has come up for today for Geelong. Chips it around inside the defensive 50 now to Henry, who goes on to the debutant in Kruger, the Victor Harbour product from southern South Australia on the limestone coasts. They exit the defensive 50 through Kolajasny, who tumbles one along the boundary line. Blitzarves and Turner collide with each other, and then the interchange steward over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in centre wing broadcast side.
We saw North Melbourne's first inside 50 there with Bailey Scott. Their challenge today is going to be separating Geelong's defenders. They've been so good for so long, not kicking to those guys when they are, Tom Stewart, Kolajasny, the list goes on obviously with the Cats. So making sure they're getting one-on-one targets going inside forward 50.
Secondary stoppage as Dangerfield tried to break clear. Hand pass to Selwood, pinched by Davies Uniacke and North. Kicks towards a vacant goal mouth. It's on the bounce. It bounces and gets there. North Melbourne with the opening goal in Hobart. Able to seize the opportunity and steer it through. And Jai Simpkin have the Roos on the board here against the highly fancied Cats.
Well, terrific play there out of the stoppage for North Melbourne. Really caught the Cats napping. And this is, again, you look at this stoppage here. There's multiple numbers around. Davies Uniacke starts with Cam Guthrie. Then he's able to force the smother of Selwood's handball. But this is what I've been liking from Davies Uniacke. He's starting now to use his legs coming out of the contest. Now he's a very good runner, very quick, very powerful, beautiful kick of the football. He's got that awareness around him now. He's not rushing his disposal there. He knew there was no one sitting in that goal square. So he bounced it through for a goal. Good play, good pressure.
North kicked 3 of the first 4 when these two sides met in round 5 at Cardinia Park. Got the jump on the Cats, and they've done it here at Hobart. The bounce is a long way awry in the middle, back over the head of Brett Rosebery.
If you think you're going to get easy ball against North, think
Not
again.
now.
Think again, because they are awkward to play against.
Even without Cunnington, the addition of Anderson in the last couple of weeks has bolstered their midfield. He's on the end of the tap from Sherry. Somehow got it to Simpkin, who tumbles the kick forward for the Roos. It'll be chased down by Selwood. Right leg heavily strapped. Cleverly paddles it on to Stewart. Broadcast wing for the Cats. Drives Geelong toward half forwards. Turners across to fist it straight up in the air toward the boundary line, where Zeeble takes it over as if he was scoring a try run.
Joel Selwood's got the old school Paul Roos mattresses on the on both thighs. So Paul Roos used to wear those bike shorts with the big padding in them for a lot of his career. That's what Joel Selwood's wearing today to protect that corky from last week.
Thrown in a left half forward for the Cats. Sherry used his body well to get it down to Anderson. Kicked up to the wing. But Zach Guthrie was waiting for that kick. Takes the intercepting mark for the Cats. Into the middle of the ground for Buse. Takes it just to the right of the centre circles. In the middle of Bellreeve Oval. Looks out towards half forward. To a one-on-one. Tui and Dumont. Dumont deemed to be over the shoulder, and Zach Tui has it right on 50, which is not beyond him.
No, he's got the distance this early in the game. Now, conditions, doesn't look like there's much wind, so Zach Tui's got the long hair, and the hair's pretty still there, fellas. We'd love hair like that again.
It's a wig, I think.
We'd love hair like that, but he looks confident. He looks confident. Yeah, it is, mate. There's no doubt.
I think it's more the mow he's taken especially.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Pride in. The gingery orange colour. Zach Tui from outside 50 to strike for the Cats first. It's offline to the left. It won't be a score. In front position, Mackay flew. Zeeble fires a hand pass out. An awkward landing for North Melbourne as Davies Uniac kicks out on the full. So Geelong will take it back at left half forward. North Melbourne a goal to Geelong yet to score.
Henry retreats defensively to Stewart on the AFL logo. Cuts the kick in fields. Finds Kruger, who goes to the back edge of the centre circles for Buse for Geelong. He wants to flick it on to the outer side, the hillside, where Mark Blitzarves has got the footy. Held up behind the mark for the Cats. Kicks to half forward. Narkles on the lead. Kick and a half from home at right half forward for Geelong. Chips it short. Again finds Tui. Called to play on. Has to retreat by hand. Selwood pokes it inside the 50. Stretching to mark is Menegola. 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle for the Cats.
And that's what the Cats are good at. Keeping the ball off the opposition, chipping it round, pushing you sideways and backwards and all over the place until they can find a space. And Menegola is just right in front. He should get this one quite comfortably.
He's much like Tui, a thumping kick of the footy, Sam Menegola. 9 goals, 6 on the season from his 16 games. He'll have to kick from just inside the arc. Lets it go on the right boot, drifting left to right, not quite enough. First score for Geelong is a minor one. They trail by 5 points, and we've played 7 minutes in the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Just clicked on the radio, 3 matches to take place in Queensland have been postponed. The Gold Coast and Melbourne, Essendon and Sydney and GWS and Port Adelaide. Zach Guthrie takes the intercepting mark at left half forward for Geelong, who are trying to lock the ball inside their forward 50. Veers out to the right and sends it long in the direction of Gary Rowan and Ratugolea. Spoiled down to the front. A chance for Taylor, couldn't pick it up cleanly for North, and now on all fours fires the hand pass out in front of Hall and Anderson. Anderson slides in, trying to knock the footy clear. Hit it too wide for McDonald, close in the long sleeves, trying to fight for it. Rowan somehow emerges with it, got it to Menegola, to Stanley, now to close on the right boot. From 45, puts it to the goal mouth. Ratugolea 2-on-1, almost pulled in the mark. Tarrant comes up with it for North. Hand pass to Dumont and now to Hall. Back to Tarrant, and North are out of defence.
Tarrant, one of the inclusions for North this week. It was an awful kick, Salas, straight down the throat of Blitzarves, who marks in front of Goldstein in line with the front edge of the centre square. Directs some traffic, pokes it short to the front point of the square for Jack Henry.
Going to make a mistake, make it long.
60 metres from home. Henry sends it to the hot spot. Ratugolea in the pack, almost pulled it in. Did he get a free kick? I think a bigger Sava was interfered with. No, Gary Rowan was blocked for a run in the marking contest, and he'll have it at full forward for Geelong.
It's a good problem when you've got such a big player like Ratugolea down there that just plants himself in a contest. and you've got two North Melbourne players going up against him. And Jeremy Cameron's still to come back into this team, obviously. It's a nice problem for the Cats to have.
Pretty imposing stuff. Gary Rowan doesn't miss from the set shot often. That kick, no exception. He puts through Geelong's first of the game. 9 minutes played opening term at Bellerive Oval. And the Cats hit the front by a point on Grandstand AFL. Your experts are Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas.
And again, Sal's mentioned that. Geelong, when they go inside forward 50, they like to go deep. And why they go deep more often than not with those kicks is because they then set up behind the ball with their defenders. So North Melbourne come out, they kick the ball straight to Reece Sandley, Sellers.
Yep.
The ball goes back in again. Now what happens with defenders when they just get tired? And they make silly little mistakes like that. Like, that's Kane Turner there. Holding on to Gary Rowan at the front of that contest because he's getting tired, because the ball's been down there for 4 or 5 minutes.
He's not easy to play on Gary Rowan. He's quick, he's tall, and seriously dangerous sometimes. He doesn't have over-possession. He only gets 8 or 10 a game, but they're dangerous ones.
Kicked a goal last week in their win over the Tigers. It was all Tom Hawkins and Asava Radigalea dominating in front of goal. Back in the middle, Stanley wins down the tap for the Cats. Cam Guthrie after it, can't clear. A chance for Phillips. Got it, McDonald run down. Close, got him.
This is why
He'll win a free kick.
Well, this is why this young man's staying in the team. You know, he's not necessarily hitting the scoreboard too much, but his pressure, his forward half pressure, Brad Close, has been enormous for the Cats.
In the long sleeves, kicks Geelong towards half forward. It's a wide kick as Dumont tries to tap it away from Rowan. Works it with Hall, who got it from Walker, and now a chance for North to kick up to the outer wing. Sherry trying to slide in. Great spoil from Kruger. On to Boo, spoils the ball out of play for a boundary throw-in. Cats leading by a point, early stages opening term.
Kruger already looks like he's slotted into that defence quite nicely. Tall,
good size,
agile, can move.
Had a knee injury that
Cats love it.
Kept him out last year. He was overlooked in the 2017 draft, picked up in 2018 and getting his chance for the Cats this afternoon. Phillips along the boundary line, centre of the outer wing for North. Tumbles it to Scott, threw it out of the contest, not paid by the umpire. Taken by Narkle of the Cats' defensive side of the wing. Handball to Buse, kick along the boundary line. Dumont knocks it down for North Melbourne. Dangerfield accosts him, then got it to Guthrie. Handball to Higgins. Hawkins a long way from home up on the wing. Handball back to Dangerfield. Cuts in a line on the AFL logo. Pumps it inside forward 50 for Geelong, but it was a shallow entry and ill-directed. Ben Mackay is able to mark in defence for the Roos. Goes short to Hall. In turn goes short to Simcoe.
North trying to bring it through the corridor. The umpire might have got in the way of Anderson there. Allowed Dangerfield to gather for the Cats. Towards half forward. Got the hand pass to Rowan and then back to Stewart in the middle of the ground. He kicks wide to Isaac Smith, who marks it left half forward for Geelong. So after North kicked the opening goal through Luke Davies-Uniacke, it's been all Geelong in the last 5 minutes or so. Isaac Smith trying to dance around. Walker on the mark. Didn't get all that far, but put it towards the teeth of goal. Up Todd Goldstein. Sport it back towards the goal mouth. Radicalia up against the boundary, can't pick it up, and it goes out of play.
The kicking efficiency now, 75 Geelong, 43 to North Melbourne. So they're not controlling the ball well. Geelong are controlling it beautifully.
Problem is, it's disposal at the moment. Geelong 51, North Melbourne only 25.
Yeah, but that 43% of that.
Correct, yeah.
Cats by a point through 12 minutes. Here's Higgins in the pocket, dribbles it toward goal. Tried to find the finish in game 250. And just put it across the face. Cats lead 2 points. As Sean Higgins from the left forward pocket just couldn't find what would have been a very, very classy finish.
There's certainly a difference in the talent pool.
Ball straight down the middle, finds Phillips, who takes the mark at centre half back. Comes through the middle to Larkey. 7 goals last week. Hand pass to Anderson and then works it forward. Pollock with a good kick towards half forward, and here's a chance for North. Showing great dash as they get inside 50. Swinging shot on goal to the right, misses. As Eddie Ford getting a crack at just his second game from Yarraville Seddon. He's the sub back in round 16 against the Western Bulldogs, offline to the right, a minor score. So Geelong leading by a point. 1-2-8 plays North Melbourne 1-1-7.
Kruger, the lefty, wobbles the kick in, being entrusted with the duty from full-back. Got it to Narkle, who was tackled by Robbie Tarrant. Taken by Taylor. He was accosted by Guthrie. Roos slam it back toward half forward. Selwood chases after it. Taylor the other way for North. Ends up with Joel Selwood. Handball along the boundary line. Views, did he walk it over this? He did, trying to share it with Selwood. And a ball in at right half forward for North Melbourne.
For all their little mistakes, North, they're 1 point down.
The Roos kicking to the river end to start us off. And as you say, Salas, they're very much in the contest in the early stages. Blitzarves up in ruck for the Cats, slaps it toward the boundary line out in front of the interchange.
This is what I'm talking about. Geelong can choke the life out of you, but not score. And that's why I've still got that little slight question mark over Geelong. Now, they're dominating this game now, dominating possession, dominating field position. They should have had a couple of more goals on the board by now.
Thrown back in, close, comes up with it for Geelong, tackled by Stevenson. Umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt that he couldn't knock it out, locked to his chest. Quickly throws it up, it splits out some Goldstein battle. Goldstein flicks it down to Taylor, lost the footy though. Geelong through Cam Guthrie, kicks around the boundary line to half forward, Radagalier up.
It's a free kick.
Tarrant right there with him.
Should be a free kick.
And there were 2 whistles, and one was for a free kick, and Asava Radagalier will take it up left half forward, right where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary.
A free kick for chopping the arms there with Robbie Tarrant and Radagalier.
Comes inboard to Blitzarves at left half forward, drives a long kick to a congested forward 50. Rowan, the marking target, punched away by Walker. A chance for Zach Guthrie's hand pass looking back for Rowan Hart against the boundary. Retreats back to Narkland, now to Hawkins almost on 50. Kicks inboard to Dalhouse, juggles the mark. In the right forward pocket, 45 metres out from goal. They're able to find the right option.
Good work by Hawkins. He's a big man on his left foot, punches it back inside, and Dalhouse is a good mark. They just keep finding a target.
6 goals, 11 so far this season for Luke Dalhouse, so you'd imagine there'll be competition for spots as we get closer to finals, and he'd be keen to put his best foot forward. Part of that would be finishing in front of goal. Luke Dalhouse, 45 metres out, strikes it pretty well, but it drifts to the right-hand side, and a minor score. So Geelong by 2 points. Meanwhile, at Ballarat, it's the Western Bulldogs 9-8-62, leading Adelaide 4-4-28. Almost half-time there.
Zeeble brings it into Stevenson for the Roos, guides the kick to the wing, where Jared Pollock's marked. Playing game number 5 of the season after an injury-interrupted campaign. Chips up the line. Called to play on North as they bang it down towards Zach Guthrie. Marnie's in there after the footy for the Roos. Stevenson shared it with Scott, dragged down without it. Menengola went in there and got it for the Cats. Handball to Tui. Handball back to College Asney. Now to Buse. Curls one along the outer side wing, and Luke McDonald, the reigning best and fairest for North Melbourne, takes the intercept mark. Swings it inside the defensive 50 to Tarrant. Now to Zeeble. The Roos will exit straight up the corridor from Zeeble. Turned it over straight to Isaac Smith.
Gets the hand pass to Close, who moves it to Dalhouse. Tackle, but got the hand pass forward to Hawkins. Back to Close, who's going to chip it back out to the broadcast side where Smith takes the mark. Isaac Smith dashing forward. Long ball towards Cam Guthrie, who flies behind Asava Radagalier and comes down with a mark. I'm sure he wasn't the intended marking target, but it was no small feat to end up with a footy in his hands.
Yeah, but it's the right place to put the ball, Sellers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Long, deep inside forward 50 again, whether it's Radagalier or Guthrie who's marked the ball. It's a dangerous position, and it throws all North Melbourne defenders out.
Averaging 30 disposals this season, leading the charge in the midfield. He's going to just kick it to the goal line and lets it go through. As Patrick Dangerfield was standing on the goal line and just watched it sail through. Very unusual, but Geelong had their second goal, and perhaps some slack work from North Melbourne not even putting anyone on the goal line. But 2-3-15 to the Roos, 1-1-7. The Cats open up a slight advantage.
And their possessions at 77-40. That's a massive difference. 37 different, more possessions in 20 minutes of this game so far, or under 20 minutes of this game. They've controlled the ball very, very well. They haven't scored well, but they're actually just massaging them at this moment and trying to work them over. That kick to the top of the square is a dangerous kick, as Rama said. It's one that Radagalier should have probably taken, but Guthrie was in a better position and did it easy. But this kick is almost... What is that?
Well, he was kicking it to Gary Rowan.
Gary Rowan.
Gary Rowan. I love that from Guthrie. Your teammate's in a better position, kick it to him. No one's there.
The best part was he looked at him afterwards and said, he didn't even mark it. What am I bothering kicking it to you for? It was a strange moment for both sides, really. From the restart, Davies Uniacke chases it down defensively for the Roos. Hall comes up with it, handball to Sherry, tumbles it forward, bounced off the chest of Tom Stewart, and then he did lose the flight of the ball. Marnie tracks it down for the Roos. From the centre circles, kicks inside the 50, looking for Ford, knocked away from him. Cam Guthrie's there to share it with brother Zach. Down the line to Close, who speedily hands it off to College Asney for the Cats. He kicks toward Radagalia up on the lead. Couldn't mark. Simpkins there for North Melbourne to collect defensive side of the wing. Shares the 1-2 with Aaron Hall by hand. Hall cuts it in, board, another turnover. And this time Blitzards has got it on the AFL logo.
He's a good ball mover, Hall. They've made a few mistakes from halfback.
Blitzards into the middle for College Asney, who looks to spread it further to Buse. He can get the hand pass to Tui at right half forward. Pokes the kick into the pocket, and Menengola takes the mark.
So Menengola's going to have a shot at goal here, but you don't mind the mistake, Sellers, if they're trying something through the middle of the ground. Now, okay, the execution wasn't there. Blitzards cut it off, but you can see what the method is. That North Melbourne, they're trying to break open North Geelong through the middle of the ground with their run and carry. Geelong are just awake to it at the moment.
Menengola hard in the right forward pocket. It's not a bad effort. It's just the wrong side of the right goalpost and a minor score. So the Cats are peppering well and truly on top. They're 2-4-16 to North Melbourne 1-1-7.
I'm sure David Noel will be talking about that at quarter time, though. Hey, you've got to be careful with this. If you're going to make a mistake, make it long. Get it out of there.
There is the kick up the corridor from Aaron Hall. That one was well directed. A scything ball to Jaden Stevenson, who marks on the back point of the square. He shares it out wide to the broadcast side for Bailey Scott. In front of the interchanges, hide up against the boundary line. Scott kicks along the line. Stewart couldn't take the mark. Taylor there for North Melbourne. Run down as he got rid of it by Zach Guthrie. Hughes intercepts for the Cats, shares it by hand with Cam Guthrie, switches it across the defensive 50 to Menegola. A low kick to the back point of the square finds Hawkins as the Cats run it outside the defensive 50 through Higgins, and now Menegola. Handball knocked down by Bosanova Lungi, who eyes the sticks from 45, and R2 goes for home. The intervention from R2, who kicks his first AFL goal in fine style in game number 10 and brings North Melbourne back within 3 points. 2-4-16 the Cats, 2-1-13 the Roos. 21 minutes gone opening term.
I better go with R2.
Yeah.
Okay. Bosanolagi. It's exciting for the young man. Comes into the side. He's a really good young kid. He's quick by looking, and he did the right thing. Tried to pressure the handballer, because you know they're going to give it off. You know they're going to do this and all those sorts of things. So well done to him. But the little things in the back half which have hurt them are short passes. They've knocked over 3 in a row coming out of the back half, and they've got their best ball movers in the back half, which is Hall, Zeeble, Turner, those sorts of guys who really move the ball well, and they've missed targets, which has been their problem. And they're still in the game, only 3 points down.
Inside 50s, 12-7, but North able to get one back there. Back in the middle, Selwood slipped over, trying to get the hand pass to Parfitt, who threw a boot at it. He can't get it clear as he locked up in the middle of Bellreeve Oval, and the umpire will throw it up. Meanwhile, at Ballarat, it's the Western Bulldogs leading by 35 points over the Adelaide Crows, having led by 12 at quarter time. Josh Bruce with 2 goals and Jamara Ugle-Hagan with 2 as well. Here's a chance for the Roos. Davies Uniacke with a long kick towards Goldstein at the top of the goal square, bouncing back towards the goal mouth. Ford was lurking. Kruger was able to rush it through for a minor score. So good composure there. The Cats lead is 2 points. 20 minutes gone, opening term.
Been lively to start, Stuart.
Clearance have won. North have won 7-5 in the clearances, so they're not getting beaten in all areas. That's just one of them that they're winning.
Stewart has the kick in duties here, sends it long toward the broadcast side. Blitzards up uncontested in the end. Sherry looked at the umpire, wanted a free kick. Blitzards in the meantime, handballed off to Narkle, to Stanley, to Parfitt, who got run down. The Cats turn it over. Long kick up the line is going to be turned over in turn to Tom Stewart, who peels off and takes the mark on the back 50. Shares it to the top of the defensive goal square to Henry for the Cats, and now to Jake Kolajasny, getting the first chance to play an AFL game in his home state, the Launceston product. Chips it short to Blitzards inside the defensive 50 and now on to Hawkins. The Cats by 2 points. We've played 23 minutes in the opening term.
The voice of Joel Peterson alongside Matt Clinch calling the action. Adam Ramanaskas and Mark McClure, your experts. Chris Rowbottom on the boundary. Tom Hawkins from half-back up towards Radicale. Couldn't pull in the mark. Higgins gathers front and centre. 1-2 with Dalhouse. Back to Higgins in game 250. Cleverly chips his kick into the middle of the ground and Selwood takes the mark. Looks towards half-forward. Sends a long kick. Great mark. Stanley used his body well to pull in the mark against Sherry. 60 out from goal. Left half-forward. Sends it long towards the teeth of goal. Flying in from the side. Ben Mackay takes the mark.
Oh, he's in a really good spot. He didn't have an opponent there, Ben Mackay, so got in the most dangerous spot where that kick was. Takes a really good intercept mark.
Trent Dumont with it in the back 50 for North. Cuts a low footy short to Davies-Uniacke towards the top of the defensive arc. North with the first goal of the game, Geelong with the next two. The Roos with an answer through Boston Overlungi. Davies-Uniacke sends it out wide to Stevenson. Right half back for North Melbourne comes in board to Simpkin. 30 plus in 4 of the 5 games he's played in Tassie this year. He doesn't mind the crisp air of the Apple Isle, Jai Simpkin. And the Roos are just patiently moving the footy up the wing in front of the interchange gates. Here's Davies-Uniacke. He goes in board again. And North Melbourne possessing it through Dumont.
You've got to be good to do this, Sellers, against Geelong.
You do, but you can't go through the middle of the ground because you see they've blocked it all off. They're pushing to the boundary. And here we go.
Kick, partially smothered by Close. It ricochets off the chest of Selwood and rolls out in front of Close.
See, so North Melbourne are trying to move the ball surgically here, trying to be perfect. They're probably just not quite ready to do that within their development yet. I'd prefer them still just taking that centre corridor on as much as they can. Geelong, they'll just wear you down with boredom in the end, make you kick up and down the line.
But you've got to mark and roll there.
Yeah.
You can't stop.
Correct.
Chris Rowbottom on the boundary.
Yeah, we saw Bailey Scott receive that 50-metre penalty early in the term when he copped that knock from Brandon Parfitt. He's currently getting assessed on the boundary line by a trainer who's applying a stethoscope to his lower back, so there might be an internal worry there for Bailey Scott.
Thanks, Chris. Hall moves it through the middle of the ground from half-back into the middle to Marnie. The half-pass to Anderson. He turns it over. Zach Guthrie takes the intercepting mark for Geelong at centre half-back. Kicks out towards Dalhouse, out-manoeuvred by Taylor. Reid takes it for North Melbourne at right half-forward. So 13 to the 8 the inside 50s Geelong's way. The North haven't taken a mark inside 50. Crucial kick here. Stewart just sets himself in front of Larkey, but a free kick going North's way and Larkey will take it.
He's pushed by Blitzevs.
They still haven't taken a mark inside 50, but they will get a shot here. Nick Larkey out to the right, only about 35 metres out. But coming off a career best 7 goals last week against the Blues. And all of a sudden a chance for North to hit the front late in the opening term here, despite Geelong's dominance. Nick Larkey growing into the main man role. He puts it through from the right forward pocket to keep his momentum, and North Melbourne's firing. The Roos return to the lead, and they lead by 4 points approaching quarter time. 3-2-20 to Geelong 2-4-16. On ABC Sport, you with Mark McClure and Adam Ramanaskas.
Well, you kick the ball to dangerous spaces. The defence don't work it very well either. And Blitzavs pushed his Larkey in the back, pushed him out of the way, so he was trying to protect Stewart. And we all understand that rule, but you cannot have your hands all over Larkey and pushing him out of the way. And that's what defenders do. They get worried about it. They don't want to get their man to get a goal. But all of a sudden, free kick, and Larkey finishes off. 7 last week, in the right position again this week. Kick the ball long to the forwards if you can give them a chance. And I'd like to see it lower too sometimes, so you give them a real chance. It doesn't give the whole pack to come over the top of them. So well done, North. You know what? North are in front. Yeah. Would you believe it?
But this is the problem with Geelong.
They muck around too much.
Correct. They don't score when they're dominating.
Back in the middle, Goldstein wins the tap, but it's Narkle who can push Geelong forward here. He's turned it over by foot, and it's taken by Pollock, defensive side of the AFL logo for the Roos. Guides the left foot kick up the line, but straight to Zach Guthrie for the Cats. Now he looks to shift the ball aggressively into the centre corridor. Does so, finds the marker to Higgins. He sends it wide to the hillside in front of the scoreboard, finds Tui for Geelong. He goes on over the top to right half forward for Guthrie. 70 from home, pokes it to the edge of the 50. Up to meet it was Hawkins. Got it around the corner to Dalhouse. Poked it to close. That was a lovely measured pass, and Brad Close leading up at the footy, marks falling down 30 metres out, 45-degree angle right of centre.
Well, over 118 on 19 possessions for 2 goals. I mean, seriously?
It is the thing, like, Brad Close probably kicks this goal, so they go into quarter time with the lead. There I go, oh, they got the lead.
Yeah.
But
how much could they have?
Correct.
So Brad Close starts his approach. Kicks from 35 and hooks it horribly.
They've got no practice of kicking goals, have they?
Out of bounds on the full. And the Cats still trail by 4.
It's incredible.
So Todd Goldstein to take the free kick up against the behind post. He'll kick across the face. Walker takes the mark. And that'll do us for quarter time. And despite Geelong's dominance at patches in their opening term, it's North Melbourne who lead by 4 points. At Bellreeve Oval in Hobart. So the Kangaroos, they've led at quarter time in their last 3 matches by 2 points against Carlton last week and by 10 points against the Bombers the week before. So the Roos, despite being 18th on the AFL ladder, are doing their bit to show that the path is right for David Noble. So North Melbourne 3-2-20, leading Geelong 2-4-16. The goals for the Roos have come through Davies Uniacke, Boston Valungi and Larkey. Meanwhile, for Geelong, their goals have come through Cam Guthrie and Gowie Rowan. Meanwhile, down in Ballarat, it's the Western Bulldogs leading Adelaide by 35 points. Josh Bruce with 2 goals, Jamara Ugle-Hagan with 2 goals. And in that second quarter, the Western Bulldogs got on top with 19-5 inside 50. So the Bulldogs 5-3-63, leading Adelaide 3-3-28. It's all unfolding on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Now, where was I up to in Wakefield? Wait, I can set up a free ABC account. Charlie, Pickering, too easy. So soon, when we open iView, we'll be asked to create an ABC account. You'll still get all the same great content that's already on ABC iView, and you'll get recommendations based on what you watch, so it's easier to find the content you love.
For more information about your free ABC account, head to abc.net.au/ABC account.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Secondary stoppage as Dangerfield tried to break clear. Half-pass to Selwood, pinched by Davies Uniacke and North. Kicks towards a vacant goal mouth. It's on the bounce. It bounces and gets there. North Melbourne with the opening goal in Hobart.
Henry sends it to the hot spot. Rowan was blocked for a run in the marking contest, and he'll have it at full forward for Geelong. Gary Rowan doesn't miss from the set shot often. That kick, no exception.
Gets the hand pass to Close, who moves it to Dalhouse. Tackle, but got the hand pass forward to Hawkins. Back to Close, who's going to chip it back out to the broadcast side where Smith takes the mark. Isaac Smith dashing forward. Long ball towards Cam Guthrie, who flies behind Asava Radikalia and comes down with a mark. He's going to just kick it to the goal line and lets it go through.
Hughes intercepts for the Cats, shares it by hand with Cam Guthrie, switches it across the defensive 50 to Menegola. A low kick to the back point of the square finds Hawkins as the Cats run it outside the defensive 50 through Higgins, and now Menegola. Handball knocked down by Bossanova Lungi, who eyes the sticks from 45, and R2 goes for home.
Crucial kick here. Stewart just sets himself in front of Larkey, but a free kick going North's way, and Larkey will take it.
He's pushed by Blitzevs.
They still haven't taken a mark inside 50, but they will get a shot here. Nick Larkey growing into the main man role. He puts it through from the right forward pocket.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
North with the last 2 goals of the quarter to lead by 4 points at quarter time. 3-2-20 to the Cats, 2-4-16. Matt Clinch alongside Joel Peterson calling the action. Mark McClure and Adam Romanascus, your experts.
Well, it's been an interesting start to the game, and we look at a side who's dominating the game, which is 120 possessions, 120 to 73, and they're 5 points behind or something. What is it? How many points behind? Yeah, 4 points behind. 4 points behind with no impact. Great stat sheet. We've all got kicks, we've all got marks, we've all got handball, but no impact whatsoever. So they're not, and they've had 8 tackles for the game, for the quarter. Now that is pathetic for mine. 8 to 10. So it's just been chipping around and fiddling around, and they need to change the way they play. If they want to, they've got to practice to be perfect to win these games in finals. And I don't care who you're playing against, the worst side of the competition or the best. You still have to play it exactly the same way. You can't switch and change every game you play. So for mine, I think they're just fiddling around. I think they can still win the game quite comfortably, but North aren't easy to play against. They force you to actually move the ball and chip it around and do all those sorts of things. But you know what? Why don't you take them on? Why don't, and I'm sure that Chris Scott will be saying this, any chance we can just take these blokes on and just wipe them out with power, because you've got so much talent in your hands in front of you with this group. And you want to win a premiership? You're not going to win it this way. And that's why they have lost so many finals in the period of time over the last 10 years. To me, it's been a very ordinary quarter by Geelong. And you can see what North are trying to do, Rammer. You can see how they're trying to play and how they're trying to improve. And I'm enjoying that part.
Look, Geelong, and I said this a number of times, they don't score when dominating within long periods of the quarter. So they've had 6 scoring shots and they had 15 inside 50s. So they've had nearly 50 more possessions than the opposition sellers, as you mentioned.
47 more disposals, 5 more contested, 44 uncontested, 6 more inside 50s, 5 marks inside 50 to 0, and 2 more clearances, and they trail by 4 points.
Yeah. And this is just my slight question mark over Geelong, is that the real brutal teams, when they've got that level of dominance in a quarter, they put you to the sword. They just go, wham, game over, see you later. This game should be 7 or 8 goals to maybe 1 or 2. Really, if you look at the level of dominance.
Yeah, but they just don't push it to the right spot. They're not isolating. I mean, it's just, to me, I've watched Geelong do this for a long, long time, haven't we? And they'll beat most sides. They won't beat the big boys.
Get you to finals, but does it win your grand finals?
Doesn't look like it to me.
The ruthless nature in which the Cats haven't been able to showcase in that first quarter. So Hall with 9 disposals, Buse with 8, Cam Guthrie with 8, Sean Higgins with 8 for their respective sides. As we get the second quarter underway, Stanley wins down the tap. Simpkino sharks it, got it forward towards Turner. A chance here for Stevenson in the middle of the ground for North. Cute chip kick to Goldstein right on 50. He turns and thinks about going himself. It's right to the goal line. Sherry's there and punched through by Tom Stewart. So a 5-point lead North Melbourne's way. I just want to get to Chris Rowbottom with an update on Bailey Scott and Luke Davies-Uniacke.
Yeah, LDU went down to the rooms just in the last couple of minutes of that first term. He has emerged, though, and he started back in the middle of the ground. Bailey Scott looks to be okay as well.
Thanks, Chris. The Cats are going coast to coast here. Stewart wobbled an absolute sack to Parfitt, who looked up and spotted Tom Hawkins on a long lead inside 50. 2 kicks end-to-end for Geelong. Hawkins marks 48 metres out, 45-degree angle to the left.
Well, hallelujah. That's what they should be saying.
Taking it on, Sellers.
About time, isn't it?
Absolutely. Cats fans will like the look of that. I like the look of the ball in the hands of this man. Took him until the last quarter when these two sides met in round 5 to kick his first goal. From 51 metres out, Tom Hawkins with a beautiful set shot that just falls at the last moment, and he's fisted into the point post. He shakes his head as he goes back to set up in the zone. The lead of the Roos cut to 4 points.
Quickly brought back into play to Davies-Uniacke, who got it from Zeeble, and out to Bailey Scott. So good to see him back out there. Chips it inboard to Aaron Hall, who leads the way. Possession number 11 coming up for North Melbourne. Playing across half back and having some great numbers. Into the middle of the ground. Bossavalangi takes the mark. This is where North have turned the ball over in the opening term, so trying to make sure they choose the right option. Bossavalangi does exactly that, turns it straight over to Joel Selwood. A gift for the Geelong captain, who was stationary and took the intercepting mark. Back in the side after being subbed out early against Richmond last week. Well, early, it was in the third quarter. Short to Buse, who spreads the ball wide to left half forward. Dangerfield has it. Corralled by Turner, sends a long ball toward the seat to goal. Rowan came charging out, spoils it to the front, does his own roving, tackled and brought down, great tackle. Comes the way of Smith, who throws it onto the boot.
Higgins.
It was Higgins. Sean Higgins in game 250. The quick reaction was able to guide it through the major opening. Missed last week after a late withdrawal with knee soreness. And Geelong return to the front early in the second quarter.
Oh, he charges out of this ball, Gary Rowan. There, and then just... Oh, just,
That's incorrect
yeah.
disposal, but still.
North are unlucky there not to get a holding the ball, but you know, Higgins at the front of that pack, just waiting for Gary Rowan to eventually get the ball out and snaps over the shoulder for a goal. But what I love there is Dangerfield. So Dangerfield takes the mark and plays on straight away. In the first quarter, they'll take it to mark and standing there to get the photo taken, sellers. So that's the beauty of Dangerfield. He always wants to take the game to you. Move the game on quickly.
He's not bad at it.
He needs his teammates to follow that example.
Some intent from the Cats. Sean Higgins' goal in game 2, 50, 129 with the Dogs, and then 108 for North Melbourne. Marking the milestone for the Cats. Here is Dangerfield again from the centre clearance. Bangs it inside the 50. Fell at the bootlaces of Rowan. Couldn't collect it cleanly. McDonald inside the defensive 50 for North. Somehow got boots of ball. Goldstein handball to Davies Uniacke. Wonderful spin move. Flips the handball over the top to Phillips for the Roos in the centre of the ground. He was run down by Smith. And the Cats take over through Selwood and Isaac Smith. Left foot kick to the hillside. Out in front of Higgins, battles with McDonald, taps it toward the boundary line, does the Roo, and finds the safety of touch between the wing and half forward. On the outer side, North Melbourne into attack. The Cats back in front. 3 lead changes so far in the game. Geelong 3-5. The Roos 3-3 through 4 minutes of the second term.
In Ballarat, it's the Western Bulldogs leading Adelaide by 35 points. Toss back into play. Goldstein trying to drop it down for Simpkin. Parford got in the middle. Tackled by Phillips. Davies Uniacke for North. Had to retreat his own hand passes. It bounced off Simpkin and now does get it to Simpkin.
Great kick.
Who finds Marnie, centre of the wing. On the hillside of Bellerive Oval. Trying to poke a kick over the top to Stevenson, who slipped over. Gathered on the half volley. Is able to step around traffic at right half forward. Put it in the path of Sherry, who takes the mark right on 50. Tristan Sherry points to the sticks and says he's going to have a crack. I would have thought that's beyond him.
Should I say it or should you say it about a ruckman?
Well, you don't need to say it about a ruckman. He kicked it 35 metres.
Sherry puts it to the teeth of goal. Larkey flies, can't take the mark. Taylor trying to break the tackle of Henry, hoping it was over the shoulder, and it was.
Well, see there, he kicked a low kick into that forward line. Now, it's hard for the opposition to punch that away. That's the hard part. And then all of a sudden they jump into his back and it's a free kick because they're grappling and it got him round high, around the neck it was, and went to ground. But still, they want it. They don't want you to score. Well, guess what? They're going to.
So Curtis Taylor in the right forward pocket. Just 21 years of age, playing his 27th game. North are hoping he'll be a big part of the future going forward. Taylor comes in and puts the Roos back in front. 4th lead change of the match. And North Melbourne seem up for the fight this afternoon. They answer straight back, 4-3-27, leading Geelong 3-5-23.
Well, I'm glad to see that they've picked up the game about kicking it high into the forward line. You don't need to. You kick a low dart pass, 10 to 12 foot off the ground, and that's what the ruckman did. Smart. He's a smart ruckman, Rammer. He's not a dummy, and he kicked it in there perfect.
Is there a difference?
There is a difference,
okay.
I can tell you.
A very small percentage.
Anyway, but he did exactly the right thing, and then he put his head in the right spot, and 2 blokes grabbed him around the neck, and you must give that free kick. Yeah. It was given quite comfortably right in front, finished it off. That's good play. Good smart stuff by the ruckman down there in Sherry. Good stuff for them. Low kicking is very, very good for your team because you can actually work out how to jump at it. The defenders can't get you.
Curtis Taylor having a good campaign. 5 goals from his 15 games, or 16 games today. Only played 11 in 2 seasons before this season. From the restart, Davies Uniacke tries to muscle his way through for North. Hughes had to go through his legs and he chased it out toward the half forward. Jai Simpkin was there for North, took it over, but handball straight to Guthrie. On to Isaac Smith, to Selwood, who got crunched as he got rid of the football by hand. Got it to close though, now to Zach Guthrie, who chips to left half forward and finds Hawkins. 60 from home, a couple of paces in from the boundary line at left half forward. Hawkins kicks to the pocket, Zeeble coming across, Higgins was in there, the ball bounces on his end, straight up in the air, and Higgins will get the free kick, Rammer. Tied up in the left forward pocket, 15 metres out.
Well, it was dragged down, it was over the shoulder, there was all sorts of free kicks that could have been played to Sean Higgins there. Terrific kick by Tom Morgan's another one of those flat kicks.
You got to hit him.
Puts the defenders under pressure.
Yeah.
He's such a crafty player. Ball in hand is Tom Hawkins, as is this man, Sean Higgins.
He's all class, Higgins, isn't he?
Yet to kick multiple goals in Cats colours. From the left forward pocket, he's not going to with that
all
effort.
class, is he? Who said that?
That is sprayed well across the face, hit the fat side of the footy, out of bounds on the full.
See, you get into bad habits when you turn up with not the right frame of mind. That's the problem with some of these guys. They've chipped around, they've buggerised around the joint, and now all of a sudden the little things that they do well, they're not doing well.
North trying to fight for it at half-back. Scott in there. And Tui, neither can break away with the footy clear, so the umpire blows his whistle and will toss it up. At right half forward for the Cats. Goldstein wins down the tap, trying to get it to Anderson. Menengola immediately onto him. Davies-Uniacke drops it to his boot. Can't clear Tui, though, who bursts through traffic, the Irishman. Anderson hanging onto the back of his jumper. Got a hand pass forward. And then Guthrie follows up. That's Cam Guthrie. Can't get a hand pass clear. Simpkin for North Melbourne. Kicks a long ball up to the wing. It bounces in front of Pollock and goes out of play. In front of Heat and Stewart for a boundary throw in.
The Zeeble tackle there was fantastic. He hung on and hung on and hung on. It's fantastic.
So North Melbourne leading by 4 points. Meanwhile, the Bulldogs 10-9-69, leading Adelaide 4-4-28 in the third quarter in Ballarat. Toss back in. Goldstein one down the tap, trying to get it to Anderson. Blitzav's got there first. Quick hand pass to Narkle, who gave it to Menengola, and now to Zach Guthrie. At right half-back, kicks towards half-forward. Rowan outmanoeuvred. Walker couldn't juggle the mark, though. Bossamalungi wanted the line. Close kept it in as he kicks it inside 50. In front position, Turner ran into a dead end. Radaglia laid the tackle. Good fight from both players as the ball goes out of play.
Well, well done to Turner.
That's the first contest we've actually seen.
Small player, Turner. Radaglia coming at him hard, but he took the contact, took
Careful
the ball.
not to get over the shoulder.
Yeah, but took the ball over the line. Really good play by Kane Turner.
Radaglia, certainly not a small player.
No.
Anything but. From the throw-in taken by Dumont, he's quickly tackled. Ball up inside forward 50 for the Cats.
Not enough credit to Kane Turner. He's quite hard and tough.
Blitzarves wins it down, but it's sharked by Dumont for the Roos. High kick up the broadcast side. Falls at the feet of a pack. Anderson goes in, rides the bump from Kolodjasny. It sees him over and out of play. And it'll be thrown in just attacking side of the broadcast wing for Geelong. The Roos with 1 goal won here in this term. The Cats with 1-1 of their own. The margin's still at 4 points the way of North, as it was at quarter time. We're 10 minutes into the second term on Grandstand AFL. Blitzarves out of the ruck, tackled by Anderson of North Melbourne. To Davies-Uniacke, handball to Goldstein. Big Goldie turns on a dime. Left foot kick along the boundary line. Precise, lovely spot-up pass finds Bailey Scott in front of the interchange gates.
And he'll get a 50-metre penalty here. So taken from the wing to probably just within inside shooting distance once the umpire stops backpedaling 45 metres out from goal.
So Tui must have moved on his line.
Scott's not waiting. Veered out to the right and kicks straight into Menengola. Smothers it away. Tui onto it for the Cats. Out past the Narkle, who works it further to the wing. A chance for Geelong to kick to half forward. Rowan caught behind and gives away the free kick against Turner. And North Melbourne have taken it left half back.
Again, Kane Turner there, backing back into that contest. He's hurt. He's got a good corky, yeah.
Made of tough stuff, the boy from Wodonga. Tarrant for the Roos on the back point of the square. Lasers one into the centre for Marnie. Right in line with the centre circle. Chips it out wide to McDonald. Front of the scoreboard on the hillside, North possess the footy. North by 4 points, 4-3 plays 3-5. McDonald over the top to Ben Mackay, who's called to play on as he came off his line. Steps inside of Kolodjasny. Drives it inside to 50 to Larkey, who extended but couldn't mark. Stewart's there at the back for the Cats. Shares the handball with Narkle at fullback. And now to Isaac Smith, who runs across the defensive goal face. Turns it over. Anderson charged it down and marked on his chest 30 metres out from the North Melbourne goal in the left forward pocket.
This kid's left-footed too, isn't he?
Yep. Had an ankle injury earlier this year, coming back from a calf pre-season. Fourth game of the season today. Kicked a couple last week for the Roos. Tight angle to the left. Jed Anderson strikes the left hand upright. and registers a minor score for North Melbourne. Takes their lead to 5 points. 4-4 plays 3-5. 12 minutes gone second term on Grandstand AFL.
Isaac Smith brings the Cats back into play. Searching kick over the head of Tui, who put a nice block onto Mott and allowed Dangerfield to take the mark at right half back. Under the grandstand here at Bellerive Oval. Short inboard to Narkle. A super sub for Geelong this season. He plays on and hugs the boundary line with a kick around the wing towards Radagalia. Spoiled away by Walker. Selwood front and centre. Spirals a high ball into the pocket. Blitzavs, great mark. Arms fully stretched. McDonald could do little to spoil.
You've got to remember with Blitzavs, he is
198 centimetres.
Nearly 6'6".
He's a key position player in the old.
So he's a big unit. He's very tall. So when he's playing centre back, he's a very good mark. So this guy's drifted forward and taken a really strong mark in a contest there.
They use him everywhere.
Not sure on his goal kicking though, fellas, and this is a very tight angle.
Just the 42 goals for his career. He's kicked 3 this season. This is as hard as they get. Up against the fence in the right forward pocket.
I think it's pretty damn good.
Oh, yeah. Mark Blitzavs, stand and deliver. Superb finish and one to remember. And maybe that might spark the Cats into life as they take back the lead by a point. 5th lead change of the match. 4-5-29 to North Melbourne, 4-4-28. He is the Swiss Army knife for Chris Scott. Put him anywhere.
Yeah, he plays full-back, he plays on the wing, he plays in the ruck, they play him up forward, they can play him anywhere.
He should be at the Olympics
well,
this
he probably could be. The 800 he runs, doesn't he?
Steeplechase.
There with his sister, of course. Sarah is there with the Opals. Played pretty well last night as they went down.
Don't talk about that
narrowly.
Yeah, but they've actually moved the ball a bit better this time. This quarter, Geelong. I know it's another little chip pass here, chip there, but then when you push it long into the forward line, and Blitzavs, who has really good hands, and seriously is a great utility player around the ground, can put him any spot. He takes a great mark and finishes it beautifully from the boundary.
Hangs in the ruck.
Straight into the ruck and winning the hit out, and he'll do the roving as well.
Might as well give him a whistle. He might umpire it
He
too.
dumps it inside the forward 50. A bouncing ball to full forward. Zeeble left it behind for the ruse. Walker fell over. Radagalia goes in after it. Threw it out. A free kick. That was a reprieve for North Melbourne's defence. Kane Turner takes the free for North at the top of the defensive goal square. Chips it short to Zeeble. Zeeble had 38 when these two sides met earlier in the year. Drives it outside the defensive 50, looking for the stretch from Sherry. Simpkin was there at his feet. Handball went looking for Stevenson for the ruse. Turned over. Parfitt to Selwood. Got driven into the turf. Great tackle, Anderson. And then hauls in over the top to lay another strong tackle on Parfitt. And the ball's locked up right on the attacking arc for the Cats.
He tackles the hurt, Jed Anderson. North have missed him this year. Just that other edge of aggressiveness that all teams need.
Dangerfield gets the clearance, kicks to Tui. Hand passes to Tui. Snapped around his body into the pocket. Dalhouse, Parfitt trying to keep it alive. He can't tap it back into play as Aaron Hall gathers and a boundary throw in.
Watch out for Hawkins. His last hit out there was perfect towards Dangerfield. Again, he's a powerhouse in this front half of the ground, especially in the ruck.
10-4 the inside 50s in this quarter, Geelong's way. Sherry tapped it down to the front. Hawkins got it onto close. Hard against the boundary to Dalhouse.
Possibly.
Screws it back towards the top of the goal square, and flying was Rowan, and off hands that goes out of play. It was such a clever kick from Dalhouse to jimmy it back into the field of play, hard against the boundary rather than having the shot. Didn't amount to much, but it was clever thinking. Geelong leading by a point.
He did well to keep it in the end, Luke Dalhouse. Yeah. Ball tossed back in. Blitzards did have a go there. Sellers just couldn't get clean possession of it. Close had it for the Cats. Handball up to McDonald, who clears the area with a scrambling kick for North Melbourne. Taken by Zach Guthrie at left half forward for Geelong. Shares the handball with Tui, now gets it back. Pokes the right foot, kick into the pocket. Radagalia's up on the lead, sliding out to mark 45 from home. 5 in from the boundary left of centre.
So we've played 17 minutes in this second quarter. Time in forward half, 70% to Geelong, 30% to North Melbourne.
They kicked 2 goals.
2 goals, 1 to 1 goal 2. Now, credit to North Melbourne. They're defending extremely well. But good team score.
At some point they need to start ramming home the advantage. Asava Radaglia is not going to do it with that kick. It's left out to the right. They fly on the line. It's batted through by Sherry for a rush behind. Lead of the Cats 2 points. 4-6 plays 4-4. We're halfway through this second term on Grandstand AFL.
Zeeble brings the Roos back into play to Aaron Hall, who kicks to DeMont at half-back. Back to Hall on the defensive 50, trying to get around Radaglia with a lunging tackle. Now Davies Uniacke under all sorts of pressure as he's tackled by Dalhouse and Cam Guthrie and team holding the footy. And Geelong will take it back just short of left half forward. Cam Guthrie chips it into the middle of the ground. Kolajasny takes the mark, looks inside the 50, in fact spreads it wider still. And the mark taken by Sean Higgins. What for? Yep, this has only allowed North to get numbers back.
Sure has.
The ball's in the middle of the ground. Now it's going to go back to the middle of the ground a bit further.
Haven't you had a kick yet? Okay.
So I'm sure this can't be the right balance for Chris Scott.
Absolutely not.
Controlling the footy, they love to deny the opposition possession through marking, but now so slow to move it inside 50. Tom Stewart, he knows one way. Kicks to Rowan on the lead. He marks in the right forward pocket. That was far more direct. Get the footy in the hands of the right players.
It had to be absolutely perfect by the superstar in Tom Stewart going inside forward 50, but he's trying to run and create. There's multiple numbers in there. We're talking probably 30 players inside Geelong's forward 50, and somehow Tom Stewart finds this little pocket of space for Gary Rowan to lead into.
Like a surgeon with the precision of that pass to Gary Rowan, who now gets a shot hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket. Rowan, 35 metres out, beautiful kick. Didn't let his All-Australian defender down there by finishing off the work. And Geelong take control in this second quarter, on the scoreboard at least, despite their dominance inside 50. They're 5-6-36, leading North Melbourne 4-4-28, midway through the second term on ABC Sport.
And you look at that, Sellers, so they've gone from one side of the ground to the other, wasting time getting the ball inside forward 50. It takes Tom Stewart to run and create. And look,
that low pass.
Well, it's a beautiful low pass, but the percentage time of Gary Rowan kicking that goal from the boundary is pretty low. It's pretty low. Now, the frustration that we're having right now is simply with Geelong's ball movement. Now, like I said, credit to Geelong, credit to North Melbourne the way they're defending. But I think this is more on Geelong. This is more on Geelong just stuffing around with the ball at the moment, not giving their forwards a chance, allowing North Melbourne to play the way they are.
Thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas alongside Mark McClure on Grandstand AFL. Goldstein controls it down in the middle. Selwood got it up to Dangerfield. And how? The umpire says not legally. Dangerfield was bursting toward the arc, ready to launch one of his trademark bombs from outside 50.
There's about 50 of those a week.
Comes back to Davies Uniacke for North. Sends it wide to Bossanavalangi. Kicked his first AFL goal in that opening term. Game number 10 for the former Pie. Goes aggressive and into the corridor on the diagonal to Aaron Hall, who marks between the centre circles and the AFL logo.
Just saw Chris Scott's reaction there inside the coach's box. Lucky he's got the face mask still on.
The North possessing the footy through Simpkin here, who's just on the front point of the square. They trail by 8 points. Simpkin kicks to the pocket. Larkey with a run. Zach Guthrie drops back in front of them all and takes the mark, swings it across the defensive 50 to Dangerfield, and the Cat selects it swiftly through Smith.
It's up towards Radaglia, but it never got to him, and Turner takes the intercepting mark for North Melbourne. Geelong leading by 8 points. Turner will hug the boundary line with a kick to McDonald. Still a good 2 kicks out from goal. At the Cricket Tasmania administration end, a Bell Reeve over. Long inside the 50, Stanley rises and takes the mark for Geelong deep in defence. Wants to move it across the goal face to Menengola, who has to gather on the bounce. Now looks for options, feeds the hand pass around the boundary line to Kolajasny. On the right boot, he kicks an up and under kick to the wing. Rowan comes charging out.
Hit him in the head.
Zeeble spoiled it. Oh, it did. Narkle crumbs it front and centre for Geelong. Turns and kicks into the corridor to Wells, Parfitt and Selwood. The two spoiled each other in the end. Dangerfield gathers, breaks away from Stevenson. His hand pass picked up by Anderson for North. Hand pass to DeMont. He kicks to no one at half forward. Off the shin as Tui gathers at half back for the Cats. He's going to retreat back and Tom Stewart takes the mark.
So he touches it on the ground, sends it to Stewart, who goes short to Zach Guthrie, the late in for Geelong. Tom Atkins out of the game
this afternoon.
Much better.
Smith from the corridor sends it straight up the pipe inside the 50. Ben Mackay floats across and marks. He's really emerging, much like brother Harry at the Blues this season is Mackay. Gets it to Stevenson, to Simpkin, who held things up in the centre circles when he had a moment to maybe advance the football for North Melbourne. North trail by 8 points. As now Stevenson's got it in front of the centre circles. Wants to put the step on Smith. Sends it out wide to right half forward. Goldstein collects on the half volley. Called to go. Big Goldie lopes around onto the left boot. Sends one inside the 50. And again, Zach Guthrie's there to mark an intercept for Geelong.
Oh, short to Narkle. It just pulled in the mark in front of Phillips. Not 15, though. It's a quick hand pass to Tui. The Irishman finds the avenue out of defence. Kicks wide to Higgins, who marks it right half back. Matt Clinch alongside Joel Peterson calling the action. Mark McClure and Adam Ramanaskas, your experts. Chris Rowbottom on the boundary. The Cats leading by 8 points. Zach Guthrie gets it. He goes short to Stewart, not 15. Call to play on. Kicks off the outside of the boot. Out to the hill wing where Kolajasny gathers. He drives a long kick towards the 50. Long towards Dangerfield. Trying to use his body against Siebel. It gets to the back. Danger onto it. Siebel cannons into him.
He's over the line.
Sees him over the boundary line for a throw-in. Left forward pocket for the Cats, a boundary throw-in.
He's starting to get the work, Danger.
Yeah, he looks
dangerous.
He looks fit now. Obviously had that ankle injury early in the season. Took him a couple of weeks to warm up when he came back, but he's right back to his best now.
From the throw-in, Geelong deep in attack. Higgins trying to break clear. Can't hold on to the footy. And then close dives on top with Demont on top of him. Geelong deep in attack.
As he suffered the ankle injury against North Dangerfield in a collision with Aaron Hall. Saw Hall subbed out of the game with concussion, and Dangerfield later on out with the ankle injury. From the thrower is Hawkins, who was able to scrap it away at ground level. The opposite ruckman in that instance, Goldstein, tumbled it outside the defensive 50, and Jack Henry intercepts the long kick out of defence for North Melbourne. He's got it for the Cats on the front point of the centre square. Henry inside the 50 for Geelong to Radaglia, who extends, can't pull it in. Boston Avalungi there at fullback for North. Ziebel's kick run down by Parfitt. He went too cute when he just had to slam the footy clear. And a reprieve on the last line for North as Aaron Hall was held without the footy and gets a free kick. Dangerfield's up a little ginger at full forward. And Hall sends the Roos out wide, too wide, out of bounds on the full. The Cats will take it at left half forward.
Menegola wastes no time.
And North are starting to retreat a little bit here.
Kicks inboard for Selwood, short to Zach Guthrie. Sherry got in there. Good movement by the big man, gathers, and gets the hand pass forward to Scott. Trying to work it to Phillips. Not a good kick, and that is deemed to be 15. Rather fortunately, and Selwood takes the mark for Geelong. On the wing on the hillside at Bellerive Oval comes inboard to Kolajasny. No one on the mark, so he plays on. Kicks long inside 50. Radaglia the target. Walker wrestling with him. Spilled to the front. A chance for Higgins as he tries to tap it forward. Stevenson in there for North. All kicks straight into the back of Zach Guthrie. Whack! Cop that. It comes to Higgins on 50. He can't get a clean disposal away. Hawkins just furries his way through. Kicks inside the 50, and Goldstein takes the intercepting mark 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Kicks to Curtis Taylor, who takes the mark at left half back with Geelong leading by 8.
3 goals in the term for the Cats, 2 to North Melbourne. Taylor chipped short to Ziebel. On over the top to Simpkin. 55 from his defensive goal. Jai Simpkin sends it toward the boundary line and finds McDonald. Again, North hemmed in, trying to move the football forward. Back to Taylor at left half back for the Roos.
They're not really trying to score, are they? They're just trying to hold the ball.
Not going to score kicking it like that, Sellers.
No.
Taylor's kick went looking for Simpkin, almost turned it over. He goes back in, Curtis Taylor to try and make amends. Simpkin steps through the traffic, gives the handball up, it found Pollock. Pollock's down the line to Scott, who again goes back behind the mark when he could have moved the footy on. He chips short along the boundary line, and Pollock's got it in front of the interchange gates.
It's going to take him an hour to get up the forward line going like this.
So Pollock, who was a sub last week, kicks towards half forward. Larkey had it spoiled away by Henry. Here's a chance for Phillips, 45 metres out. Kick smothered by Isaac Smith just before the half-time siren. So Geelong with an 8-point advantage at the main break, but North have showed plenty of fight despite Geelong dominating the inside 50s in that second quarter. We'll get Rama to give us an update on that stat at the main break. But it's Geelong 5-6-36 leading North Melbourne 4-4-28 after North Melbourne led by 4 points at quarter time. The goal kickers for the Cats, 2 to Gary Rowan, individuals to Higgins, Blitzaz and Guthrie. Meanwhile for North Melbourne, all individual goal scorers, Bossom-Valungi, Davies, Uniac, Larkey and Taylor, the goal scorers for North Melbourne. So Geelong leading by 8 points at quarter time. Meanwhile down in Ballarat, it's the Western Bulldogs by 34 points over Adelaide, 10-11-71 to the Crows 5-6-36. After the Dogs led by 12 at quarter time, they kicked 4 goals to 1 in the second quarter to open up a 35-point advantage and a goal apiece in the third quarter. So a couple of goals to Josh Bruce and Jamara Ugle-Hagan. The thoughts of Adam Remenascus and Mark McClure with you on ABC Sport.
Well, it's not a really interesting game. It's a slow-moving game. It's a chip-pass game. It's like, to me, I'm not sort of... They're trying to control the ball each side, and I can see Geelong actually working over the top of them right now. Dangerfield's put himself into the picture here, and he's really working hard and moving the ball forward. And when he gets it, it's really it's a foregone conclusion. They'll go forward and long. He's not mucking around with it anymore. They kicked 3 goals for the quarter. Rowan got 1, Blitzav's got 1, and Higgins got 1 to 1 goal, which is Taylor. Young Taylor kicked the goal early in the second quarter, and it seems like the domination's starting to come. You can see Geelong actually powering up. I mean, Stanley's been okay. You know, I love Blitzav's work. He goes forward, he goes back, he goes everywhere he wants to go. And Hawkins, he hasn't kicked much, but I tell you, his impact around the boundary throw-ins and his impact as a big man up forward is really beneficial for the Geelong side. They just need to get some more speed into their movement of the ball, and they'll completely run over, because you're just seeing now North frustrated with the way they can kick the ball. They're getting cut off every time they kick the ball. They get cut off here. They're struggling a little bit. They've been very, very good, let me assure you. They've hung in there for a hell of a long time, and they're pushing hard. But gee whiz, there's only 8 points in this game. But gee whiz, you can see Geelong's power and influence going to happen here in the second half of this game.
Well, what's interesting about this game right now? So inside 50s are 31-17 in Geelong's favour. Possession count is plus 50 in Geelong's favour. Okay. So what North tactically are trying to do at the moment is they're getting numbers behind the ball. All they're doing is they're putting a lot of numbers inside Geelong's forward 50 and trying to take away the scoring options. So we're getting frustrated sitting here watching how slow that Geelong are moving the ball. Now that's a product of North Melbourne and the way they're playing. So that's fine. Where we get more frustrated is when Geelong have the opportunity to go, they simply don't. They simply want to pull the game back into this slow style. Now, when a team's pushing numbers back, you've got to beat them. You've got to beat them to the punch. So Isaac Smith tried to do that in that second quarter. So he goes through the middle of the ground. He had options wide, but he went inside forward 50, and Ben Mackay takes the mark. So well done to Ben Mackay. But you see Geelong side to side, so, you know, everyone's getting a lot of stats, and it looks all good on the score sheet. But the reality of this game is 17 inside forward 50s to North Melbourne. They've scored 8 times. 31 inside forward 50s to Geelong. They've only scored 11 times.
And it's taken some good goals from Geelong as well. Mark Blitzaz with a great goal from the right
Gary
forward pocket, Rowan on the other side, and Higgins was able to create something out of nothing. So do you reckon that's Geelong's concern about turning over the ball against North Melbourne? Or
they love to possess. They love to own the tempo of the game. But when a team's pushing back against you, you've got to go fast. You've got to go, because all it does is, we saw there, so Tom Stewart overlap runs, hits Gary Rowan in the forward pocket right on the boundary. That was virtually the only option, because there's 30 players inside the forward 50.
Rama, and I think you're absolutely right, but for some reason they don't do it. Now, if they actually at their best and they pulled the trigger more often, or 3 times out of 4, they would be 10 goals in front. But they're not.
They're not. They like Geelong like to play the perfect game. They like to have the perfect ball movement.
Yeah. The world's not perfect.
Like 70. So they've had, so of their 203 possessions that they've had for that half, they've had 72 marks.
And they're 78% with the ball in hand.
You know, they're on track for 145 marks in this game.
They're over 400 possessions.
Like, gee whiz. And we're talking about 11 scoring shots. from 200 possessions.
Well, that's 22 from 400. That'll be good. We'll have a nice day.
Well, Clishy, why I'm saying this is because this is the habit they get stuck in at times in finals. Yeah. This is why they've lost finals in the past, because they get stuck into this mode.
This is the 17th best, 18th best team. It's not the top three.
If you're playing against the best, that ball, trust me, when that ball turns over, it's going back down the other end and they're scoring a lot more than North Melbourne have that quarter, or that half.
And the thing that's probably hurt North in patches is their ability to take marks inside 50.
Correct. They've got none, almost.
Yeah, well, Nick Larkin's been well held.
Yeah.
In that first half, Jack Henry's doing a terrific job on him.
Especially without Cam Zerha and Taran Thomas out of the side for North Melbourne. The other stat for Geelong, I guess, that supports their system is Mark Blitzhouse has had 5 score involvements, so Chris Scott knows he can play him in the ruck, he can play him in the back line, he can play him as a connecting player between wing and half forward. And Zach Guthrie's had 6 intercept marks, so for so long it's Tom Stewart who plays that role, but Zach Guthrie getting his opportunity with Tom Atkins are laid out.
Remember when Zach Guthrie was first drafted to Geelong? He was skin and bones.
Yeah.
And now he's got some good shape to his body. He's back into packs and taking those intercept marks. So they've been really patient with Zach Guthrie, Geelong, and I think they'll get the reward over the next couple of years if they're willing to continue to persist.
Three-quarter time in Ballarat. There is an ABC call of that game available via the AFL app. The Bulldogs leading by 35 points, 10-11-71 to the Adelaide Crows, 5-6-36. I'll also get some of your SMSs in a moment or so's time on 0437 774 774. And if you've just flicked on the radio, 3 matches have been postponed that were scheduled to take place in Queensland during the Queensland government's decision for a snap three-day lockdown from 4 p.m. this afternoon. So the Gold Coast and Melbourne, Essendon and Sydney, and GWS and Port Adelaide. As it stands at the moment, those 3 matches have been postponed. There were suggestions that maybe they could play a double-header in Melbourne if the teams can get out of Queensland, but we'll wait for confirmation for that from the AFL. So half-time at Bellerive Oval in Hobart, it's Geelong leading by 8 points. Let's get the latest ABC News headlines.
David Rowlands with the ABC News headlines. A man in his 60s has died in his southwest Sydney home from COVID-19. It's the state's 70th COVID-19 fatality and the 14th of this Delta outbreak. The death will be included in tomorrow's numbers. New South Wales has recorded 210 new locally acquired COVID cases in the 24 hours to 8 o'clock last night. 88 of the new cases are linked to a known case or cluster. Greater Brisbane and surrounding areas are to go into a snap three-day lockdown from 4 p.m. today in response to a cluster of unexplained COVID-19 infections. The state has recorded 6 new cases of locally acquired COVID-19 overnight. They include the family of a 17-year-old Indooroopilly State High School student, a teacher at a primary school attended by one of the family members, and a university medical student. The Queensland Government has blocked professional sports leagues from playing fixtures over the next 3 days as part of its COVID-19 lockdown in Brisbane and on the Gold Coast. Meantime, Tasmania will close its border to the Greater Brisbane area from 4 p.m. today in response to that area's snap lockdown announced today. Premier Peter Gutwin says the Greater Brisbane area will be declared a Level 2 high-risk area. Victoria has recorded 2 new local COVID-19 cases, which have both been linked to known outbreaks. The Health Department says one of the cases was in quarantine throughout their infectious period. ABC News.
Victoria seems to have beaten back this Delta outbreak again. Robert Boy is an infectious diseases expert at the University of Sydney.
Oh, look, it's a marvellous achievement and it gives hope to people around the country.
Virginia Trioli.
Well, we really just wish you all the very, very best with being exactly where you are. We know exactly what it feels like, and the only feeling here for New South Wales is get it done, and we really hope that you can.
Virginia Trioli. Weekday mornings from 8:30 on ABC Radio Melbourne.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Short abuse. Who spreads the ball wide to left half forward. Dangerfield has it. Corralled by Turner. Sends a long ball towards the seat. The goal. Rowan came charging out. Spoils it to the front. Does his own roving. Tackled and brought down. Great tackle. Sean Higgins in game 250. The quick reaction was able to guide it through the major opening. Sherry puts it to the teeth of goal. Larky flies. Can't take the mark. Taylor trying to break the tackle of Henry, hoping it was over the shoulder, and it was. Taylor comes in and puts the Roos back in front. Hugs the boundary line with a kick around the wing towards Radicalea. Spoiled away by Walker. Selwood front and centre. Spirals a high ball into the pocket. Blitzabs, great mark. Arms fully stretched. McDonald could do little to spoil. This is as hard as they get. Up against the fence in the right forward pocket.
I think it's pretty damn good.
Oh, yeah. Mark Blitzabs, stand and deliver. Slow to move it inside 50. Tom Stewart, he knows one way. Kicks to Rowan on the lead. He marks in the right forward pocket. Rowan, 35 metres out. Beautiful kick. Didn't let his All-Australian defender down there by finishing off the work.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Half-time at Bellerive Oval in Hobart. Geelong leading by 8 points off the back of 3 goals to 1 in that second quarter. After they trailed by 4 points at quarter time, the Cats leading by 8 at half-time. 5-6-36 to North Melbourne, 4-4-28. Matt Clich alongside Joel Peterson calling the action. Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas are your experts with Chris Rowbottom on the boundary. Fourth quarter action from Ballarat. Goal for the Crows. Western Bulldogs 10-11-71. In fact, are behind, just wrong side of the post. Adelaide 5-7-37. So the Bulldogs on top in Ballarat. We're also, of course, keeping you across the Tokyo Olympic Games, where there have been more gold for Australia this morning. Ned Hall is doing just that. Ned, welcome.
Thanks, Clinchy. Yes, another gold medal for Australia and another gold medal from the pool. And another gold medal for Kaylee McKeown, her second of the games so far. She's completed the 100 and 200 metre backstroke double with Emily Seebohm in the same race, picking up the bronze medal. She also picked up another bronze medal later on in the 4x100 metre medley relay. Kaylee McKeown started off the race for Australia, the mixed medley relay. Isaac Stubblety-Cook went in the pool next. After that, Matthew Temple in the fly, and Emma McKeown brought it home, and they came home in third place, just behind China and Great Britain, the USA being edged out of a medal in that one. Ariana Titmus has picked up a silver medal in the women's 800 metre freestyle, finishing just behind Katie Ledecky. Kaya Melverton came 6th in that final, and Nathan Temple came 7th in the men's 100 metre fly. Also, another Olympic record for Emma McKeown. She's qualified fastest for the 50 metre freestyle final. Kate Campbell also through to that final, coming through in 6th place there. McKeown swimming 24 seconds dead. Elsewhere, another win for the Hockeyroos, this time against Argentina. Emily Chalker and Savannah Fitzpatrick scoring both goals in the final period as Australia topped the group there. 5 wins from 5 games. All other teams in that group have lost at least 2 matches so far. The athletics has got underway today. Great result for Liz Clay in the women's 100 metre hurdles, straight through to the semi-finals. She was second fastest in her heat, and she was 14th fastest through into the semi-finals of that event. The men's 800 metres, Peter Bowles set a new Australian record in the 800 metres heat to go through to the semi-finals. 1 minute 44 seconds, 0.13 to go through. Charlie Hunter, though, and Jeff Risley out, as is Danny Stevens in the discus, who finished 22nd in the qualifying heats there. There is Matthew Denny throwing in the men's final. That is later on tonight. In the rugby sevens, Australia will take on the USA later this afternoon to see whether they finish 5th or 6th. They beat the Russians this afternoon. And good news, too, from golf. Cam Smith has gone on a bit of a charge today and closed the gap at the top of the leaderboard. He's currently 5 under par for the day. He's tied for 8th overall, and he's 3 shots off the lead. 3 players now tied for the lead. Xander Schauffele of America, the overnight leader, is up there with Carlos Ortiz of Mexico, and Hideki Matsuyama, the home competitor, the Japanese player, also 12 under par. Tommy Fleetwood, the best on course today, also tied for 8th alongside Cameron Smith. He's 6 under par for the day and 9 under par overall. And just finally, I know you're a big fan of this one, Clichy, the BMX freestyle. They've done their seeding qualification this morning for tomorrow's finals, and good news for both Australian competitors there. In the women's event, Natalia Diem is seeded 5th for tomorrow's final. Meanwhile, in the men's event, Logan Martin is seeded 1st after a great display from him in the BMX freestyle. And that is the latest from Tokyo.
Thank you very much to Ned Hall, keeping us across everything that's taking place with the Tokyo Olympics. Some of your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Saw the great man Sellers up in the north of WA. Made my kids' trip, having a photo with him at Echo Beach. Cheers, Chris. Got on celebrity appearances now, Sellers.
What was his name again?
Chris. Echo Beach.
Yes, I know Echo Beach. Yes, I was there.
Okay.
It was absolutely fantastic.
High team, go for the Cats, but given they have Mortal in, but loving listening to North's improvement each week. Love David Noble's coaching. That's from Fran in Melbourne. Rooster Cam, g'day team. What would happen if the comp is cancelled for this year? Stay safe, please. Keep the show going regardless. It makes a huge difference to so many people's lives, especially in lockdown. Well, we're all hopeful that the show will continue on, but...
Now we're going to carry on. We've got no footy to call.
Oh, we'll just reminisce, won't we? Find some more of your dulcet tones singing.
Please, give me a spell.
And Sellers enjoying the broadcast with the dynamic duo. All Carlton need is 2 Dangerfields and a Tom Stewart. Ownership imminent. They'd be handy. So if you've just clicked on the radio, the 3 matches scheduled for Queensland today, Gold Coast and Melbourne, Essendon and Sydney, and GWS and Port Adelaide have been postponed. There are rumours that there could be 5 matches potentially taking place tomorrow. So cheerio to Tim Verrill and Andrew Williamson who do a power work for us behind the scenes, because if that's the way it lands, they'll try and find a way to bring it to you on radio. But we're all awaiting confirmation as to what the AFL will do with a snap 3-day lockdown to take place in Queensland from 4 p.m. this afternoon. And the news, the NRL has officially postponed all of today's matches in continuing talks with the Queensland government about possibly playing matches tomorrow. So everything is up in the air. Geelong leading by 8 points at half-time. Thoughts of Adam Romanascus and Mark McClure as to what we might see in the second half.
Well, let's hope we see something a bit more dynamic for mine. I mean, I want to see Geelong actually put some power on. I want to see them actually start to take on the opposition and move the ball. They're much more talented and they've got a much more mature side than you would see against North Melbourne. But you know what? We've always found that North Melbourne are hard to play against. They're difficult. They push you. They shove you. They defend well. They got most of their best players in the back half. And I like what David Noble's doing there. Haven't been really badly outscored. They're only 8 points down at this stage, and they're still in the game quite comfortably. But can they win? I'd love to see them win. I'd love to see them and say, well, hang on, so Geelong have to change their way of how they play, because at the moment they've been average at best. They've got lots of possessions. They've used the ball beautifully around the ground at 78% with efficiency. But you know what? You're not scoring. That's more the point, and that's how you win. So they need to do that in a hurry and put this game away, Geelong.
I think, too, we've got to consider here North Melbourne. When you're a team that's on the rise, being able to execute something tactically is very, very important. Because it does take skill. Now, a lot of people go, oh, well, all they're doing is pushing back numbers. Yeah, they are. They're absolutely pushing back numbers. But you've still got to stand in the right spot. You've still got to make sure that you drift back and get in front of Tom Hawkins and Asava Ratugolea and Gary Rowan. You've got to then be able to take the ball out of the defence and get it away from the danger zone, Sellers.
You can't make it easy for them.
No.
That's what they're trying to do.
That's right. So first half of the year, there's no possible way North Melbourne would have been able to execute this against such a good team in Geelong. So I'm really impressed with that, Joel. They've been able to do that.
So they're 19 games into their season. In their first 10 North, they conceded 100 points in 5 of them.
Yep.
In the next 9, they've only done it once, and it was 108 against the Dogs in round 16.
And that's hard to play against.
That's hard to play. That's improvement.
Yep.
That's small improvement, but gee whiz, little things. You don't have to win every game to see improvement, I can tell you.
And I think before the break, I get frustrated in Geelong because I think they could be so much more dynamic, attacking, dangerous. And you go, why is it obvious for myself and Sellers and Joel and Clinchy here that we see it, if they were able to do that, the game's wiped out, but then they don't do it. And I think that's actually what frustrates a lot of people.
Of course it does.
When you watch Geelong, it's like, come on.
There's a bit of a tease element to them.
Yes, correct. And I think that's where a lot of their supporters get frustrated. You know, a lot of the expert commentators get frustrated in, and you go, just push the ball a bit quicker, just move it a bit quicker and give your forwards that little bit extra of a chance. But they're happy to play against 30 people inside their forward 50. They make it a long day.
Happy to just tick off another W, 9 of their past 10. Let's hope we see a little bit more spirit and spark from them in this second half. The Cats go in by 8 points, 36-28 on Grandstand AFL. The bounce down in the middle of Stanley and Goldstein renew acquaintances. Stanley wins it defensively, looking for Dangerfield, who dives after it. Anderson dives after him.
That's holding the ball. Oh.
Got it out eventually. It was almost like a scrum, and the dummy half feeding it back to the fullback, where Davies Uniacke was ready to take it. And a restart ensued. It's Goldstein down to Anderson, who tumbles a football high footy inside the 50 for the Roos. Stewart takes it off hands, collected it nicely, handball to Blitzarves. Blitzarves around the body, finds Tui in the right back pocket for the Cats. Let's see what they do with this first opportunity to move the ball outside the defensive 50. Tui shifts it across the line from right back pocket to left, where he finds Buse. Buse comes out toward the interchange gates for Stanley. So at least they've taken a little bit more territory with the first couple of kicks, Geelong. Stanley down the line. He was looking over the top there for Kruger. And McDonald got a fist in for North to knock it out of play, just attacking side of halfway for the Roos. Cats with 3 goals 2 in that second term. North with 1 goal 2. North by 4 points at quarter time, trail by 8. Early stages in the second half here. Parfitt from the stoppage, taken by McDonald in the tackle of North Melbourne. Can't get free, get the arms free to dispose of the football.
This is in perfect conditions too down in Hobart. There's no wind at all. Yeah. It's perfect conditions. It's cloudy. It's a great day for them.
Ball tossed up again at left half forward for the Roos. Dangerfield stands up in the contest. In fact, half forward for the Cats. Now Smith drives it inside forward 50. Rowan goes with one hand, bodying up Walker at full forward. Couldn't take the mark for Geelong. Zeeball's in over the top. The football locked up. 20 out from the Cats' goal, kicking to the Church Street end in this third term. We'll have another ball up.
Tom Hawkins to do the ruck work against Todd Goldstein. Goldstein wins it down to McDonald, whose kick goes high, but not really far. It is team 15, though. Guthrie takes the mark, yeah. So Cam Guthrie hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket, just trying to think his way through as the umpire puts him on his line. Said step out and snap on the right. 13 disposals and a goal so far this afternoon for Cam Guthrie already. Steps out, snaps across his body. Superb finish. Great start to the second half for the Cats. And one of their main men in the middle kicks his second, Cam Guthrie. And Geelong are able to extend their lead. 6-6-42 to North Melbourne. 4-4-28. Just 2.5 minutes into the third term on ABC Sport.
Well, I just think that they've pushed the ball down there. They've gone to boundary throw-ins and ball-ups and bits and pieces around the ground. It hasn't been the same little chip passing. All of a sudden, the pressure's on the forward line, and it was a poor kick out of the stoppage. Guthrie gets hold of it, and they finish it. Good start. Now, we can continue on with this if you really want to, and punch away 4 or 5 different goals in this quarter and keep the opposition to 0. But we'll see what happens.
2 goals on the campaign. Coming in today, Cam Guthrie hasn't kicked 2 goals in a match since round 2019 against the Dockers. All-Australian last year, having another terrific season. Back in the middle, Selwood tries to knock it away for the Cats. Simpkin shows them a clean pair of heels and a bounce through the centre circles. Kicks the Roos inside forward 50. Kruger up, knocked it away from Blitzarves in the end, and then chased the ball down, knocked it forward for Geelong. Stevenson's in there at right half forward for the Roos.
Well done, Kruger.
Smith goes in. Anderson tackles him. Zach Guthrie's there. Handball to Buse along the boundary line, over the boundary line with his kick, out of bounds on the full. And it'll be taken by North Melbourne. Just defensive side of the broadcast wing by Ben Mackay. The Cats by 14 points. 3 minutes into this third term.
Mackay kicks around the boundary line. Jed Buse takes the intercepting mark for Geelong. In front of Eddie Ford. The Cats take it back at left half back, leading by 14 points. Such a consistent player, Jed Buse in their back six. Kicks long towards Radagalier at half forward. One arm up against Robbie Tarrant, brought it down to the front. Rowan runs onto it, hand pass to Selwood through the middle of the ground. Vacant goal now. Joel Selwood goes himself, but won't quite get there as Walker escorts it over the goal line. Selwood a bit disappointed, didn't quite have the journey in his legs to bounce it end over end. And the Cats lead by 15 points.
Zeeble brings it back into play for North, shoots the kick to the back to the defensive arc and finds McDonald at right half back on over the top short to Turner, barely the 15 pay to mark. The Roos bringing the football down the broadcast side here at Bellerive Oval. Stella said earlier, great conditions for football this afternoon. Long kick down the line from Turner, taken by Blitzarves, who reaches over the top of the much shorter Jack Marnie. Pulls it in, two hands outstretched above his head in front of the interchange gates. Blitzarves chips short and infield somewhat to Buse. He's got a just attacking side of the wing for Geelong. He goes to the AFL logo for Smith, who swings it across the centre square by foot to Henry. Henry's got Kolajasny eye out toward right half forward, chips the ball in that direction now. Kolajasny goes infield, Narkle marked, got run down by Phillips. It was late but no 50. Now Narkle off to Kolajasny, who sends a long footy inside the 50 for the Cats, and Zeeble tracks the football in its flight and takes the chest mark in the back pocket for North Melbourne.
Pokes the kick over the top to Luke McDonald. He's looking at options. First into the corridor, none there. It's a kick towards Goldstein, who takes the mark in front of the closing Reece Stanley. Into the corridor, Davies Uniacke got one arm, couldn't take the mark. Scott with a hand pass back to Hall, through traffic, got it over the top to Anderson. He's tackled by Narkle, dropped the footy onto his boot. Higgins with a hand pass back for Geelong. Narkle overran the footy. Men and goal are swinging in a tackle from Anderson. Kicks towards half forward. Hawkins gathers from the pack. Kicks inside the 50. Radaglia one-on-one. Rises over the top of Robbie Tarrant to take the mark.
What a great kick. On the left foot. And that's the point, though. Yeah. The kick was absolutely perfect, and Radaglia had best chance there to mark it. It was terrific stuff.
But it's quick movement now. Hello.
We're starting to see something.
One-on-one inside forward 50. It gives your forwards just so much more of a chance to mark the ball.
Tommy Hawkins, eh? He's a player, isn't he?
Very unselfish player.
On a 42-degree angle in the left forward pocket. Shooting for his first goal of the afternoon off a career best 4 last week. That kick is out to the right. Just scrapes in on the right-hand side behind post. And Geelong, after the opening goal through Cam Guthrie, a couple of behinds through Selwood and Radaglia with a 16-point advantage.
Oh, they turned it over at full-back. The Roos Zeeble brought it in. It was pinched by Gary Rowan, who had an open goal to look at, but not a lot of time to get rid of the football. He dribbled it toward goal, and his kick was across the face to the right-hand side. So another point to score the way of the Cats. The Roos bring it back in. Zeeble has another go.
Trying to find the right avenue. Kicks towards Walker at half-back. Cam Guthrie tried to bump him off it. A hand pass over the top finds McDonald. Having got it from Simpkin, who's a bit slow to rise, long around the wing. Hughes leading the foot race in front of Marnie, and the ball goes out of play in front of the two benches. So Geelong 6-7-43, 6-9-45, should I say, to North Melbourne 4-4-28. The ball's thrown back in. Sherry in the ruck against Stanley. Stanley comfortably wins it down to the front, where Narkle gets the hand pass to Cam Guthrie, to Smith, who snaps it around his body towards Radaglia. Dropped the chest mark, charging out. Tarrant picks it up for North. Hand pass to Luke McDonald. And now Turner at right half back. Hugs the boundary line with his kick, which finds Davies Uniacke.
Nice extension from Davies Uniacke to go up and take the football at its highest point in front of the interchange gate. Spins the footy in his hands, waiting anxiously for something to present. Kicks long inside the forward 50. Goldstein out the back. Kruger's going to have to be quick here for the Cats. Taken by Marnie. Got the handball away along the boundary line to Buse, who's thrown over the line by Scott. And we'll have a ball in inside forward 50 for North. Haven't scored here in this third term, the Roos. The Cats with 1 goal 3. The lead at a game-high 17 points the way of Geelong. 40 out from the Roos goal at the river end. The ball's thrown back in. Sherry reaches over the top, knocks it down, but only as far as Menegola, who tumbles it outside the defensive 50 for the Cats. Turner spiked it away and then tried to drop the ball to his boot, and the tackle from Rowan just got it there. McDonald's handball to Mackay, who left it behind. Back to Davies Uniacke, wobbles it to the edge of the 50, and the mark taken by Curtis Taylor, who's thought about playing on and coming off his line. He'll have to go back from just outside the 50 and send one toward goal.
Scrappy, but doesn't matter. If it's effective, it's going to allow you a shot at goal. He's going to have to kick it all of 55 metres here, Curtis Taylor.
Kicked the
couple 2 weeks ago against Essendon, Sid Taylor. He's going to have to give this an almighty thump. From outside the 50, Curtis Taylor launches it. It'll fall short, and Henry's there to spike it through for a rush behind for the Cats. The margin 16 points the way of Geelong. We played 10 minutes in the third term on Grandstand AFL.
North Melbourne's last goal came at the 5-minute mark of the second term through Curtis Taylor. The Cats have been on top since then. Stewart with a long kick out of defence, up towards Radaglia at half-back. Couldn't complete the mark, but did have the arms chopped. And Asaba Radaglia, fresh off a new 2-year deal, will take the free kick at right half-back. Short to Menangola, who has it on the defensive 50, and then shorter still to Kolajasny, not team 15, so call to play on. Flares the ball wide and kicks to Zach Guthrie. Getting his crack this afternoon with Tom Atkins out of the lineup. The medical subs Sean Atley and Jordan Clark, not required so far. And back to Tom Stewart, who has it in the right back pocket. Potentially looking at his third All-Australian jacket. Out to Zach Tui, who takes the mark up against the left behind post for the Cats.
Tui's called to go. Right foot kick hems the boundary line, finds Hughes. Still inside the defensive 50 here, Geelong. Hughes chips short to Smith. Smith comes from left back pocket to right to find Stewart. Now they open things up. Out toward the hillside, Tom Stewart takes a couple of bounces, and now a third as he roams towards centre wing. He kicks awkwardly to half forward. In the end, under the pressure, he turned it over off the instep. It floated its way to Zeeble at half-back for North. Who might look to possess the footy the other way.
Tom Stewart was waiting for someone to come at him with the ball on their own, and no one came, so he had to keep bouncing and bouncing, and then all of a sudden made a mistake.
So North possessing the football in the other direction now. Robbie Tarrant's got it, chipped short to Simpkin. The Cats by 16 points halfway through this third term. Simpkin blasts the Roos inside 50 to Larkey, who latches onto it. The high ball, he had 2 to beat. He extended the arms and pulled it in 30 metres out directly in front.
That's a great sign. You look, Nick Larkey's still a young man, but in a big contest against 2 big Geelong defenders, 3 big Geelong. 3 on 1 by the end.
Yeah.
Terrific mark.
And Larkey finishes off his work. His emergence continues inside 50 for the Roos. And North with their first goal since the 5-minute mark of the second term. It comes 12 into the third and narrows the gap to 10 points. Geelong 6-9-45, North Melbourne 5-5-35 on Grandstand AFL. Your experts are Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas.
They're the little things. North Melbourne might not win this game, but you go away from the game saying, Nick Larkey can do that. He's got the strength now to be able to hold his ground in a big marking contest. Kruger was in there, Henry was in there, Isaac Smith was in there. 3 on 1, and he's able to beat them all and take a good mark. So they're just the little things that I love seeing from developing teams, from developing key position players.
You know what? He's the only one who had his eye on the ball.
Yep.
And that's why he caught it.
That's the guy who was picked 73 back in 2016, so not a top 10 pick like so many of the key forwards in today's game is. Back in the middle of the ground, Anderson can't break clear and the umpire will throw it up.
Don't discount their chance to win this because they're only 10 points in this.
Left Sherry falls away of Selwood, who regathers a bounce through the legs of Parford, kicks inside the 50, and Rowan in front position leads into the space and takes the mark on his chest. There wasn't a lot Walker could do about that one. And Gary Lowen directly in front will shoot from 45 metres out.
What a good forwards do, fellas. They play in front.
In front. Exactly right.
So, you know, you've always got to assume that
come to the ball.
Kick might not be perfect. Come at the ball always. Give yourself the best chance.
No surprise that the Geelong captain, Joel Selwood, getting involved with the clearance. Rowan shooting for his third. That's not a great kick. You can hear the sound through our effects mic as it misses out to the right.
Good forwards, kick straight.
An 11-point lead Geelong's way.
Not always.
Hall brings it back in for North after the miscue from Rowan. Finds Dumont on the back edge of the 50. 3 consecutive top 10 finishes in the best, or top 5 finishes in the best and fairest for Trent Dumont. Undervalued player in that North Melbourne side. Back to Bossa Navalangi And now to Terrence, who finds McDonald in the right back pocket. Luke McDonald chips over the top defensively and finds Curtis Taylor, who's kicked a couple today for North Melbourne.
It's slow movement though, isn't it? Again.
Taylor down the line, knocked away from Scott, and Tui intervenes for the Cats, and now they've got some run about them. Tui receives the 1-2, bounces the footy across the centre square for Zach Guthrie, who collects on the AFL logo, sends it back toward the attacking arc for Geelong. Bounces awkwardly for Walker. He was up to meet it. Handball to Jamont, handball to Turner for the Roos. Back to Walker. Now Stevenson along the boundary line. Been reasonably quiet today. Goes looking for Larkey. Guthrie was there to knock it away. Spilt to Phillips. His handball pinched by Tui. The Cats come back into attack.
Kicks wide to Joel Selwood, who takes the mark between wing and half forward on the hillside at Bellerive Oval. Good to see Selwood moving freely after last week being subbed out of the match. It's a drive, Geelong into attack once more. Rowan the target. Tarrant and Walker sport each other in the end. Spills out to McDonald, who got the hand pass to Boston Valagi and works it back to Demont. Now a chance to get out of defence. Scott kicks long up to Marnie. Blitzav's there, spoils it out of play. Kruger offering good support. And Geelong with a boundary throw in front of the two benches. And a couple of the tall timber combining. Late in the final term in Ballarat, it's the Western Bulldogs leading by 55 points against Adelaide. 15-15, 105 to the Crows 7-8, 50. So a bit of percentage there for the Bulldogs.
Ball toss back in. Stevenson soccers forward for the Roos. Avis Uniac has a go. Shares the 1-2 by hand with Anderson. Dumps it to half forward, and Stewart, much taller and read the footy better than Marnie on that occasion. Another intercept mark for the prolific Geelong defender. Across the back 50 to Menegola, now off to Guthrie with a bounce. Cam Guthrie turns infield back to Menegola. Still in such control of the football, Geelong. Menegola a hand pass to Higgins, who retreats by hand looking for Cam Guthrie. Zach Guthrie was paid that. If they were playing cricket here at Bellerive, they'd be going upstairs, I think, for the DRS to see whether that carried the journey.
Half volley it was.
The umpire.
I know we're 500 miles away, but still.
VAR Mark McClure with you this afternoon on Grandstand AFL. Long kick from Guthrie up the wing. It's brought down to Parfitt, hemmed in along the boundary line at right half forward. Handball back to Blitzarves. Back to Higgins for the Cats. Wobbles one to half forward. Puts it straight down the throat of his former teammate Robbie Tarrant at half-back for North Melbourne, who trailed by 11 points, 17 and a half gone in the third term.
North trying to work it out of defence. Ford takes the mark. Eddie Ford in his second game, the North Melbourne youngster, chips it across half-back, and Aaron Hall. Now a bit more purpose up the interchange side where Luke McDonald takes the mark. In front of the grandstand here at Bellerive Oval. Short to Stevenson, it hasn't...
No, you see more of this kid. He's got some talent. They don't play him
as much of the footy forward to halfway. Short to Marnie. Sending some career best numbers though for North Melbourne, getting his chance in the midfield upon departing Collingwood. Marnie into the pocket, forward, had a couple of metres, and that was all he needed as he takes the mark in front of Cam Guthrie in the right forward pocket.
It's good by Ford. He was involved in the play at a half-back leg.
Yep.
So he's pushed all the way down inside forward 50 to have the shot at goal, but great work rate. Great work rate by the young man. It's, again, just something little to be happy about if you're a North Melbourne supporter.
Bit of a glimpse, Renner.
Yeah,
that's his second game, this kid. Second game.
The 19-year-old picked 56 in 2020. Right forward pocket, puts it out towards the left goal post. It's not coming back across, and Kruger punches it through for a minor score.
And I say that, Joel, because a lot of young kids, when they play, they get a touch, and they just stand there after that. It's like, oh, the camera's on me for a little bit, so I'll just look good for a couple of seconds. He pushes on, runs 70 or 80 metres, gets to the next contest. Good play.
Call him Elvis. Young Eddie Ford. He's got a fair few moves. I think it's got a bit to do with the hair as well, just quietly.
Elvis.
He didn't have the move on that occasion to finish it off. The Cats bring it out towards the interchanges. Ranagalia stands up strong. Dalhouse. Got a fierce bump from Zeeble, rode it, handball away to Parfitt, who's tackled by Pollack, and Pollack gets a rub on the head from Jack Zeeble for his trouble.
So that passage of play for North Melbourne is their clear change since the bye. Just pressure on the ball. You know, Geelong never had a clear passage to run a North Melbourne player was always there, applying pressure or a tackle.
Ball up through centre wing broadcast side. Dalehouse close and Parfitt combined to take it away for the Cats. Close now, scoots away, gets to 50, eyes the sticks.
That's touch.
I think it's touch.
Yeah, that's touch, that one.
It's gone right to the goal line. A lunge from Walker.
Yep.
And danger nose.
Going back toward the goal line from Walker. The ball was on a trajectory to go through, and Walker has
well done.
got a hand to that inside the field of play. That's nice work from the former Cat.
And Chelsea knew that too.
Just wanted to make sure of it. So only the behind to be added to Geelong's score. Their margin 11 points through 20 minutes of the third term.
Yeah, Chelsea roughing you straight away. But did the right thing to get it checked.
Good strength from Josh Walker as well, given Paddy Dangerfield was trying to hold him off to let it fly through. Josh Walker at his third club after spending time at the Cats alongside the Brisbane Lions. All long out of defence, kicks North Melbourne up to the wing, and Todd Goldstein takes a good mark. So the margin just 11 points if North can score one here. Gives to Simpkin, bumped off it. Zach Guthrie gathers, gives it to Tui through the middle of the ground. Half pass to Close, run down by Siebel. Good tackle, scraps for it at ground level. And the umpire will ball it up just between the centre circles and half forward for the Cats.
Probably just no prior there on that tackle.
Ball spills clear to Dalehouse, at half forward, hand pass to Parfitt. He's ridden into the turf by Davies Uniac. Malungi gets the hand pass to Mott for North Melbourne, kicks to Phillips, spoiled by Selwood over the shoulder. North finally get a breather at half back.
So Phillips kicks it into the corridor, went looking for Goldstein. Who did he slip over then, Todd Goldstein, or he pull up a little bit sore?
No, the kick was behind him.
He tried to track back to the footy and somehow ended up with it. Stevenson's got it now on centre wing for North. Loops the handball over the top to Davies Uniac, who strolls to 55, kicks to the pocket, knocked away from Marnie. Henry with the reach to fist it out of play. It'll be tossed back in the right forward pocket for the Roos down at the river end.
That's good. Get it into the forward line, lock it in, keep putting pressure on. Not much in this game.
And if you're a North fan, you'd be bullied by what you're seeing. Goldstein taps it down to the front, looking for Stevenson. It rolls end over end and out of play.
It's an 11-point game. There's nothing in it.
It's been a big margin in these stages throughout the day.
I think it got to 17.
Yeah, 17 points in that third quarter. Off the back of three behinds. Cam Guthrie kicking the second of his goals to start this third term. The chance of Scott gets the hand pass to Taylor. Great smother. Kruger lunging to the 9 North. Tui onto it for the Cats, deep in defence, gets it to Stewart at the top of the defensive goal square. So cool and calm as he finds Isaac Smith in the left back pocket. Great effort from Nathan Kruger on debut, denying Curtis Taylor the snap off the outside of the boot, and Geelong are out of defence.
Isaac Smith, who might have had a bit of mirth this week watching on with all the developments at Hawthorn, having crossed to the Cats in the off-season, kicks long and finds Stanley, who sends it on over the top looking for Rowan. Back with the flight, couldn't reel it in. Knocked out of play just forward of the wing for the Cats. Broadcast sign of the ground, Bell Rive Oval. Beautiful day for footy on this Saturday afternoon. 23.5 into the third term, a low-scoring affair. Geelong by 11 points on Grandstand AFL. Goldstein and Stanley compete for the football. Stanley farmed the handball up to Smith, who tumbled the Cats toward the 50. A good mark taken by Kane Turner, a tumbling ball. Turner was able to latch onto it. He sends his kick out toward the boundary line, knocked out of the hands of Cam Guthrie. Good enough to compose himself, and handball infield to Isaac Smith, who sends a rainmaker inside the 50. Ratagalia over the top of Hall, couldn't mark. Knocked down to Tarrant. Who shares it across defensive 50 by foot and finds Walker for North.
Kicks it out to Polek, who takes the mark at left half back and kicks into Phillips, who shows good intent. Takes a bounce at half back, inboard to Hall, cuts through traffic, gets the hand pass to Anderson, couldn't knock it on as Kolajazzi put the pressure. Polek swoops back in, chips it to Scott at half forward, hand pass to Simpkin in the pocket forward. Great ball movement, North Melbourne.
Great play.
On a couple of occasions, it felt like Geelong were going to pinch it back, but they kept it moving forward, and it now finishes in the hands of Eddie Ford.
Wasn't perfect. Wasn't a perfect passage to play, but they kept pushing it forward. They kept staying in the centre corridor. So it gave them options.
So he had a sider from the right forward pocket. Now he gets a crack from the left. The 19-year-old with number 40 on his back. North Melbourne are coming. Can they finish their work in front of goal? Ford comes in and misses out to the right badly. Poked at it, and Stanley takes the mark. Up against the right behind post. So the occasion getting to the young 19-year-old in just his second game.
He didn't kick through it.
An 11-point Geelong lead.
Stanley takes the mark for the Cats and shares it to Henry in the right back pocket. Evades Stevenson. Chips short to Kolajasny. Inside the defensive 50 for the Cats. Sun beaming down at Bellerive Oval. Kolajasny kicks across the defensive 50 and finds Kruger. Has been pretty good this afternoon in his first game.
It has not looked out of place.
Kruger sends a low kick along the boundary line and finds Higgins. Geelong by 11 points, 6-11 plays 5-6. Just the one goal each in this third quarter for the two sides. Higgins down the line to Blitzarves, who stretches and marks at left half forward. Not a lot of time left in the term. Handballs off to Zach Guthrie. Guthrie kicks the Cats to full forward. Parfitt out the back. Zeeble knocked it down. Paul's there for the Roos. They'll get out of trouble. And at three-quarter time, North Melbourne turns for home, down 11 points to one of the premiership fancies, the side who came into the clash 18th on the table with 4 wins, taking it right up to the Cats. Have only lost 4 times this season. At three-quarter time, it's Geelong 6-11-47 to North Melbourne 5-6-36. 2 goals to Cam Guthrie for the Cats, 2 also to Gary Rowan, the others to Sean Higgins and Mark Blitzarves. For North Melbourne, 2 goals to Nick Larkey following from his 7 last week. A first goal in AFL for Atu Bosanovalangi, Luke Davies-Uniacke and Curtis Taylor with the goals for the Roos.
Full-time in Ballarat. The Western Bulldogs winners by 49 points over Adelaide, 15-15, 105 to the Crows, 8-8-56, with Josh Bruce, Jamari Ugelhagen and Jason Johannesson all kicking 2 goals. So the Western Bulldogs recording another victory there, 15 wins and 4 losses to be on top of the AFL ladder in round 20 of the AFL. Geelong by 11 points at three-quarter time at Bellerive Oval in Hobart on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
See change or tree change? Across Australia, people are chasing their dreams and moving to the country.
Oh, wow.
And they're full of great ideas.
Everyone looked at me and Lincoln, I said, lamb bacon.
Join Helena, Christy and Craig as they seek out these innovators and the ones who've been here all along.
This is the tasting station.
To find out how they get on.
These hills are alive with creativity.
Move into the country. Friday nights at 7:30 on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Goldstein wins it down to McDonald, whose kick goes high but not really far. It is team 15 though. Guthrie takes the mark. Cam Guthrie hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket. Steps out, dumps across his body. Superb finish.
Robbie Tarrant's got it, chips short to Simpkin. The Cats by 16 points halfway through this third term. Simpkin blasts the Roos inside 50 to Larkey, who latches onto it. And Larkey finishes off his work.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Three-quarter time at Bellerive Oval in Hobart. Geelong leading by 11 points, 6-11-47 to North Melbourne, 5-6-36. As always, we'd love to hear from you on the SMS 0437 774 774. Hi guys, Jeff from Dandenong. What game will be on free-to-air tonight? Well, Jeff, we're all got our hands in the air. We're a little unsure as to what will take place with the 3-game schedule for Queensland being postponed. Gold Coast, Melbourne, Essendon, Sydney, GWS Port Adelaide. There's rumours that they'll all take place in Melbourne tomorrow. We'll wait and find out. What we do know, though, is that we've got a match coming up after this, and that's Collingwood and the West Coast Eagles. Corbin Middlemass, it might be the last game of the day. Welcome.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be clinchy with a big Super Sunday ahead. So the 6 teams that were meant to be playing elsewhere or up in Queensland are all on their way down here to Melbourne to play games tomorrow. So there'll be 3 fixtures in Melbourne tomorrow, 1 in Tasmania and 1 out west. But the game ahead of us is Collingwood and the West Coast Eagles, who played in the grand final here, of course, in 2018. They played a memorable final against one another last year. It was the Pies that ended the Eagles' season over there in the West. So a lot of recent history between the two teams. And the man who stood on the stage with Adam Simpson after the 2018 grand final in Shannon Hearn, holding the cup aloft. He plays his 300th game this afternoon, becomes the 95th man in VFL history to reach the milestone. So Shannon Hearn at the home of footy this afternoon, notching up 300 games. We're another 10 minutes away, Clinchy, or so from the final teams coming through, but this is our next and last stop on Saturday of round 20, the Eagles and the Pies to complete the day in the twilight.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Corby. Corbin Middlemass alongside Andrew Mays, Brett Delidio, Brennan Goddard and Jess Webster for the call. Some nice work on Twitter being done by Max Lachlan. The last time there wasn't a Saturday night AFL fixture, round 12, 1997. So, funnily enough, Collingwood also hosted West Coast on that Saturday afternoon, but it was at Victoria Park. So three-quarter time here, Geelong leading by 11 points, 6-11-47 to North Melbourne, 5-6-36, and the Western Bulldogs winners by 49 points over Adelaide. So it is a handy little percentage booster for the Western Bulldogs, who are at 139%. They now jump to 142.
Do we want to give a little update, Clinchy, on how tomorrow may look?
Yeah, if you got some.
Yeah, I do. So what they're saying now is Gold Coast versus Melbourne at Marvel Stadium at 12:10 start. Hawthorn versus Brisbane at Launceston, still 2:10. Essendon versus Sydney at the MCG at 3:10. Fremantle and Richmond still at Perth Stadium at 5:10. And then the Giants and Port Adelaide at the Docklands at 6:10. So 5 games tomorrow.
It's going to be a big day. We might have to call Sellers and Rammer in off the bench to do some commentary work. So that's certainly how it's looking for the moment. We welcome listeners throughout South Australia who have joined us at Bellerive Oval in Hobart, North Melbourne and Geelong. It's a good time to join because the Cats lead by 11 points. It was North Melbourne by 4 at quarter time, the Cats by 8 at half time, and just a goal apiece in that second quarter. So Adam Remanascus and Mark McClure, your experts, the game feels up for grabs, even though Geelong probably had North at arm's length since quarter time.
The quarter stats are they kick 1 goal 5 to 1 goal 2. So there's, they're not really tearing them apart, and North Melbourne has still a chance to get this, win this if they really want to. But Geelong have got the power side. Their statistics are 90 to 84, inside 50s to 13 to 10 to 8. It's all the same. Everything's so close around this whole thing about where they're at. But the game is not a great game to watch.
The game's up for grabs in the first 5-10 minutes.
Goal,
North Melbourne, this is great for them. Young team, and I've said this a number of times about North being involved late in games.
Hanging in
great development for their young players.
Yeah.
So this first 5 or 10 minutes of this quarter, critical for North.
So Geelong leading by 11 points. It's second versus 18th, but it's far closer than that in Hobart this afternoon. Stanley wins the opening tap against Goldstein. Goldstein almost got the clearance, couldn't get a clean hand pass away. Phillips for North, gets it to Simpkin, drives a long kick inside 50. Where's Larky? Came charging out, spoiled away from him. 2-hit halfback, tackled by McDonald, got the hand pass away to Henry, who gathers on defensive 50. He's going to chip it all the way back to Zach Guthrie, who marks at the top of the defensive goal square.
In terms of ranking points, the late inclusion, the second highest ranked player on the ground, only behind brother Cam. Sends a long footy out toward the hillside. Parfitt takes it off hands, tackled, lost the football in the tackle, and then Simpkin got grabbed by Kruger. No free kick paid. And we'll have a ball up at right half forward for North, kicking to the Church Street end here in this final term. Goal apiece in that third between the two teams. David Noble and Chris Scott studying proceedings from the coaches' boxes. Phillips off the stoppage, guides the kick towards half forward, went looking for Anderson, who was overzealous with the tackle and gives away free kick for high contact on Zach Guthrie. He shares it out wide to right half back and finds Sean Higgins.
In game 250, Sean Higgins, after missing last week with knee soreness, drives the Cats towards half forward. Radagalia in a wrestle with Robbie Tarrant. Ball hits the deck, Tarrant onto it, hand pass to Phillips, who's had a couple of good involvements. Got it to Demont, Vossavalungi through the middle, just broke the lunging tackle once, not twice, as Parfitt ran him down. Got the hand pass forward to Scott, retreats back to Davies Uniacke, out to the far wing, where Goldstein was worked underneath it. Stanley gets back there first for Geelong. Hand pass to Tui, trying to find a way forward around Scott. Feeds it inboard to Kluger. The first gamer drives a kick around the wing. And finds Smith. Isaac Smith, who gathers on the opposite flank. Gets the hand pass out. Kolajasny, where's he going?
Like
Is there a howling breeze going from one wing to the other as Zach Guthrie takes the mark? And Geelong continuing in a similar vein, short to Tui.
No, zigzag their way up and down the ground, the Cats.
That was like my golf game. One side, other side, one side, other side.
Stanley. That's very relatable, Quincy.
They just refuse to try and go to a contest. They refuse to kick to a contest.
They do go to a contest here, and Mackay won the contest. But Buse scoots in for the Cats. 52 out, sends it inside the 50. Rowan knocks it down to Dangerfield. Handball to Narkle, and Narkle snaps truly. They made hard work of it, the Cats. But Quinton Narkle gets the desired result. And Geelong get that all-important first goal of the final quarter to push the lead out to 17 points. 7-11-53 to North Melbourne, 5-6-36. 3 minutes gone in the final term, an equal game-high lead.
Well, Narkle gives that goal because there was a mistake made. They actually kicked it in there quickly. They must have made a mistake. They couldn't have chipped it somewhere, so they had to bang it in there. All of a sudden, there's a contest. Narkle's at the front of it because that's what he's learnt from as a young man. That's where you get to. Picks it up, finishes it off, and they score. You must actually take a chance. If you don't want to take any chances, don't get out of bed. I can tell you, this is what it's like. It's been incredibly poor in the contest area, and that's where the action starts. And all of a sudden, they're on their way, Geelong.
Narkle with 15 disposals and a goal this afternoon. Was the sub and had 8 clearances and a goal last week. Stanley gets the clearance for Geelong, kicks long, Radicalair up with hands, couldn't complete the mark. Here's Narkle again, fends off Hall, snaps on goal and misses out to the right. Just scrapes it in for a minor score. He is such an excitement machine, Quinton Narkle.
It's about the movement of ball, though, Rammer.
Yeah.
Get it first, bang it in, let's have a crack.
18-point lead, Geelong's way.
Saw it a couple of times from Dangerfield, I think in that second term, where they really start to get things going. We really haven't seen it much from the Cats so far. Ball chips to Boston-Abalungi in the right back pocket for North. Directs a short kick to Ben Mackay, who's been good on Tom Hawkins today. Hawkins hasn't featured on the score sheet. Awkward kick across half-back from Phillips, turned it over. Dalhouse ran into his teammate in Narkle at centre-half forward, finds some space, goes inside the 50, looking for Radicalair. Robbie Tarrant's there to fist it away from him for the Roos, out toward the boundary line. Close is there, Tarrant runs him down, free kick. So going to the Cats for a push in the back. It is going to be close. Tarrant gave him a shove as he chased after the football. So close comes infield to Buse, just forward of the wing for Geelong. Kicks to the front point of the square and finds Zach Guthrie coming up for disposal number 22. He'll pump Geelong inside the forward 50. Radicalair the rise, couldn't mark. Parfitt pulls it in the pocket.
That's the kick.
Squaring kick. Bounces over to his head. Zeeble gets there for the Roos. Handball to Hall. They need to be good here in tight confines. Hall loops the handball to Mackay. Now to Scott, still inside the defensive 50. The Roos. Hall set a task, got the handball back to Scott. Now to Mackay as they try to reload. Mackay's handball to Scott. Finally, the Roos are out of there.
But he's turned it over. Tom Stewart takes the intercepting mark on the hill wing. Kicks backwards into the middle of the ground, and Jed Buse takes the mark. Works it down the middle. Kruger. He's pretty good in his first game. Chips it wide to Tom Stewart. No one on the mark, so he can move it forward with a bit more intent towards Stanley over his head as Goldstein was there. And the ball trickles out of play in the left forward pocket for Geelong. 18-point Cat lead at the 6-minute mark of the final term. Crowd of around 10,000 in Bellerive Oval this afternoon. Great to see fans at the footy. There's so many in lockdown at the moment. Luke McDonald gathers from the throw-in for North, kicks towards 40, was shoved out of it. The bigger body and experience of Tom Stewart moving him easily. Kicks inboard to Tui.
Is that not in the back anymore?
Tui kicks inside forward 50 for the Cats. Radicalair ran under the footy and Tarrant was there to collect at fullback for North.
I think the better players disguise it well, sellers. They don't use their hands.
Been a bit of a trend over the last few weeks. They haven't been playing it often. There was couple across last weekend that were clear as day and didn't receive anything. Zeeble from fullback for North. So Boston Avalangi kicked a memorable goal in the opening term, the first of his AFL career. Robbie Tarrant sends it out to Pollock for the Roos at left half-back. The Cats by 18 points. We've played 8 minutes here in this final term, in fact 7 minutes, as Taylor marks at left half-back for North, and they're well and truly hemmed in here, the Roos. So Taylor has to kick to a contest on the AFL logo over the head of Jamont, and in at the back was Larkey. It fell into his lap. He marks on the ground on the AFL logo.
So Nick Larkey, who's played the lone hand in attack with no Cam Zerha this afternoon. Taylor Thomas also out of the lineup. Goes short, and Jamont has it on the grandstand wing. Looks up towards half forward, sets it in the path towards Goldstein. He's got two to compete against. It clears to the back where Ford's onto it for North. Turns and kicks towards Larkey in the pocket over his head. And it comes off the fingertips of Tui, just the other side of the left behind post, and out of play for a boundary throw-in. North will be happy with that.
I'm very happy with that. Again, the ball's lived in Geelong's forward half in the first part of this last quarter. So a bit of a break now for North's defenders.
Geelong by 18 points. Shallow throw in. Goldstein couldn't take it cleanly out of the ruck. Parford pinches it from him, kicks off the outside of the boot, into the middle. Simpkin did a lot right. He was in front position. And Dalhouse in the end gave away the free kick. So Simpkin to take it, chips it wide, and Zeeble has it in the middle of Bellerive.
The skipper sends it wide again for Turner.
That kick straight away from Simpkin allowed them to get all their players back in the back half. So all of a sudden they didn't move quick enough.
Turner to McDonald at right half forward. Thoughts of Mark McClure on Grandstand AFL alongside Adam Ramanaskas, your experts this afternoon. McDonald chips inside the forward 50. Cats with numbers. Marnie almost a chance at ground level. Phillips came in hot over the top of Dalhouse. Gave away a free kick. Cats will take advantage off half-back. Brad close in the long sleeves. Gallops his way forward. Handball to Narkle. Handball to Cam Guthrie. Retreats by hand to close. Bounced awkwardly for him. Good enough to collect it on the hillside wing. And now it's the Geelong turn in field from Hughes to Selwood on the AFL logo. Selwood chips short to Stewart. Stewart from half-back sends it out wide, and Higgins has reeled it in between the wing and right half forward for the Cats.
So Sean Higgins between wing and half forward. Geelong probably need just one more goal to close this out. Kicks long towards Rowan, it clears him. Zeeble gathers for North, clearing ball to half-back. Kruger was up early, couldn't gather. Eddie Ford gathers for North Melbourne. Hand pass to Marnie. Back to Demont at half-back. Feeds the hand pass wide to Pollock. Trying to get around Blitzas. Kicks to Ford in the middle of the ground. Here go North. Gets the hand pass to Simpkin. Takes a bounce. A side step as he hand passes inboard to Phillips. The important kick inside 50. Davies Uniac there. Spoiled away by Henry. And then Henry laid a great tackle. Davies Uniac didn't get a hand pass away. He's now over the top. Umpire Brett Roseberry circles, and he'll ball it up.
You can't get tackled and place the ball on the ground.
Davies Uniac got away with one there.
That's terrific by Jack Henry.
Had his chance.
Good player, Jack Henry.
Yeah.
He's another of those Swiss Army knives for Chris Scott. Between Henry and Blitzarves, two blokes can play anywhere. Ball tumbled outside the defensive 50 for the Cats. Simpkin came up with it for the Roos. Low pass inside the 50. Oh, Eddie Ford through the traffic. Elvis shows them the dance moves inside 50. Throws it on the right boot and bounces home his first goal at the third time of asking on the afternoon. And he's mobbed by teammates who rush in to celebrate with him. And maybe he just keeps North alive in the contest as well. Margin 12 points. The Cats 7-12-54. North 6-6-42. We've played 10.5 in the final term.
And he deserves it, the young man, because he's got himself into dangerous positions for a lot of the day. So he's had a couple of shots at goal. That's his third shot at goal now. He's kicked one finally. But if you put yourself in enough dangerous positions during the day, fellas, you're eventually going to score.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm proud of this kid. He has a crack. He gets in the right.
In the draft.
I know, but he gets in the right spots. He's in and under. He's all those sorts of things. There's not much of him, but gee whiz, he's handy. They're 12 points in this game. They get another one, they'll get a bit shaky, Geelong. And we've got another shaky bloke over here.
Yeah, I'm just causing a bit of havoc here. Back in the middle, Blitzav's one down the tap against Goldstein. Davies Uniac emerges with it, straight out of the middle, takes the bounce, gave the home from 50, it's out to the right, and it won't quite have the purchase. As Kolajasny takes the mark on the behind line.
And the forwards went backwards, not towards Davies Uniac.
He's got to kick that.
Yep.
I don't care.
No,
the little ship pass would have hurt.
He kicked that goal. The really good midfielders kicked that goal, Sellers.
Yeah, he didn't.
He's right on 50. You got to nail them.
No doubt the next stage of his career, he's had a great season so far, but finishing the work after getting the clearance in the middle of the ground. Isaac Smith has it on the hillside of Bellerive Oval, works it over the top to Dangerfield. Stevenson in from the side, gives away the free kick.
He didn't go for the ball at all.
Easy one for the umpire. Danger swings onto the right-hand side, drives a long kick inside 50. It's too wide of Radagalia. Maybe the breeze just took that a bit as it bounces out up against the left behind post. Geelong deep in attack.
Notice Dangerfield's going with the moustache as well.
Really?
Like sort of Joel's going with the moustache. Or trying to, but...
Is it?
It's a very poor effort on my behalf.
I didn't want to say that, but I'm glad you acknowledge it.
Happy to admit it. I've been told by plenty, so I've heard it enough over... I don't know how it's lasted, to be perfectly honest. Something about mask wearing that's hiding it nicely. Outside the defensive 50 come North Melbourne. Larkey to Stevenson. His handball knocked down by Henry, who's again in the play for Geelong. So too is Cam Guthrie. Sends it inside forward 50. Walker tracks it back. It does look like the breeze has got up. A couple of carried long inside forward 50 to the river end. We might check in with Chris Rowbottom on conditions very shortly. Mackay for the Roos. Handballs to Jamont as they try and control it down the line. Jamont's kick floats out of bounds on the ball, which provides us the perfect opportunity to check in with Chris Rowbottom.
Yeah, you're right. That breeze has picked up just in the last 5 minutes or so, advantaging Geelong. So not a heavy or stiff breeze by any means, but it certainly is there.
Good on you, Chris. Thanks for that. Earlier, the Western Bulldogs winners by 49 points over Adelaide. Menangola has it on the wing. On the SMS, not enough credit given to the Kangas. The bottom side in capitals. We're full of praise for what North Melbourne's are offering so far. Menangola with a long kick inside the 50. Zeeble rises over the pack, spoils it away from Hawkins and Blitzavs, and it goes across the boundary line for a throw-in. Geelong by 12 points, 14 minutes gone, final term. On ABC Local Radio and ABC Sport.
Makes you wonder if they have Cunnington, Zerha, Thomas in the side. Maybe it's a bit of a different story this afternoon.
Maybe it's better they don't and test their kids, which is a good thing.
They're getting some exposure. Jamont from the stoppage collected the knockdown from Goldstein, tumbled it out towards Davies Uniac, came in over the top of Tui and took the footy away from him to LDU. Handball along the boundary line. Kolek was walked over in a tackle by Minagola. It'll be thrown back in. It's the attacking side of the broadcast wing for the Cats. They've added one goal here in this final term. North with just the one goal. Margin sits at 12 in a low-scoring tussle here at Bellerive Oval this afternoon. Menegola tracks after the footy. Might have copped the hit off the football there. Kolek bursts away with it for the Roos, gets to the centre of the broadcast wing and fashions the pass nicely for Ford, who is showing some signs this afternoon in the second game. They cuts it in on the diagonal to Phillips at left half forward for North, to centre half forward for Stevenson. What does he see inside the 50? Larkey leads back towards the goal square. That's the direction in which the kick will go. Larkey launches and pulls it in at full forward for North. Big Nick sticks it in the square. He'll go back and pull them to within a kick.
Oh, no.
No, it's not been paid a mark.
What?
Must have been touched off the boot. Didn't hear in all of that from the umpire or even really any signs from the players that hadn't been paid. So it's balled up at the top of the goal square. The Roos somehow don't get the opportunity. The Cats draw the neutral. We'll do it all again at full forward for North.
Sherry into the ruck up against Blitzavs. Zach Guthrie kicks it off the outside of the boot. Forward underneath it. Couldn't complete the mark as it spills over the boundary line in the left forward pocket for North. Geelong by 12 points. After Ford's goal, cut it back from 18 points. The Roos are hanging around. Can they strike here? Thrown back into play. Blitzav's in the ruck up against Sherry. Sherry got to the front, knocked it down, trying to get it to Taylor. Higgins got in there for Geelong. Hand pass to Tui. Off balance, kicks to half back. Bossamalungi flew against danger. Bossabalungi over the footy, but bumped out of it by Dalhouse. Hand pass to Parker to Menangola, to danger into traffic. Found a way through. Gets it to Zach Guthrie at right half-back. Up towards Ratagalia. 1-2, couldn't complete the mark. And the umpire will throw it in. Interchange side of Bellerive Oval. Cats leading by 12 points, 16 gone, final term.
Zach Guthrie with a career-high 25 disposals this afternoon for Geelong as the laid in. Still the both subs unused in Clark for Geelong and Atley for North Melbourne. Selwood fists it forward from the stoppage. Dangerfield up to meet it. Handball off to the shotgun runner in Cam Guthrie, who sends it toward goal. Hawkins rushing back, tripped over as he went back to get the footy. His chase was in vain. It goes through for a minor score for the Cats, makes it a 3-possession ball game. 13 points the margin of Geelong. We've played 17 minutes in the final term on Grandstand AFL.
Jan on the SMS on 0437 774 774. Please wish Ben Cunnington a speedy recovery. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think all the footy community sends their best wishes to Ben Cunnington. Such a great player for North throughout a long career. And hopefully we see him back on the park as soon as possible. North out of defence. Their long kick is spoiled away by Patrick Dangerfield. So a boundary throw in at right half forward for the Cats. 13-point lead Geelong's way. Sherry and Blitzabs comes to the front. Cam Guthrie with a hand pass to Selwood. His kick forward is smothered. It comes to Aaron Hall, who picks it up for North. To Tarrant, Bossabalungi, back to Hall. North out of defence with a long kick into the middle of the ground. Larkey underneath, spoiled away by Kruger of the Cats. Zach Guthrie's there. He tries to brush off a couple of tackles. Got it to Menangola. The hand pass to Henry, who chips it wide, and Cam Guthrie has it on the grandstand side.
27th disposal for Cam Guthrie. Shoots it back toward the defensive 50 for Tui. Cats by 13 points, trailed by 4 at quarter time, led by 8 at the half, 11 at three-quarter time. And have control 55 to 42 at the moment. A bit of a slug this afternoon here in Hobart. Guthrie's long kick up the line. Ratagalia crashed the pack. Free kick going the way of the Hoops to Asava Ratagalia.
He crashed the pack and still got the free kick.
Must have got an almighty shove to do that, I reckon, Dallas. Don't see how else that computes. So Asava Ratagalia whacks it inside 50 to the pocket. Hawkins, just inside the field of play, has been able to clutch it to his chest. Not even a stride inside the line. Goalless all afternoon. Tom Hawkins has a chance deep into the right forward pocket, 35 out.
He's got a habit of kicking him from this pocket because he's got the left to right fade.
And he's got some wind with him too.
Yeah.
To do it.
So Hawkins only goalless once so far this season. He's side up by 13 points to make it very difficult for North Melbourne. Tom Hawkins finishes beautifully as he's done so many times before, and might have put it beyond the young Roos. Geelong by 19 points. 8-13-61. 6-6-42 to North Melbourne. We played 20 minutes in the final term, and it was beautifully called by Adam Ramanaskas. The lovely left to right swing of the ball there from Hawkins, and Rammer, he guided it through perfectly.
Well, I'm just looking at his direct opponent. Bebekai's done a terrific job on him all day, but he just gave him a couple of metres, Sellers. Now, I know it was a poor kick, and it looked like it was going to float out of bounds on the full. But again, that's what the good forwards do. They're never out of the contest.
When required.
Correct.
WR, they call it.
Yep, so, he's had 12 disposals and only 1 goal, Tom Hawkins, today. So it's probably been one of his quieter performances, but you might not have a big game, but you can have a big moment. That was just a big moment for Tom Hawkins.
Absolutely. 10 times he's kicked over 40 goals or more in a season. Dangerfield bursts out of the middle for Geelong. Chips it wide to Close, running back with a flight. He marks in front of Rowan. He's still 55 metres out from goal, though. Cats all of a sudden by 19 points. Close in the long sleeve hoops. Sends it long towards Ratagalia. Up Walker, dropped the mark. Parfitt slaps it back into play. Got it to Ratagalia. He's brought down by a couple, Davies, Uniacke and Walker. And the umpire will throw it up just 10 metres out from the Cats' goal. Geelong 8-13-61. North Melbourne 6-6-42. Time on in the final term. Goldstein and Hawkins. Hawkins wins down the tap. I think Hall was being held when he wasn't in possession. He'll take the free kick in the back pocket for North Melbourne.
Biggest lead of the game for the Cats. 19 points, 5 minutes remaining. Hall, a dangerous kick. Finds safe haven in Robbie Tarrant. And then the overlap run of Aaron Hall.
We didn't get the replay of the Nick Larkey, what we thought was a mark in the goal square, so we can only assume that it was touched off the boot.
Because it was a clean grab.
Yeah.
Siebel fashions it out toward the hillside wing for Pollock, who cuts it infield, and LDU was strong to rise. Kick over the top from Davies-Uniacke towards Simpkins, stolen by Dangerfield. And here go Geelong. Selwood loops it over the top to Isaac Smith, inside the 50, on the left boot to the pocket, and Hawkins, who marks just inside the boundary line in the right forward pocket moments ago. This time, the exact opposite kick in the left forward pocket.
And he's very, very good at the snap around his body.
Do you think he's going that way?
Well, I think so, because the way the ball moves for him, it won't work in this pocket.
You're starting to sound like Brian Taylor.
Oh, well. He'll snap. He has to. Oh, it looks like he's kicking straight.
He's going to kick a drop punt.
A few of the Cats fans looking to get involved behind him as he sets up here. Tom Hawkins looking for the drop punt. From outside the field of play, starts it right, leaves it right.
There you go.
You're right. Should have done the hook.
On the hook.
Doesn't score. Margin stays at 19 points. 23 minutes gone in the final term on Grandstand AFL.
Aaron Hall looks to bring North back into play. Long kick into the middle. Dangerfield in front of Larkey. Takes the mark.
He's had a few big moments in this quarter. And really sort of turned the game around for Geelong's way. And that's what his job is. He's the best player in the competition, or one of them.
He's marked out the spot to have a shot as well from inside the centre square. So he's realised there's a bit of a breeze behind him. And Paddy Dangerfield's going to set flight from inside the centre square. No, he's not. Passing it off.
He tricked us.
Fooled everyone. Kick to the pocket. Spoiled away from Smith. Menengola tries to gather. Hand pass intercepted by Simpkin. He's tackled by Higgins. Spills clear to Zeeble against the boundary line. 1-2 with Anderson. Out of defence with a hand pass to Demont, who works it over the top to forward. It bounced through his legs. Dangerfield lunging forward. Gets the hand pass to Menengola. To Zach Guthrie. High kick inside the 50. Radicalair 301. Crash the pack. Walker gathers. Back to Hall. North out of defence.
So Walker to the runner, and Hall is off. Galloping outside defensive 50. Broke the cardinal sin. Handball to the ruckman. He mopped it up though. Was good enough to go back and get the footy.
Again.
Kick to Simpkin at centre half back. Back to Hall. Now to Phillips. Now to Stevenson. He's got runners going forward for North. Bailey Scott 60 from home. Goes inside the 50. Larkey lunges. Leaves it behind. Not paid the mark. Henry dives on top of him. He can't buy one, Nick Larkey.
He's paid holding the ball.
And he's been paid holding the ball. For a man who's kicked a couple today, Larkey really hasn't had a great afternoon as far as the rub of the green goes. The Cats come back the other way by foot and find Stanley, who's got it just shy of the hillside wing for Geelong. The Cats by 19 points, 8-13-61 to North, 6-6-42 through 25 minutes of the final turn.
Long kick towards Hawkins, who's nudged out of it by Ben Mackay. It clears to the back. Higgins in game 250, trying to get after it. Tackled by Zeeble as he shoves a hand pass up.
Well done.
Mackay wins it back for North. Hand pass to Simpkin. To Scott, to Hall, bumped by Rowan. His hand pass went straight up in the air, and Smith took it for the Cats. Got it to Selwood, to Hawkins, who blazes away wide of Dangerfield, and it bounces through for a minor score to the left. So the Cats by 20 points.
Inside 50s this quarter, Clinchy. 18-8. 2 goals, 3-1 behind.
Rowan dived across the kick of Tarrant there, but he looks like he's up and okay, Robbie Tarrant. He found Ford with his kick. Ford goes into the centre corridor and finds Walker.
What David Noble will be disappointed about in this last quarter, only 5 tackles for North Melbourne.
Just have run out of legs. You see young sides do it so often, and North haven't been able to maintain the rage here in this final term. Dumont's got it centre of the broadcast wing. Looks into the corridor, had Pollock or Goldstein to choose from, ended up with the ladder. Goldstein goes inside the 50, finds Taylor. Taylor onto Anderson, falling to his back, takes the mark. Handball over the top to Marnie, who's hemmed in and made a meal of it. Kicked it straight into Stanley.
Handball abused on the last line for the Cats to Henry, to Stewart, and Geelong will get away with it. Menegola has it for the Cats, drives it toward the wing. Walker's happy to fist it out of play, and it'll be thrown back in centre of the broadcast wing. Cats by 20 points.
One of the North people just had to take some responsibility in that forward half. Hold the ball. I'm going to kick this. Just trust me to do that. And they couldn't. They had to give it off to someone else. Make it their fault.
Dying stages of the match. Goldstein wins down the tap towards Simpkin. Squeezes the kick towards half forward. Tom Stewart's loose. He gathers for Geelong. Hand pass to Cam Guthrie, away to Brothers Zat. What a great afternoon for them. Up towards Radicalea. Had it spoiled away by Goldstein. Carrot will feed the hand pass back to North. To Walker, who kicks inboard to Hall. Hall short into the middle of the ground. Simpkin takes the mark. He's tackled by Blitzaz, and that'll do us. Geelong victorious with their first trip to Bellerive Oval for premiership points. They make it 5 on the trot. Winners by 20 points over North. They led by 4 points at quarter time, the Cats by 8 at half time, Geelong by 11 at three-quarter time, and then the Cats had 2 goals to 1 in the final term, run out 20-point winners, 8-14-62 to North Melbourne 6-6-42. It means they stay in touch with the Western Bulldogs, equal top, 15 wins and 4 losses. By 20 points, 2 goals to Rowan, to Cam Guthrie, and individuals to Hawkins, Higgins, Narkle, and Blitzavs. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, 2 goals to Nick Larkey, individuals to Ford, Boston Valungi, Davies, Uniac, and Taylor. The Cats winners by 20 points, and they stay in touch with the top 2, equal top with the Western Bulldogs, only behind on percentage after the Bulldogs' 49-point victory over Adelaide at Ballarat. After this match, Collingwood taking on the West Coast Eagles from the MCG. And we can also confirm, Rama, your early mail was correct. So matches to take place tomorrow. So 5 games. Full credit to Tim Verrill and Andrew Williamson, who's done the hard work for us. So we'll be on from midday with a call of the Gold Coast Suns taking on Melbourne.
Midday to midnight.
Then switching to Sydney and the Bombers. And then we'll finish at Docklands at Port Adelaide and the Giants. Depending on where you are listening, you will get Brisbane and Hawthorn if you're in the Queensland market, and Fremantle and Richmond if you're in Western Australia and other markets. Of course, all games will be available via the AFL app. So we're going to have a blockbuster day tomorrow, but first we have to talk about the Cats' 20-point win over North Melbourne. Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure.
Well, it wasn't really an interesting game. We just got going in the last half of that quarter, and you could see that the Geelong were a much more powerful side. Dangerfield started to get himself going. Cam Guthrie was sensational most of the game. He had lots of possessions and pushed it forward. But it was boring until that last little bit where there actually was a bit of a rush. And North had some chances to win that game. I was very proud of North. Kept them to 62 points. One of the contenders in the competition to win the premiership. That's pretty good going, I would think. They got absolutely slaughtered in the inside 50s. When you think about that, their inside 50s were 60 to 34. And they've kept them to 62 points. I reckon that's a pretty damn good effort. It was a scrambly. They're hard to play against. We've talked about that before, and they've made themselves difficult to play against.
Geelong's third lowest score of the year.
And up against the 17th or 18th worst side in the competition. So, to me, is that a little victory for them? Is that something that they can build their side on and do all those sorts of things for the future? Like what they did. They fumbled a bit. Paul, for me, has got some...
I'm just going to interrupt you because Sean Higgins is being chaired off.
Okay.
Joel Selwood on his right, Jack Siebel on his left. Of course, 2 of the 3 clubs in which he's played for finally gets to celebrate his 250th milestone after being withdrawn last week against Richmond. So that comes from a Geelong family. His sister, of course, has links with the Cats in the VFL system. I'm sure a proud day, and good to see some of his family were able to make the trip down to to Hobart this afternoon. So well done to Sean Higgins. Sorry to interject.
No problems. And I have a look at Hall. Hall, who's now playing half-back flank, they're 30-odd possessions and massive numbers and all those sorts of things. But these mistakes were just so apparent around the ground. And when he had a ball in hand, he needed to hit a spot. He's talented enough to do that. He waltzes along and doesn't actually hurt you, in a sense, for mine. So those sorts of things, that they've got some improvement in their team. Their kids are good. I like what they're doing. You know, they need Zuhar back, and they need a couple of others to come back into that side to give them some more power up forward. They struggle with just Larky as a tall. But their young guys are very, very good. I like it. Geelong, I think Geelong are a real chance to win the premiership. They've got a very balanced and a mature side, and one that it could handle most sides. But today, I think they fiddled and flirted slightly with the ball until the last little bit, when they just took control and pushed them aside. A young side pushed them aside and pushed by 19 points. Wasn't a victory that they'd be over proud of, but you know what? A win's a win, and they'll take it and they'll move on to the next game.
Oh, look, there's not a lot of positives, I don't think, for Geelong. If you look at it, Zach Guthrie's probably the real positive out of the game. He came into the team. He's had a good performance, 28 possessions, playing across half-back. His brother Cam was probably best on Gretz. I'm not trying to...
No, Drew Morford used to try and do this. And I used to put a line straight through him as soon as he did.
We might just see if we can hear the Geelong song, winners by 20 points. The players with face masks on as they sing the song. Gary Rowan with the little video camera for the club website. And the captain Nathan Kruger in the middle of the circle on Sabu gets victory in his first game, Geelong's first game for premiership points from Bellerive Oval in Hobart. So, sorry, Ramo, the Cats, I guess like good sides do, they get the 4 points, but they'll know they've got a bit of work for improvement.
I think they've got a lot of work for improvement. Now, North Melbourne came with a game plan. There's no doubt. They stacked Geelong's forward line with numbers. But that was also to their detriment in the end, because they really couldn't move the ball at any stage. Like the couple of times they did, they were able to score. But you look at the last quarter, and I talk about the last quarter in young developing sides, because that's when you get your greatest experiences. You might get 5 games worth of experience in a really, really tight game. North Melbourne in the last quarter today, 5 tackles, 18 inside 50s to 8. They didn't really get much out of that last quarter. They didn't really push Geelong really hard in that last quarter. Geelong dominated.
They chipped too much.
Correct.
Instead of putting pressure on.
Yeah, and that's what you wanted them to take the game on. There's only one instance in that last quarter where we saw Aaron Hall trying to go through the middle of the ground and create something. Yeah. And
then messed it up.
But you know what? I prefer him to mess it up than not try.
I agree. Yeah.
So, he was trying something. So, a little bit disappointing from that aspect for North Melbourne. I spoke, Joel, during the game about being able to execute a game plan, a tactic from North Melbourne. And they were able to execute that, roll back into defence and move the ball out. But, again, they moved the ball out to sort of their half-back line, wing, and it was just numbers from Geelong's point of view. Zach Tui was there, Tom Stewart, Buse was there, Colin Jasny was there. Now, they were just lining up, waiting for that ball to come back out. So, did they really threaten? I don't think they threatened in that game. I don't think North Melbourne threatened in that game. But then you look at, again, from a Geelong point of view, I don't think they walk away. I don't think we'd learn anything new about Geelong from that game at all. I think we learned that, Geelong are going to be where they are.
They keep teams like this at arm's length.
Arm's length, and that's about it. I didn't learn. I wanted Geelong to go and kick 120, 130 points today.
See, I thought their defence of Tarrant and McKay and Walker were very, very good down there. They did, none of the talls kicked many goals at all. Hardly touched it. So that part was good around the ground, and it was scrambling. They didn't.
Well, the only multiple goal kickers for Geelong were Gary Rowan and Cam Guthrie.
That's it.
Which says a bit about Cam Guthrie's game.
Correct.
dominate in the middle and kick a couple of goals.
Which we don't preempt votes.
No.
Be
Just
careful.
Providing evidence is okay, though.
I have put it down, and it can be wiped out.
Because Sellers is likely to go and give Jordan Clark 3 votes, who wasn't activated as a sub.
We're hopeful for hearing from the Geelong rooms in a short moment's time. Reece Stanley hopefully is going to jump on the line for a chat. So it's probably the one piece of the puzzle which is curious for Geelong is when Jeremy Cameron comes back, how do they squeeze Asaba Radaglia, Tom Hawkins, Mark Blitzhouse, Reece Stanley?
Correct.
What does that look like?
I don't think anybody knows the answer to that. I don't think Chris Scott knows the answer to that just yet.
Have they picked their ruckman yet? Have they picked their man for the finals? Is it Radaglia going to run the finals, or is it Stanley going to run the finals?
Well, what they've
Do
got
we know enough about what's
at the
going
moment
on there?
seems to be working, and Reece Stanley played a pivotal part in it in the middle of the ground in Geelong's 20-point victory over North Melbourne. He can join us on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch alongside Joel Peterson, Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure. Reece, welcome. Thanks for your time. We were just trying to summarise the match. It felt like you kept North Melbourne at arm's length this afternoon. How would you make it this afternoon?
Yeah, it was a bit of a tough slog, start to finish. But, like you said, arm's length for most of the day. And I guess we, in a way, controlled the game and came away with the points.
Reece, at any stage did Chris want you or urge you to actually move the ball with more haste because it was such slow movement early in the game?
Not so much move it with haste, probably just be a little bit wiser with how we're moving it because they get their numbers back with such efficiency. So, if we were to move it quick, there's an argument for it, but at the same time we move it quick, we're probably playing straight to their hands with that extra number back, and they did it really well. And then they moved the ball off the line really well once they did get their hands on it. So, it was like I said, a slog, and we just had to try and slow them up and then build the ball up to a point where we could get good entries.
So, Reece, do you take anything out of a game like that? Is it simply, yep, we know how to work the ball and be able to still kick a winning score if a team's able to drop numbers back? Or is it just, jump back on the plane, 4 points, let's get into next week?
No, it will definitely be, and we spoke about this even at half-time, even before the game. That's, no game's an easy game, a wasted game, just a cruise-through game. There's sort of, we're trying to sharpen for the end of the year. So every game means something to us, and we're trying to hone our style of play and our game plan going in, no matter what the opposition does throw at us.
Hey, Reece, they kept you to 63 points, which is your third worst score in the competition for the year. That's your 17th or 18th best side. Interesting.
Yeah, I think over the last month, they're probably not playing like the 17th or 18th best side. Their statistics going into this week, we had a look at some of their numbers, and it was 1 and 2 and number 3 in the comp for some pretty pivotal stats the last 5 weeks. So, yeah, they might be, positioning the ladder, but I think, like I said, any team at the moment on their day are playing some really good footy, and obviously they're sharpening for what's to come in the years ahead.
And Reece, we still sit here at the moment and probably unsure on how the Geelong's ruck work throughout the remainder of the year. Are you any of the wiser in terms of how that's going to look once Jeremy Cameron does come back into the team?
Definitely not any the wiser. I'm just trying to do my job, mate, and that's all I can do. And I know it's a cliche, but if I can control my little bits and pieces, then I think I think I could be that ruckman, and at the moment it's working really well. So we'll see.
Hey, just quickly, Reece, obviously there was a bit going on today with games being moved and players being dragged around the country. In the past, and you're now one of the more experienced players, in the past, I think players may have complained slightly about that or what was happening. Is it now simply just a matter of getting on with it and, whatever the senior officials at the club tell us to do, you just go and do now?
Yeah, definitely. You just have to be flexible. The competition is pretty fluid at the moment, and you have to be on your toes. And we adapted really well last year, and obviously we're adapting well this year. But yeah, the modern player has to be pretty flexible with late changes and things of that nature. Because at the moment, like you said, decisions are being made pretty late, but just got to get on with it.
Reece, has it affected your training? Has it affected your recovery? Has it affected those sorts of things?
No, you look at last year, we were playing off 4-day breaks last year, 5-day breaks. Players can do it.
I'm glad you said that.
The clubs these days are set up so well to look after the player and whether that's, the welfare side of the game, the recovery, physical side of the game. Clubs are really well set up and I think, if you commit to it, then you can recover enough, good enough to front up next week.
Reece Stanley's with us after Geelong's 20-point win over North Melbourne on Grandstand AFL. Reece, two of the more interesting performances today were from players who weren't named in your side on Thursday night. Let's start with Zach Guthrie. He was the lead in. He had 28 disposals, a career high, 11 intercepts, a couple of telling marks, especially in the first half. He was absolutely super coming into the side this afternoon.
Yeah, he's a great player, and he's always ready to go. He's Mr. Consistent, trains hard, goes about his business, doesn't say a lot. He just gets on with the job, and when he's ready to, when he does get the call up, he's always ready to go, and super pumped that he had a good game.
And Nathan Kruger, the other, who's had to go the hard way through the system. He was laying cables in Victor Harbour after he got overlooked in the 2017 draft. He's had a couple of years within the CAT system without a game, and he showed some signs down back for you this afternoon as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's battled some injuries and stuff over the last couple of years, and he's worked really hard, as you mentioned, some of those things there, and obviously injury add to it. So he's worked really hard to get that spot. And, another one we're really excited to see him in the side, and when he can stretch his legs and get on the move, he's pretty exciting.
Reece Stanley's joined us from the Victorian Geelong Rooms, winners by 20 points. Reece, just personally, what's sort of the message from the coaches in your game? We obviously see you push forward at times and try and hit the scoreboard where you can, but what's the sort of specific instruction as to where they want to see the improvement in your game?
It's all around the ball for me. It's all just trying to help the mids and basically create that really strong contest in the middle. My centre bounce is probably my strength. So make that a real focus for myself, and then hang around the ball and become another mid. If I can beat my opposition on the ground and then stretch them forward, then that's good for the team. That's good for us. Obviously, get back and help our defence as well. Use my running power.
And it's your 12th year in the AFL system. You're playing your 99th game for the Cats next week. What's it been like to play the last 7 years at Geelong and, I guess, find yourself part of such a successful era with the team playing regularly in finals?
Yeah, I've absolutely loved my time at Geelong. Love my time at St Kilda as well. But, just everything about, living in Geelong and I've got 2 young kids now and wife, and it's all really well set up, and love the community, love the club, and, really excited to see what's to come for this group.
Good on you, Reece. Good luck against GWS next week. It's meant to be at Geelong, but as everything's changing so much, we'll see you next week.
Yeah, bit of luck at the GMHCA. That'll be good.
Absolutely. Thanks, Reece. Reece Stanley joining us from the Geelong Rooms, winners by 20 points at Bellerive Oval in Hobart this afternoon. So interesting insight into his battle, into trying to produce the best week in, week out, the pressure with Asava Ratugolea kicking 4 last week against Richmond, so he almost looks more of a natural key forward as he continues to grow in confidence and an ability than he probably does a ruck or main ruck. What do you think?
He had 8 and 7 today, 8 kicks and 7 handballs today, and a few headouts and those sorts of things. Look, I'm not certain they'll keep him around because he's such an athlete. He can move and he can run quickly, but I think that Ratugolea will take over at one stage, and poor old Reece he'll be roundabouts. You have to have him somewhere.
So if you're an opposition side, would you prefer to face Reece Stanley, or would you prefer to face Blitzabs and Ratugolea?
Let me tell you something. How much impact does a ruckman have in this competition anymore?
But I actually think that will be determined by the opposition ruckman.
Yeah.
And who that is. Yeah. So if you look right now, so Western Bulldogs have got Tim English and Steph Martin if he does get back. Melbourne have got Max Gawn.
Max Gawn, yeah.
So it's probably a little bit of horses for courses. Is that ruckman athletic? Is that ruckman really strong? And how that works. So that's what I imagine will happen through a final series. So it might just come down simply to Reece Stanley and Ratugolea, horses for courses, who the actual opponent is.
So where do you play Cameron if they play?
Oh, Cameron's playing forward.
Correct.
Like that's an absolute given. But I don't think you're playing Hawkins, Cameron, Rowan, Ratugolea as your 4 forwards. So you've then got Dalhouse and Close. Obviously, Graham Myers has broke his leg again, and then you've got Sean Higgins as the other one. That's the 7. I don't know if they want those 4. Now Gary Rowan's the flexibility, of course, because he can jump, run, speed, all that type of stuff. But
when you watched last night, Silvani played in the ruck, and I tell you what, he was good.
You had a good ruckman when you played. Big purse.
No. No, he was okay. He was a good ruckman. I think he was a good
Mike
doer.
Fitzpatrick.
But that didn't matter. We played. We had a team.
I don't think you're going to change his opinion on Raven, but I admire you for trying.
Wow, Jones.
I just wanted to see if you had a crack at his teammates.
See, but you know what? I like my ruckman to be hard and tough and dash into people. That's what I like.
And hand pass.
And give it to people else when they get hold of it. Yes, if it ever gets in their hands, give it to someone else quickly.
We're going to get an Olympics update from Ned Hall. Just a thought on North Melbourne, who many people thought potentially might not win a game this season. Took till round 9 to taste success, and David Noble missing some keen personnel with Ben Cunnington out, Taron Thomas, Cam Zerha. And yet today, if you're a North fan, you'd just be impressed with the effort.
I just love now that they're a hard team to play against. Whereas in the first half of the season, you knew, okay, North Melbourne, that's a tick. Now teams are looking at North Melbourne and going, okay, we're going to be really on our game here. I think if that North Melbourne game was against a team in the middle of the pack, they would have probably won, North.
One of the changes with them is early in the season they were chipping the ball sideways, they couldn't move it, and you couldn't really see what they were trying to do. Now you can see what they're actually trying to do, and they'll have days like this where they can't quite execute it, and teams play well against them defensively, and maybe it doesn't work, but at least you know going into a game, if you're a North Melbourne supporter now, okay, I know what our identity is, what we're trying to do, and what we are building this team upon.
They played an ultra-experienced team today and pushed them to 20 points without the players that you mentioned.
Yeah.
And you look then and you go, okay, young players today, who do I think was most impressive for them? The second gamer, Eddie Ford.
He was good.
Now I walk away if I'm a North Melbourne sort of go, okay, there's another tick.
Yep.
There's another player that we've got coming through now. Beautiful.
Boston of Alungi had a crack.
He had a crack.
Good kid, yeah.
Yep. So that's where you got to look. Sometimes supporters, because we live in such this win-loss world, sometimes supporters have just got to look at it a little bit differently for 20 or 30 games. If they can look at it differently, they'll then get a lot of satisfaction out of it when it starts to come good.
I think David Noble said they'll be targeting a small forward and potentially another key forward to provide some support for Nick Larkey. Joel, every Saturday we have the Drew Morford Memorial Quaddie.
We're alive.
We are alive, okay. We have had some correspondence from our other caller who was offering suggestions that we're losing tips. So
no, we're alive.
We're alive for the moment. The votes for the ABC Football of the Year, Mark McClure.
I gave one to Josh Simpkin. I thought he was fantastic in the middle of the ground. Terrific clearance and all those sorts of areas. Moved the ball forward well. I gave 2 to Tom Stewart. Had 13 marks in the back half. Gee whiz, he was fantastic. He held them up really well. Without him, they probably might have lost the game. So, and then I gave 3 to Cam Guthrie, who continues to be an All-Australian form last year, made the All-Australian side, and again, he'll make it this year because he has been fantastic. 2 goals. And 2 goals in a small scoring game like that, out of 8, is big, and their midfielders area. And they had somewhere around 30-odd possessions. He's a beauty.
So 3 to Cam Guthrie, 2 to Tom Stewart, 1 to Jai Simpkin in Geelong's 20-point win over North Melbourne in round 20 of the AFL. Earlier, it was the Western Bulldogs by 49 points over Adelaide. We're going to be taking to the MCG. It's Collingwood and West Coast. But before that, let's get an update from Tokyo as Ned Hall's watching the Olympic Games.
And plenty in action at the moment as well. The women's 3-metre diving has just started. The final there. 2 Australians in the final. Annabelle Smith has just done her first dive. Esther Kien is still yet to dive, but they have just got underway. Also, men's trampolining. Dominic Clark, the Australian, into the final in 4th place, is sitting just outside the medals. It starts again once they get to the final, so the final 8 are still standing, and he is a chance of a medal there as well. Earlier on today as well, before I get to the medals in the bag, a great run from Logan Martin, the Queenslander, in the BMX freestyle. He qualified in 1st place, so he'll go last in tomorrow's final, well ahead of the rest of the field. He looks a very, very good chance of picking up another gold medal for Australia. Natalia Diem, she qualified in 5th place in the women's seeding for the BMX freestyle as well. So that's still to come tomorrow. Already in the bag today, another gold medal for Kaylee McKeown, a 10th official gold medal for Australia as well. This in the women's 200 metres backstroke. Emily Seebohm claimed the bronze in that one. Silver for Ariana Titmus in the 800-metre freestyle, just behind the American Katie Ledecky. Kaya Melverton came 6th in that race. And a bronze in the pool as well, the mixed 4x100 medley relay. Kaylee McKeown, Isaac Stubblety-Cook, Matthew Temple, along with Emma McKeown were the team. And Emma McKeown had just swum her heat in the 50 metres freestyle and just posted another Olympic record, breaking the record she broke the day before. Swam 24 seconds dead for the 50 metres. Nathan Temple had also already swum this morning. He came 7th in the final of the men's fly. Now, the athletics is well and truly underway. There'll be 100-metre heats later on this evening, with Australia's Rowan Browning amongst those competing. But already through to the final today, Curtis Marshall in the men's pole vault, who cleared 5.75 to achieve qualification, and Peter Bowles through to the semi-finals of the men's 800 metres after setting an Australian record on the way through to the semi-finals. Charlie Hunter and Jeff Grizzly, though, missing out on qualification, as did Danny Stevens in the women's discus, as she finished 22nd in qualification. However, tonight Matthew Denny will compete in the men's event of the discus. Now, the golf on course at the moment. Cam Smith has finished his 3rd round. He shot a 5 under par round of 66. He's tied for 11th at the moment. Several players still out on course. He's currently 4 shots off the lead, and that's Xander Schauffele is the outright leader once again. The American is 13 under par, a shot clear of the Mexican player Carlos Ortiz and Hideki Matsuyama of Japan at 12 under par. So they are on course at the moment, and plenty more to update you with later on, Clinchy. There is an awful lot more to look forward to this evening.
Thank you very much, Ned. So Geelong winners by 20 points over North Melbourne. Thank you very much, Rama, Sellers, to Stu Baker, to Jules, to Roger and all the team. Joel, thank you to you. Big day coming up tomorrow. 5 games to take place. Gold Coast, Melbourne from Docklands. Hawthorn, Brisbane from Tassie. Essendon, Sydney from the MCG. Freo, Richmond from Perth. And GWS and Port Adelaide from Docklands. All hands on deck off to Collingwood and West Coast.
Weekdays from 5:30.
There's antimony, arsenic, aluminum, selenium, and hydrogen and oxygen and nitrogen and rhenium, and nickel, neodymium, neptunium, germanium, and iron, nanoracemium, ruthenium, uranium, europium, zirconium, lutetium, vanadium, and lanthanum, and osmium, and acetine, and radium, and golden protactinium, and indium, and gallium, and iodine, thorium, and thulium, and thallium.
Breakfast with Sammy J. Weekdays from 5:30 on ABC Radio Melbourne.